Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. The member for Barara is seeking the call.
So much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Barara from moving the following motion immediately. That the House 1 notes that the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion was established following the Bondi terrorist attack, which was the inevitable result of an unprecedented rise in anti-Semitism in Australia. B, that the Royal Commission was supported by the Jewish community and prominent Australians from all walks of life to provide for a full and forensic examination of anti-Semitism that led up to that attack. C, that the Albanese government was initially opposed to the Royal Commission but relented after public pressure. D, that the Albanese government determined both the Royal Commission's terms of reference and the timetable within which it must complete its work. E, that timetable has imposed severe constraints on the Commission's capacity to investigate the causes, perpetrators and enablers of anti-Semitism in Australia. F, many significant Australian voices have been left unheard and critical players not put on the stand, including 1, senior figures from Australia's arts and cultural institutions. 2, university leaders who were in leadership positions during key periods. 3, organisers of anti-Semitic protests and other activists and social agitators. 4, representatives of the Australian Human Rights Commission. 5, senior public servants and Commonwealth ministers, and 6 other prominent Australians. G, Australians are entitled to know how anti-Semitism spiralled so badly, who was responsible and what must change to ensure it can never happen again. And H, a Royal Commission cannot fully answer those questions if key people are never required to account for their actions. 2, is concerned that the Royal Commission is not set up to deal adequately with those who mask anti-Semitism as anti-Zionism. 3, calls on the government to immediately extend the Royal Commission's reporting date to allow the Commission to hear and test evidence from key witnesses and properly investigate the individuals and institutions responsible. And 4, calls on the Prime Minister and his ministers to keep faith with Australia's Jewish community by appearing before the Royal Commission and accounting for the decisions of the Albanese government on anti-Semitism in the years leading up to Bondi. Mr Speaker, I note today the presence in the chamber of representatives of the Australasian Union of Jewish Students and in the building today of Shana Gutnick, the daughter of Reuven Morrison, who was murdered on that day in Bondi. This week is the final sitting week of the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion. The Royal Commission is for many Australians the only chance we will have as a nation to properly expose and address the anti-Semitism that has become so prevalent in this country and which diminishes us all. But it is a Royal Commission that finishes in a matter of days, and as it stands, it is a Royal Commission with unfinished business. The window to debate this issue is closing. These issues deserve to be heard, and urgently. This is the Royal Commission that the Albanese government didn't want. That's a statement of fact, it's not a political statement. The Albanese government did not want this Royal Commission. In the days after 15 Australians were murdered in cold blood on our most famous beach at Bondi, merely for the crime of being Jewish, the government said a Royal Commission wasn't necessary, that it would be unhelpful or even harmful. They were forced into it by the weight of public outcry. Initially, they failed to see what many Australians saw, that the Bondi attacks were the inevitable outcome of years of building anti-Semitism in this country, that we needed to address that anti-Semitism comprehensively and decisively if we were to avoid a repeat occurrence. Well, that was a failure of judgment. The government now risks repeating that failure. The Prime Minister set the time frame for this Royal Commission, he set the terms of reference, and he has the power to change them. Instead of spending December 14 scouring the Royal Commission's recommendations, let that be a day when Australians remember the victims and comfort the bereaved. Give the Commission more time. Mr Speaker, this Royal Commission had 3 tasks. The first is to allow stories to be heard about the rise in anti-Semitism in this country from Jewish Australians in particular. And on this task to date, I must say the Commission has done well. The second is to make recommendations for law and policy reforms, and we'll have to wait until the final report to see the recommendations. The third task is to hold individuals to account. Being held to account, being accountable, means being in a position when you are asked questions about your decisions and actions and required to answer them. And this critical third task is where the Commission has more work to do. In the Child Abuse Royal Commission, we saw bishops and religious leaders long retired rightfully brought out of nursing homes to account for their conduct just as they should have been. But that has not happened here. And so today we say to the Prime Minister, give the Royal Commission more time. If leaders and decision makers are not held to account by the Royal Commission, the anti-Semitism that has run rampant in our institutions will only continue, because the risk is, rather than rooting out anti-Semitism, we send a very different message. Those who are not called, who are not asked to answer for their decisions and actions, the message will be that they are not responsible, that there is no consequence for the failure to lead, and that there are no findings or recommendations in relation to their conduct. A few days ago, the former Federal Court Judge and Royal Commissioner Ron Sackville said that one of the reasons the Commission exists and has such formidable powers is to vindicate the experience of the targets of vile anti-Semitism, to pierce the veil of secrecy behind which many perpetrators operate, to hold at least some of those perpetrators accountable for their despicable conduct, and reveal to the wider Australian community the kind of people who are prepared to act in this hateful way. The powers of a Royal Commission exist for a reason. They should be used. But the list of witnesses who has not appeared is long. First, in the arts institutions and the cultural sector, the sector that doxed and deplatformed Jews. Clementine Ford, Matt Chun, John Menadieu and so many others, why aren't they asked about their public contributions? Wesley Enoch and Adrian Collette, the Chair and CEO of Creative Australia, why weren't they asked about their decisions to make grant after artistic grant of taxpayers' money with a clear preference for artists who propagate an anti-Israel, anti-Jewish message? Sunlight is the best disinfectant. Second, the universities, and the House has heard me on the universities many times. In the universities, Jewish students were targeted relentlessly over the years, spat on, harassed, targeted, excluded, occasionally assaulted. Jewish staff had their offices urinated on. Jews on campuses were targeted by protests and activism, week after week of encampments. Why haven't we heard from all the key vice-chancellors who were in positions of power at the time? From people like Genevieve Bell at the ANU and Duncan Maskell from Melbourne University. From the NTEU, which did not stand up for its Jewish staff. For the presidents of student bodies who encouraged anti-Semitic activity on campus and excluded and ostracised the Jewish students they were meant to represent. Why haven't we heard from academics like Randa Abdel Fattah, who refuses even to be quoted in an article alongside anyone she deems as a Zionist and encourages children to support an intifada? Well, we saw an intifada at Bondi. It means more dead Jewish bodies. Third, the protests. Recently, we saw the grotesquerie in the Royal Commission of protest organisers cross-examining an Australian Jewish communal leader in Australia about the actions of a foreign government, the government of Israel, as if he were responsible for Israel or that Israel's actions justified the targeting of Jews here. Why weren't the protest organisers on the stand? The organisers of the Land Forces protests, where so many were attacked, the neo-Nazi protest in Melbourne, Wissam Haddad, Sheikh Ibrahim Dawood, who was elated by the murder, rape and torture of Jews on October 7 and immediately set about whipping up hatred of Jews here in Australia. The organisers of the protest on the 9th of October who occupied the Opera House, chanting "Gas the Jews" or "F the Jews." People like Josh Lees and Bassem Mashni, Jenny Leong, Senator Fariki, the executive of APAN and all those who organised and supported the weekly protests in Sydney and Melbourne and in our other city centres. Fourth, the Human Rights Commission, who under this government's terms of reference have not been asked in any serious way to account for the failure to stand up for Australian Jews or even to account for the anti-Semitism that is endemic in their own organisation. And we've seen the Race Discrimination Commissioner repeatedly refuse to denounce the phrase "from the river to the sea" as an anti-Semitic phrase. Fifth, prominent Australians who have provided much-needed moral leadership, people like Nova Peris and Mike Kelly and Josh Frydenberg, good people whose voices deserve to be heard. And finally, government ministers. And through you, Mr Speaker, I say to the Minister for Home Affairs and the Arts, to the Minister for Education, to the Attorney-General, to the Foreign Minister and the Prime Minister. I say to you, keep the faith with the Jewish community and with all Australians. Show the courage and the commitment to front the Royal Commission and be accountable. Answer questions. Explain your decisions and actions in the 2 years leading up to Bondi. Let the Commission and the public be the judge. We know where we ended up. 15 dead bodies on Bondi Beach. Let us hear from them under oath. Let us hear from them what went wrong from the very top. Show that they're serious about fixing the anti-Semitism here in this country into the future. Take the opportunity to show that they didn't use power as those who wrote the Commission's terms of reference to shield themselves. Mr Speaker, there will not be another opportunity like this one. Through you, I say to the Prime Minister, the Royal Commission cuts its cloth according to the measurements you give. It needs more time. It needs the terms of reference to hold more people to account. Give it the time and terms to do its job properly. 15 people were murdered on Bondi Beach. Their memory deserves that we get this right.
Is the motion second to give the call to the member for Goldstein?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I second the motion. Speaker, I'm proud to second the motion moved by the member for Barara and my dear and good friend. As he correctly outlines, now is the time to get this Royal Commission right. We remember the horrific events that led to the basis of the Royal Commission in the first place. But of course, we know it didn't start at the end of last year. It was the escalation of an outbreak of anti-Semitism which started after the 7th of October 2023 and cascaded through a series of events, from protests on Sydney Opera House through to the attacks out the front of Central Shul in Caulfield South in the Goldstein electorate, to the harassment, the firebombing of synagogues, and even to, of course, graffiti across people's homes and streets and schools. This is not a subject that we discuss lightly because it is very real and extremely human. We know full well that it escalated to the most horrific terrorist incident in Australia's history, where 15 people lost their lives tragically on our most famous beach, including, of course, some family members of Goldstein residents. But this is not about Goldstein specifically or Barara, it's about the whole of the country and the type of nation we want to be. And let's not misunderstand, Deputy Speaker, how important this Royal Commission is and the extension of its time frame. Because in the lead up to this Royal Commission, we saw one of the greatest outbreaks of racism in this nation's history, something that we should never tolerate and never accept. And what we have a choice now is how we're going to respond. At the start of this year, this Parliament met in an extraordinary session to deal with legislation. And during that, many condolence motions were moved by members and excellent speeches were delivered. And if there was one recurrent theme throughout all of those speeches, is that never again would we allow such incidents to occur. Well, if we want to honour those words, and of course the lives and the memories of those who's tragically lost, now is the time to make sure that the Royal Commission is extended so it can fulfil its important purpose, which is to get to the bottom of the evil that sits at the heart of parts of our society and has tolerated exactly this sort of conduct. And as the member for Barara correctly outlined, there are so many witnesses that have not been called. And the importance of having them called is amplified considerably following Dennis Richardson's resignation from the Royal Commission, in making sure we're addressing in every way and from every angle the root cause that led to the Royal Commission being called in the first place. As the member for Barara correctly outlined, we need to make sure that Australia's universities and their representatives are properly brought to account. In the chamber right now, in the Speaker's Gallery, we have representatives and students from the Australasian Union of Jewish Students, and they have lived the front line, first-hand, the consequences of anti-Semitism in our nation, and that should not be forgotten. Firstly, because a university should never be a place where people experience harassment or violence simply for who they are, but more importantly because if we do not stamp this out for one generation, then it can fester and continue on to future generations. And one of the most important tests of leadership is to stand up and to be held to account. And too many universities in particular were found wanting and the leadership of universities were found wanting in the lead-up to these horrific events and throughout this anti-Semitism crisis. There are so many people from the arts institutions, the unions, and particularly the National Tertiary Education Union who need to be before this Royal Commission. And, of course, state and federal government ministers whose responsibility it was to provide that critical leadership over recent years and were found wanting. And also, as the member for Barara correctly outlines, the importance of the Australian Human Rights Commission to also appear before the Royal Commission. I remember when, being Australia's Human Rights Commissioner, we were always told that our responsibility was to focus on the issues of human rights inside Australia. Yet we didn't see that in standing up against anti-Semitism, and even worse, we were told things outside of the Commission were not the subject or focus of the Human Rights Commission. Yet during the past couple of years, the AHRC found a way, in response to staff, not principle, to respond to international events, but silent on the issue of anti-Semitism in this country. It's actually a stain and very disappointing. This is one of the darkest periods in our nation's history, and we have a choice about how it is we're going to go forward. And the most important thing is to make sure that those responsible and failed to act are held to account. The protests and the violence and the harassment that's occurred is held to account so we can move forward as a nation together.
The question is the motion be agreed to. The Leader of the House is seeking indulgence.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I just seek a brief indulgence before I move a procedural motion, and the reason I'm seeking the indulgence is I would not want anyone seeing a vote that happens on a procedural motion to be somehow viewed by some of the worst elements in society as being a division within our parliament about anti-Semitism. So I wanted to pay respect to both members who've spoken, and to respect absolutely that while there are differences in terms of whether the Royal Commission should be extended or whether it should keep to its initial timeline, there is no division within this parliament about the horrific nature of anti-Semitism, about not merely viewing the horrors of the anti-Semitic terrorist attack at Bondi, but also the anti-Semitism which has occurred in our country both before and since that moment as being unilaterally rejected by every member of this House. And I would not want the fact that there's about to be, I expect, a division on a procedural motion to be seen to detract from that. And I do, while there is a difference in the process, I don't want to offer anything other than respect to the members for the arguments that they've just put. If I can now seek the call, Mr Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
Questions of the debate be adjourned. I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the debate be adjourned. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 87, noes 48. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reforms Bill 2026. Question put on amendments.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Curtin moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Ryan has also moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after that, after whilst be omitted, whilst a view to substituting other words. So the immediate question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Ryan be agreed to. In accordance with the resolution agreed to on 12 August 2026, I will put the question immediately. The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Ryan be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Clark and Ryan as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 85. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no? No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Curtin and Clark as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 86. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
What did we just say, item?
That's a second reading. Second reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to interactive gambling and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail. In accordance with the resolution agreed to on 17 August 2026, the bill will be now taken as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
Mr. Speaker, I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
And I call the Minister.
I move Government Amendment 1 on sheet HG 141, Amendments 1 to 3 on sheet HG 142, Amendments 1 to 4 on sheet PJ 123, Amendments 1 to 13 on sheets MM 110, Amendments 1 to 5 on sheet CH 122 and as circulated together.
The question is the government amendments be agreed to. I call the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, In the time since this bill was introduced to Parliament, there have been a number of developments that the government has resolved warrant additional amendments. In particular, our National Conference unanimously resolved to support these laws and to look at further action to reduce the harm of inducements. We have also been having constructive discussions with the Greens and the Coalition in relation to improvements we could make to make this law stronger, whilst also ensuring we strike the right balance. The Albanese Labor government has achieved bipartisan agreement with the Coalition to progress these reforms, including with additional amendments to make the bill even stronger. The government has resolved amendments in a number of areas, including increasing the daytime blackout period for gambling advertising prior to live sport from 5 minutes to 15 minutes, moving the start time of broadcast restrictions from 6 a.m. to 5 a.m, banning commissions based on customer activity for any staff, agent or affiliate of a wagering service provider, banning the direct marketing of inducements for 90 days after BetStop deregistrations, strong penalties if opt-out options are not prominently displayed, extending the existing live sport broadcasting restrictions to online services. These amendments make the reforms stronger, where Australians need protection most, while ensuring the new rules are practical, enforceable and capable of delivering real change. I commend the amendments to the House.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll give the call to the member for Lindsay.
I'd move.
No? The member for Lindsay is not seeking the call? No? I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
I want to thank the Parliament for coming together to deal with this issue and get a result that will work. This new legislation is the most significant gambling advertising reform by any Australian government ever. It increases protections for people most at risk of gambling harm while continuing to allow those who enjoy a bet to do so. And Australians will be better protected from inducements and direct marketing, as we determined we would pursue at the Adelaide ALP National Conference. Importantly, this legislation concentrates on those who need our help the most, people at most risk of harm. It doesn't preach to the community, but it meaningfully increases protections for those who most need it. I want to pay tribute to the Minister, Annika Wells, but also to the previous Minister, the member for Greenway, for the work that has been done since we came to government in 2022. This is now the next tranche of reform to make a difference. It will minimise children's exposure to gambling ads by banning gambling ads during children's programming, banning gambling ads during live sport between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. It will result in fewer gambling ads during sport by blacking out wagering ads 15 minutes before a live sporting event, and it will, as well, ban celebrity endorsements, odd-style ads and ads in venues and on jerseys. This is what will make an enormous difference. The majority of the NRL clubs currently in the National Rugby League have something on their jumpers or some form of sponsorship, which means that sponsorship is constant, and this will outlaw that. It will allow people who want to opt out of gambling ads to do so more easily through a simple opt-out gambling ad register. AdStop, to back up the previous BetStop legislation introduced by the former minister, that previously to this legislation was the most significant anti-gambling measure ever, and one that has been particularly successful. It will protect vulnerable or addicted gamblers with strengthened measures, prohibiting direct marketing of inducements to people at risk of gambling harm, extending to 90 days the ban on direct marketing for people exiting BetStop, banning wagering companies from giving commissions to employees to increase customer gambling activity, and specific higher penalties for social media companies which publish illegal gambling ads. This legislation across the board will make an enormous difference, and I want to thank all those who have engaged constructively on this process. These issues are not simple. These issues are one in which we want to make sure that we identify those most at risk and take action to provide protection for them. This legislation, with the amendments, both the amendments that will be moved by the government and the amendments that will be moved by the opposition today, will make an enormous difference. It will also provide for more enforcement action. The pocket pokies ban, that is really important. The sports integrity boost, the social media ad crackdown and the illegal offshore gambling, boosting enforcement against illegal offshore gambling providers and enabling the ACMA to issue removal notices requiring hosting service providers to cease access to illegal gambling websites for Australians. This will make an enormous difference, as will the simulcast exception, enabling broadcasters to observe broadcast rules instead of the triple lock rules for live channels on their BVOD platforms, and extend the dedicated racing and wagering exception to online simulcast services, an example of a common sense change that will reflect what I think are community attitudes. There will be a statutory review as well, where the Minister will be required to initiate the review as soon as practicable after 3 years from the commencement of the Act, expected to be on the 1st of January next year. I commend the amendments to the House of both government and opposition. I commend the amended legislation to the House, and I'm very pleased that after what's been an extensive debate, today reform will move forward.
Question before the House is the government's amendment be agreed to. I'll put those questions. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Minister.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to on 17 August 2026, the opposition may move 2 sets of amendments.
I thank the Minister and give the call to the Shadow Minister and Minister for the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move opposition amendments 1 to 10 on the sheet AE 117, amendments 1 to 3 on the sheet AE 118, amendments 1 to 6 on sheet AE 119, amendment 1 on sheet HG 144, amendments 1 to 11 on sheet CH 121, amendments 1 to 7 on sheet CH 123, amendments 1 to 6 on sheet MM 111 and amendment 1 on sheet TK 116 circulated in my name together.
Member for Lindsay may proceed.
Thank you. The Coalition approaches gambling reform from a clear set of principles. We believe in personal choice and personal responsibility. Millions of Australians have an occasional punt without gambling harm, and government must respect their choices. But we also believe there must be strong protections for children and vulnerable Australians, and tough action to prevent predatory conduct. Seriously addressing gambling harm is an issue of strong conviction for many Australians. There is a middle ground, and that is what these amendments seek to deliver. The government's legislation, as it stood, was riddled with deficiencies. Labor opposed a Senate inquiry. The inquiry proved exactly why scrutiny matters. It exposed the weaknesses with Labor's legislation, issues which the Coalition has been clear and consistent about, on predatory inducements, on ads being served to children, on sport online and on advertising of illegal gambling. The government hoped that the public would notice, but the Coalition is not here to carp. The bill is far from perfect, and gambling is taking a terrible toll on many Australian families. The Coalition is pleased the government has accepted substantial repairs to its legislation. These amendments ensure stronger protection against the direct marketing of inducements to vulnerable Australians. There is an obvious distinction between an adult choosing to place a bet and being actively pursued by someone who knows they are vulnerable to keep them gambling. These amendments are targeted protections directed at foreseeable harm. The amendments ensure stronger protections for children. Unbelievably, Labor's original bill left open the prospect of gambling advertisements continuing to be shown during programming watched by children. The amendments stop that happening. The amendments strengthen protections around live sport broadcast online. Sport time is family time, and it made no sense for a family watching the same game to receive weaker protections simply because they streamed it through an app rather than watching it on broadcast television. The amendments ensure that illegal and unlicensed gambling, which is increasingly promoted to Australians through social media, is strongly addressed by imposing strict prohibitions on publishers. If a gambling service is not lawful, digital platforms must not be promoting advertisements for it. These significant common sense amendments will help protect vulnerable consumers from foreseeable gambling harm while preserving a lawful industry and pastime for many Australians. I commend them to the House.
The question is that the opposition amendments be agreed to, and I call the... Yes, the member for Warringah is seeking the call for 1 minute 20.
Only to raise a procedural concern, Mr Speaker. These amendments weren't circulated and one copy has been able to be provided, but we have no capacity. They haven't been read onto the record and not circulated.
I understand they are available.
Just now.
Yeah.
They have only just been made available. They were not circulated prior to being tabled, and I've been able to obtain one copy.
I understand they have been available during this debate, and it was the same for the government amendments as well. Sorry, available here during the debate. I'm unaware of the process before.
Read and explained if they're not circulated in advance.
Yes, they are available here at the table as is required under the standing orders. They have not. I understand they may not be circulated before, but they are available here during the debate. Yeah.
They either have to be explained in full during the debate. You can't. The suggestion that a substantial number of amendments are tabled and given first opportunity to see them now with a 5-minute speech without any reading onto the record as to the detail of these amendments is procedurally incredibly unfair. We have no visibility on what the effect of these amendments are, and after 5 minutes of speech, we are being asked to vote on them.
Yes, well, I understand that the Shadow Minister has detailed her explanation for the amendments that she is moving in her name on behalf of the opposition. The Minister has done the same. So I'll put the question that the amendments moved by the opposition be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the amendments moved by the opposition be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Capricornia as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bean and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order to advise the House the tellers for this division. The ayes will be the member for Werriwa and the member for Bean, and the we have two tellers for the noes, which are the members for Clark and the members for Cowper. Yeah, the members for Fisher can resume his seat. It's fine. He's done nothing wrong. And the ayes will be the members for Werriwa and Bean. Order. The result of the division is ayes 96, noes 9. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. I'll just invite members to return to their seats quickly and quietly, and we shall move to the next opposition member amendments. And just to advise the House, following from the member for Warringah, the set of amendments were available, circulated by the member to the House at the first available opportunity. The member for Kooyong is seeking the call.
Is it?
Yeah, we're just going to keep moving, but I just wanted to advise the House that the member for Lindsay had done the correct process. The question, I'll give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the amendments as circulated in my name. Mr Speaker, these amendments do one simple thing. They reinstate the exemption for foreign match lotteries. If they're not agreed to, there are 50 people in my electorate whose jobs are about to disappear. Not because they broke the law, not because their employer broke the law, but because this parliament is about to change the rules beneath them. Those 50 people work for the lottery office in Robina in my electorate. I've spoken to the government, I've spoken to the minister, I've asked this House to reconsider, and I'm standing here again because my job's to stand up for the people who sent me here. Mr Speaker, behind Schedule 4 are not just clauses and definitions, they're people. Rachel has worked at the lottery office for 5 years. She's a single mother of 2 school-aged children. Her income helps provide for her children and pay a mortgage. Losing her job, she says, would cause significant financial hardship. Cher has worked there for 4 years. She raised 2 children on her own. She fears that because of her age, finding another job will be difficult, and she says that losing her job could mean she and her daughter have to leave the Gold Coast. Amanda relies on her job to support her young family and pay her mortgage. She says that losing it could mean her family has to sell or lose their home. And she said this is more than just a job, this is the very livelihood we rely on. Mr Speaker, next week, if this bill passes, I will have to go to Robina. I'll have to walk through the doors of the lottery office, I'll have to sit down with those 50 workers, and I'll have to look them in the eye. And I'll have to tell them that their parliament has decided that their jobs should no longer exist. I'll have to tell Rachel that the job that supports her family is gone. I'll have to tell Cher that Parliament's decision could force her and her daughter to leave the Gold Coast. I'll have to tell Amanda that we have taken away the livelihood that her family relies upon. Mr Speaker, I ask this government, please don't make me have to make that decision and have to do that. These people did not break the law, they did not write this bill, they did not design the regulatory framework, they simply went to work. And now they're being asked to carry the consequences of a decision that was made here in Canberra. That is not fair. Mr Speaker, I support responsible gambling reform. I support strong consumer protections. But if there's a problem, regulate it. If there's a consumer protection gap, close it. If there's a compliance issue, enforce the rules. The government's own review said that the harms associated with foreign match lotteries were not well understood, that there was insufficient data to establish a different harm profile, and that further research was needed. So I ask again, what changed? What new evidence emerged? Why should 50 Australians lose their jobs before those questions have been answered? Mr Speaker, these are not transient jobs. People have built careers there. One employee's worked there for 24 years, another for 21 years, another for 19 years. Kyra's 24 and in the final year of her design degree. Her job gives her financial independence while studying invaluable professional experience as she builds her career. She says that without stable employment, she does not know how she will manage her obligations or begin building a secure future. Stephen's worked there for 13 years. He has 2 young children and a significant mortgage. He says jobs in his field are scarce on the Gold Coast and his family genuinely risks losing their home if he loses his income. Mr Speaker, this is what a decision made in this chamber looks like when it reaches an Australian family. A mother worrying about her mortgage, a father worrying about his children, a young person worrying about their future and a family wondering whether they will lose their home. That is why I'm asking the government to stop. Put aside the politics, look at the people, look at the workers, look at the families, remove the prohibition, do the evidence-based work that your own department said was necessary, strengthen the regulation where it's needed, protect consumers when they need protection, but don't destroy 50 people's livelihoods first and ask questions later. Mr Speaker, I know the government has the numbers and this may well be defeated, but without this amendment, the bill isn't just gambling reform, it's a Labor protection job. Roger Cook, the Premier of WA, has asked Canberra to effectively kill off a legal Gold Coast competitor to shield WA's state-owned lottery. Right. The Prime Minister and the Minister, through this legislation, are simply rolling over to support their Labor mates. So I make this appeal one final time directly to the Minister. Next week, I may have to walk into that workplace and tell 50 Australians that their parliament has taken away their jobs. That's not a job that the minister has to do. That's a job that the minister is forcing me to do. Give these people the chance to keep going to work. Give their families the security of a job, and give this parliament the chance to get this decision right. Because this is not about a line in a schedule. It's about 50 Australians, their families, their homes, their futures. I commend this amendment to the House.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his amendment. As I said in my second reading speech, we have significant concerns about the appropriateness of this model. And when in government, the Coalition also took action to ban what was then the principal form of access to foreign lotteries, and they did that in 2018. I also understand that the business that the member is concerned about, while it does offer foreign lotteries which will no longer be permitted, it also offers Australian lotteries, and those domestic lotteries will be unaffected by the changes that we are making.
Put the question that the amendments be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Locked the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for McPherson be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 33, noes 95. The matter was resolved in the negative. We shall move to the member for Kooyong.
Move amendments 1 to 39 on the sheet, revised on the 12th of August 2026, as circulated in my name together.
The member for Kooyong may proceed.
Speaker, governments are meant to represent their communities and to make decisions in their best interests. Today's collusion between Labor and the Liberals shows yet again that the major political parties in this country care more about the media interests, sporting codes and gambling companies than they do about their constituents. This cynical gamble, like most bets, will not pay off. The Murphy report called for a comprehensive prohibition of all advertising of online gambling products on social media and online platforms. We've waited for more than 1,000 days for this half-hearted, friendless legislative response. It's 1,000 days in which this country has lost over $100 billion and we've lost hundreds of lives. This bill will allow wagering advertising content to remain online if reasonable steps are taken to exclude children and those who have opted out. The minister has offered us flimsy, feckless live sport and children's programming restriction to online streaming. We know, and the government knows, that partial bans do not work, but the government doesn't care. The opt-out register announced yesterday acts only to shift responsibility from the gambling industry onto individuals, to parents and to users. This government is still refusing to take responsibility for the problem itself. Now, the Murphy inquiry heard heartbreaking evidence about the harms caused by gambling advertising. Its headline recommendation was a total and comprehensive ban. This bill doesn't deliver that, but my amendments 1 to 36 do. My further amendments draw attention to the extraordinary relationships between Australia's largest sporting organisations and the gambling industry. The AFL receives more than $40 million a year from betting agencies, the NRL about $50 million. And these organisations, alongside Cricket Australia, Racing Australia and other major sporting codes, pay zero tax on this income. They're tax-exempt under Section 50 to 45 of the Income Tax Assessment Act. That tax concession exists because sporting organisations operate for public benefit. But commercial dealings with predatory gambling companies are not public benefit, and Australians have no picture of how much gambling revenue that these sporting organisations receive. My amendments 37 to 39 introduce reporting obligations for professional sporting organisations with a turnover over $50 million. They'll capture not only the AFL but AFL clubs as well, 5 of which are still sponsored by gambling companies. Those entities should be required to report annually on revenue that they derive from gambling sources. This will include gambling sponsorships, wagering partnerships, integrity agreements, gambling advertising, product and data fees, electronic gambling machines and other gambling-related commercial arrangements. To enable transparency about the tens of millions—
Member for Kooyong, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is assumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Here are the words of Itamar Ben-Gvir, Israel's Minister for National Security, from yesterday. Quote, "I think targeted assassinations should be carried out in Gaza, taking down 30 to 40 every night. Not just those who pose an immediate threat. There are people there who are not worthy of life. They shouldn't live. They're not even people." End quote. How can a Labor politician hear this and still fail to recognise that a genocide is unfolding? Minister Wong has told us that it's difficult to judge from afar. Is this too difficult to judge? How can Labor hear an Israeli government minister make this statement and make the calculation that we will still sell weapons parts to Israel? How can the government see the civilian death toll, see the footage of children being starved and make the calculation that we maintain intelligence arrangements and diplomatic relations with Israel? This calculation, because that's what it is very revealing. It shows that Labor politicians ultimately are more loyal to their good standing with Israel and the US than they are to Australia's basic humanity, our belief in the fair go for everyone. There is no fair go in Gaza and Labor doesn't care.
I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you. Well, this year marks the 30th anniversary of Emily's List Australia, an extraordinary organisation that was founded on a simple but powerful belief: equality does not happen by accident. And today we celebrate 3 decades of raising money, mentoring and supporting progressive Labor women to get elected. When Emily's List was first established in 1996, just 160 of the 800 elected representatives in Australia across all our parliaments were women. That was never going to be good enough for us. And since its inception, Emily's List has supported 651 Labor women, with 315 going on to serve in Australian parliaments. Behind those numbers are extraordinary women like Australia's first female Prime Minister, Julia Gillard, our first Aboriginal woman elected to the House, Linda Burney, and the longest-serving woman in the Australian Parliament, Tanya Plibersek. Today, I particularly want to acknowledge the Emily's List Australia founder, Leonie Morgan. She joins us in the chamber today. It's important to always remember those women that came before us, and for decades, she and women alongside her have driven Emily's List, and today she and Anne Kennedy of Queensland continue to mentor and support women going forward. 30 years on, we can be proud of where we've come from, not just in representation but in women's influence in government. Women now make up the majority of the Labor caucus and the cabinet, and we put a gender lens over every piece of legislation in this parliament.
And I call the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, recently the federal government announced $8.1 million in project grants under the LGBTIQA+ health program. Now, while increased funding to promote the health and well-being of LGBTIQA+ Australians is clearly welcome, missing from this round was any grants to projects based in my home state of Tasmania, which is mind-boggling when Tasmania has the highest rate of LGBTIQA+ mental health risk and suicide ideation in the country, high rates of housing and income insecurity, and the most recent legacy of criminalisation. These factors alone should ensure Tasmania remains a priority, not only based on equitable distribution, but because the need is there, Deputy Speaker. And to add salt to the wound, this comes as the state government continues to scale back many vital community services to fund its Stadium Vanity project. Yes, I acknowledge that some national projects were funded in this grant round, but their per capita spend in Tasmania will be very little, and this leaves LGBTIQA+ Tasmanians at a disadvantage. Remember, these Tasmanians matter just as much as those on the mainland, and they shouldn't be overlooked and forgotten. So I call on the government to review the funding and to ensure that this and future rounds are instead truly national and support projects and people in every Australian state and territory. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I call the member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Soccer is a sport that brings the community together at local, state and country levels. There are over 20,000 players in southwest Sydney, and I thank all volunteers, coaches, managers and administrators, especially from Southern Districts and Macarthur Rams, for their hard work. Southern District Raiders secured a historic win last week against A-League side Macarthur FC in the Hahn Australia Cup in the round of 16. The Harm Australia Cup is a national knockout competition that includes teams from association and state level, national Premier Leagues, right through to the A-League. Over 700 clubs play in the feeder competitions run by the states and territories. The A-League club join at the round of 32 alongside 22 clubs who've progressed from the ranks of the semi-professional and amateur leagues. SD Raiders now advance and play tonight in the quarterfinals for the first time in the club's history. The second great success from the Raiders for our community is the SD Raiders women's team. They've successfully secured a monumental promotion to the top tier NPL New South Wales women's competition for the 2027 season. I congratulate that team, SD Raiders, and my friend Catherine Cannulli, Head of Football for the women's program, for her amazing dedication and the work in building the club's foundations from the ground up. And good luck for tonight's game.
And the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Your phone rings. The caller claims to be from the Chinese police force. Their number matches the official number online. They have official-looking documents to prove that you're guilty of fraud. They pass you between different callers, each person more official and more intimidating. You panic, you get scared, and you start complying with their demands. You hand over money. And then it all turns out to be a fake. Authority scams like these have led to $12 million being lost in 2025, and the ACCC received 1,294 reports with a median loss of $55,000. Scammers use sophisticated techniques mimicking real-life authorities and fabricating documents. Put simply, they're very convincing. And Bradfield is so multicultural. We're blessed to be home to people from China, India, Armenia, Korea, South Africa. So it's so disturbing to see scammers preying on our culturally and linguistically diverse communities like this. Scams are devastating, and they exploit people's instincts to be trustful, and they weaponise people's vulnerabilities as non-first language English speakers. But everyone, no matter of your English-speaking ability, can learn to defend against scams, and it's why I'm holding an event on the 27th of August to upskill our diverse community. You'll be hearing from New South Wales Police, Services Australia and real-life experiences from members of the Chinese community in Bradfield.
And call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is Vietnam Veterans Day and the 60th anniversary of the Battle of Long Tan, in which Australian soldiers showed great valour in holding out against incredible odds. 18 Australians died and 24 were wounded at Long Tan in what was Australia's most costly engagement in the war. On this day, we honour and thank all of the Australians who served in Vietnam, something we failed to do as a nation when those service members returned to Australia. In the Macon electorate, a commemorative service was held this morning at Henderson Square in Montague Farm Estate in Paraka, as it has been every year since 1993, when the Honourable Tim Fisher AO opened Henderson Square as a dedicated Vietnam Veterans Memorial site. Henderson Square was named after Warrant Officer Malcolm Henderson, who was fatally wounded in Phuoc Thi Province, South Vietnam, in December of 1967. On the initiative of Fred Pritchard, who had served in Vietnam, the entire Montague Farm estate is a living memorial to the war, with all of the 43 streets and several reserves in the estate named after one of the 58 South Australians who died in Vietnam. By the end of the war, 524 Australians lost their lives due to their service in Vietnam. Today we honour them and the 60,000 Australians who served in Vietnam by dedicating the 18th of August each year to their service, lest we forget.
I call the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Labor has a housing problem and Australians are paying the price. There are fewer houses being built, rents are high and confidence in the market has crashed. And can I say this in particularly my electorate of Latrobe, which is one of the fastest growing growth corridors in Australia. Government spending has increased, debt is approaching $1 trillion, and Australians are dealing with sustained pressure on their living standards and household budgets. Labor's budgets forecast that its tax change will result in around 35,000 fewer homes being built. That's their own budget figures. Westpac mortgage applications have fallen 20% since Labor's May budget, a warning sign that buyers and investors are losing confidence. And can I say also too, we're hearing out there that first home owners are very concerned about getting, or buyers are very concerned about getting in the market as they're seeing prices drop. So what they don't want to see is get in the market now and then have negative equity. You cannot fix a housing shortage by making housing investment less attractive and making it harder to build new homes. Under Labor, migration has been a huge issue. The Coalition would cap net overseas migration each year below the number of new homes completed, around 173,000. So Labor has made a complete mess of this when it comes to migration and when it comes to housing, especially for new home buyers. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is Vietnam Veterans Day, when we reflect, pay tribute and honour those who served in the Vietnam War. Today also marks the 60th anniversary of the Battle of Long Tan, 60 years since Australian soldiers found themselves facing overwhelming odds in a rubber plantation in Long Tan and showed great valour and courage. 18 soldiers gave their lives, the most casualties of any engagement in the Vietnam War. Events such as today allow us to tell their story and ensure it is never lost to time. Sadly, at the time, many veterans returning from Vietnam were not given the respect they deserved, and I'm glad that we can now honour them in a way that properly recognises the sacrifices they made for this country. Today in my community, Box Hill RSL is holding a commemoration service at the Box Hill Cenotaph to honour those who served and sacrificed. And earlier this year, Box Hill RSL also opened a permanent exhibition of the Battle of Long Tan. I'd like to acknowledge John Hayward, President of Box Hill RSL, for his service not just to our veteran community, but to our wider community as well. I'd also like to acknowledge Doncaster RSL for holding a commemoration a few weeks ago, which I was honoured to attend. Thank you to President Derek Baskerville and Secretary Jane Baskerville for organising this touching ceremony. Thank you again to our Vietnam veterans and your families for your service and sacrifice for our nation, lest we forget.
Thank you. And I call the member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's been 98 days since Labor announced its cruel widow's tax. It's been 98 days since they created this mess. It's been 98 days since they were warned. Labor were warned repeatedly about this horrific tax. 98 days and the Australian public are still waiting for Labor to fix this cruel mess. But while the government delays, the damage is happening to widows now. Banks and financial institutions are already making decisions based on this law. Every day, Labor creates more uncertainty for more Australian families. But who can this tax hit? Who is affected the most? It's a woman who's just lost her husband, who's going through a divorce, a person trying to escape a violent relationship. At the very moment Australians need certainty and compassion, Labor sends them a tax bill. This is why the Coalition has introduced legislation to repeal the widow's tax, and we've gained the support of the crossbenchers. The solution is simple. Fix the harm first. Pass our bill, repeal the widow's tax. Prime Minister, you've had 98 days. This is no longer an oversight. This is a choice. This is a choice which is hurting Australians. So Labor, stop the political games, repeal the widow tax now. This is a cruel tax.
I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, today is Vietnam Veterans Day. We honour the more than 60,000 Australians who served during the Vietnam War and remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice. My dad, John Gosling, served in Vietnam, and today I'm thinking of him, all his mates and all that served with them, in particular Private Robert Jock Buchan, whose name is on the Roll of Honour at the Australian War Memorial. This year also marks 60 years since the Battle of Long Tan. On the 18th of August 1966, Australian and New Zealand soldiers fought a fierce battle in the Long Tan rubber plantation. I've been there. It's a very sacred place, and I thank the Vietnamese government for respecting that place, where 18 Australians were killed and 24 were wounded. In the Northern Territory, we remember Corporal Reg Hillier of the 1st Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment, who was 26 when he was killed in Vietnam. He was the only Territorian to lose his life in that war. We remember those who never came home, those who returned forever changed, and the families who carried the burden of service alongside them. And we honour our Vietnam veterans for their service, but for everything they have contributed to our country in the decades since then, lest we forget.
Member for Nichols.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. One has to wonder what those opposite were thinking when they drafted the budget. Did they draft it knowing what they were doing? No. Did they think about the consequences? Did they consider the impact on people already experiencing the loss of a partner, the end of a relationship, or worse, fleeing domestic violence? At best, the inclusion of a widow's tax was unthinking and terrible policy. At worst, it was a calculated grab for cash from people at their most vulnerable. Right now, banks and financial institutions are already making decisions based on this law, and every day of delay is adding more uncertainty for the people who are already under enormous pressure. At a time when certainty, fairness and support is what they need, they get an unfair tax. Now, the government's had 98 days to fix this, and the Coalition has put forward a bill to repeal the terrible widow tax, and Parliament can fix it right now if the government chooses to join us in what would be a refreshing common sense approach. It's time to repeal the widow tax, but in doing so, maybe reflect on how something so ridiculous found its way into the budget in the first place. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And Member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is Vietnam Veterans Day. 60 years ago today, 105 soldiers from Delta Company, 6th Battalion, Royal Australian Regiment, fought a ferocious battle against 2,000 North Vietnamese and Viet Cong troops. For 3.5 hours in a rubber plantation outside the village of Long Tan, these soldiers faced overwhelming odds in a fierce contest mired in mud, rain and shrapnel. 17 Australians were killed in action and 25 were wounded. One of the wounded would later succumb to his afflictions. The Australian task force had established its base at nearby Nui Dat a few days prior. The Battle of Long Tan was the single deadliest operation since that point. The Vietnam War claimed the lives of 524 Australians. Around 3,000 Australians were physically wounded and many more bear the deep psychological scars of service. Those Australians who served often returned home to a country that didn't always give them the hero's welcome that was given to their predecessors after the World War. They often struggled with the adjustment to civilian life. Today is a day to reflect and commemorate the sacrifice of those Australians who served between 1962 and 1975. I particularly want to acknowledge the significant work of RSL sub-branches, such as the sub-branches from Bundeena and Engadine to Ingleburn in my electorate of Hughes, supporting veteran communities by providing assistance, charity, friendship and commemorative services, including the service held in Engadine this morning. Today we honour all veterans who gave their lives, returned home ill or wounded, lest we forget.
To the member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget is attacking what it means to be Australian. It's hollowing out our middle class. How is it doing that? Well, if you haven't yet had the opportunity to get wealth or assets, you're kept down here. You're kept down here because you're paying higher income tax than anyone's ever paid. You're paying, in some cases, more than double the CGT you would have paid before, and you no longer can negatively gear. Now, if you've already made your wealth, it's entrenched. You're grandfathered, you're protected. You've used a CGT discount. You are, unless you're a widow, a divorcee, or someone fleeing domestic violence. Because if you're one of those people, or you've recently divorced and you've spent 15 years building a modest investment for your retirement, and you're trying to refinance it as part of a divorce, this is a real case going on right now. What happened to this woman? Her pre-approval for this investment was withdrawn. 3 lenders knocked her back, and suddenly she was being faced to sell an asset that she'd spent 15 years building. This isn't hypothetical. This is a woman right now in Australia because this government did not think through its budget. While it was busily hollowing out the middle class of Australia, creating a country of haves and have-nots, they didn't think about divorcees, widows or people fleeing domestic violence. We will fix this.
Member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, fairness demands that our workplace laws keep pace with the way Australians actually work. Back home in Hasluck and across the country, people are earning a living through app-based platforms and other forms of gig work. They deliver the meals, they transport passengers and provide essential services that we are all using every day. But for too long, too many of these workers have faced uncertainty with little bargaining power and inadequate protections when things go wrong, and they do. For 10 years, those opposite did nothing for these workers. I am proud of the Albanese Labor government's Fair Work reforms. Through our closing loophole laws, we have taken steps to ensure gig workers can access minimum standards and stronger protections against unfair treatment. On this side, the basic principle that new technology is not the same excuse for a new form of exploitation is something we accept. Australian unions have been saying this for years. Every worker deserves dignity, respect and a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. The TWU has consistently advocated that workplace laws must respond to insecure work, unpredictable hours and the growing pressures facing workers in a changing online economy. This is what these reforms are about. It's what the TWU has fought for, and people like my good friends Senator Glenn Stoll and Tony Sheldon in the other place, and it's what Labor will continue to deliver for working people in Hasluck.
Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Coercive control is designed to convince a woman she has no choice. Government policy should never make that trap harder to escape. But under Labor's tax changes, a woman leaving an abusive partner could be hit with a tax penalty just for separating their finances. That's Labor's widow and tax on divorcees. The Albanese government was warned about the harm this could cause, and 98 days later, Australians are still waiting for Labor to fix it. Women escaping violence already face enormous financial barriers just to reach safety. The cost of leaving a violent relationship has risen 71% in the past decade. Women are going through so much trying to leave their partner. It's costing over $7,000 for an escape. $7,000 does not buy a fresh start. It barely buys a shot at one. And Labor's support for women leaving violent relationships falls more than $2,000 short. And for many women who do leave, the financial damage follows them out the door. 7 in 10 women who flee leave behind property and assets. Now Treasurer Jim Chalmers says Labor is prepared to fast-track a fix. Prepared to fix it is not good enough. Australians want a date and they want it done, and they want it done now. When will Labor finally clean up the widow tax mess it created? Because no woman should escape her abuser only to find the Albanese government's taxes standing between her and safety. If the government won't fix it, the coalition will certainly step in and offer help, because that's what Australian women deserve.
Deputy Speaker, what makes Australia Australia? One of the things is that waiters and waitresses don't have to live off tips, and that's the way that it should be for hospital workers. But has this been the case for food delivery drivers and Uber drivers? It hasn't. But you know what? The Labor Party changed that this week. And it's fundamentally about whether these drivers had access to a fair pay, whether they had access to minimum wage, whether they had access to basic protections or even accident insurance. And we have done this. So the question that I have for my caucus: should gig workers have basic protections? Absolutely. Should gig workers have a proper wage? Absolutely. Should gig workers have access to accident insurance policies? Absolutely. Guess what? And now these drivers will have a fair wage, a minimum of $31 an hour. But this is where I'll say, did those opposite support these changes? They did not. So, for basic protections for drivers, they said no. For a fair wage, they said no. To accident insurance, they said no. Absolutely outrageous. The Labor Party is the party for workers. We will always back workers, gig workers, all workers. We are the party for workers. We love workers.
Member for Riverina.
Today is Vietnam Veterans Day. And 60 years ago, on this day, in a rubber plantation at Phuoc Tuy province in South Vietnam, 108 of our bravest diggers, showing the spirit of the Anzac, showing that great pride, that long line of khaki that stretches from Gallipoli to right now, took on somewhere in the order of 2,500 enemy. 18 of them fell with their faces to the foe. Our Australians were led by the late, great Harry Smith. And yet you wouldn't think that the greatest battles in front of our veterans would be after they gave up their military uniform, after they re-entered civilian life. But sadly, in 2026, this is the case. And what the government can do to rectify this is to take away the shame. Well, there's no need to interject, Minister, when I am speaking about our veterans. Seriously. Because our veterans deserve better from this government, but that is typical of this government, which has put in an allied health cap on our veterans of $5,000, which doesn't enable our veterans to get the care they need, the psychological help, the physical help. And it's on Labor's head that this is the case, and it should be rectified. It should be taken away, and Labor should do the right thing.
Member for Dunkley has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I firstly want to acknowledge and thank the many people and organisations across Dunkley and beyond who have advocated so strongly for gambling reform. Your determination has motivated me to keep pushing for meaningful action to reduce gambling harm. Gambling harm has a very real impact on individuals, families and communities across Dunkley and Australia. It is a public health challenge, And government has a responsibility to respond with coordinated, evidence-based reform. Since my election in 2024, I have consistently raised the concerns of our community with government, including the Prime Minister and Minister for Communications. I have advocated for stronger restrictions on inducements, commissions and gambling advertising. Today, I welcome government's 14 additional amendments to the Gambling Reform Bill. These measures bring the total number of gambling harm initiatives implemented by this government to more than 30. The amendments include prohibiting direct marketing of inducements to people identified as at risk, banning commissions for referrals, restricting wagering advertising during children's programming, establishing a global advertising opt-out register and establishing a 3-year review. These are the most significant gambling reforms by any federal government ever.
And the Leader of the Opposition has the call.
Deputy Speaker, there will be no widows' tax. Not because Labor wanted it gone, but because the Coalition forced Labor to axe it. It's been 98 days since Labor announced its widows' tax, and for 98 days the government has been warned about the harm it would cause, and they promised to fix it. For 98 days Australians have been left waiting, and every day of delay has caused uncertainty for Australians who are facing the most difficult of circumstances. So yesterday I wrote to the PM and made our position crystal clear. We could not support the changes to the NDIS unless they axed the widows' tax. He caved, cleaning up the mess of his Treasurer, and after 98 days of delay, a tax that should never have been introduced, will be axed. Widows, divorcees, victims of domestic violence should not be forced to pay the financial penalty of a government that cannot control its spending. Widows, divorcees and those victims of domestic violence shouldn't have to pay for Labor's incompetence, Deputy Speaker. But that's what happens when you get a government that is addicted to spending. Now, if the widows' tax is just one of a long list of toxic taxes, if Australians want them all axed, they need to axe this government.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I'll just invite members to take their seats quickly and quietly. I'll just invite the Treasurer to cease interjecting. As members can take their seats quickly and quietly, give the call to the Prime Minister on indulgence.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. As we mark Vietnam Veterans Day, we solemnly remember the 60,000 Australians who went to that war. 60 years after the Battle of Long Tan, our bloodiest battle of the entire conflict, we honour all who fell and all who came home, including the many who struggled to free themselves of war's long shadow. As we do, we also acknowledge that it took us too long as a nation to come to terms with a fundamental truth, that we can disagree with the war without it ever diminishing the profound respect we feel for every single Australian who puts on our uniform and serves in our name. Our respect for the valour, camaraderie, integrity and character of our Vietnam War veterans is coupled with our recognition of the burden they have carried, as have so many of their families. To all who are still with us, and in honour of the memories of those who are not, we say what we should have been saying from the very beginning. We honour you, we respect you, we thank you, lest we forget.
And on indulgence, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. South Vietnam, Phuoc Toi Province, the 18th of August, 1966. D Company, 6th Battalion, the Royal Australian Regiment, 100 men spread across 3 platoons. They enter a rubber plantation near the village of Long Tan at 3 p.m. The Australians find themselves pinned down and outnumbered by a number of well-armed, highly skilled enemies, some 2,000 strong. They fight in a torrential downpour, which hits the red earth and kicks up mud mist, reducing visibility. On the verge of being overrun, the Australians are saved by the guns of the New Zealand artillery battery. And then, as ammunition runs low, 2 RAF helicopters fly a daring mission in atrocious conditions and resupply D Company at the crucial moment. As the Viet Cong prepares for an all-in attack, hope appears on the horizon. And like a friendly cavalry coming over the hill, Australian armoured personnel carriers arrive carrying A Company. The enemy withdraws and the battle ends. At least 245 Viet Cong soldiers have been killed. The men of D Company have endured 3.5 hours of hell against all odds. But not without cost. 17 Australians have fallen, 25 wounded. One would die of wounds just days later. Speaker, the Battle of Long Tan reinforces the courage, the camaraderie and the composure that defines Anzacs in war. And it came to represent Australia's commitment to the Vietnam War. That's why every year on the 18th of August, this day, we commemorate Vietnam Veterans Day. And today, on the 60th anniversary of the Battle of Long Tan, we not only remember those who fought and fell in that fray, we also acknowledge the spirit, the suffering and the sacrifice of all of our Vietnam veterans. Between 62 and 73, some 60,000 Australians served in Vietnam, 15,000 Nashos, men conscripted, who went to war without complaint and served as wholeheartedly as the regulars. The war saw 3,000 Australians wounded and 523 tragically killed, and as we just heard from the Prime Minister, this country did take too long to recognise the sacrifice of our Vietnam veterans. To the warfighters, freedom fighters and heroes of Vietnam, on your day, Vietnam Veterans Day, we remember you, we honour you, we thank you for your service, your suffering, your sacrifice. Lest we forget.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. After 98 days of denial and delay, the government has finally come to its senses. Because of pressure from the coalition, there will be no widow's tax. Why did it take so long for the government to do the right thing?
Order. The Treasurer is warned. No, we're going to hear that. We're going to do it properly. The Leader of the Opposition is going to do his question. If people are going to interject, I've got to hear the question. The Treasurer has the call. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. I really do. We have had draft legislation on this measure out for weeks for consultation. Consultation was due to finish on Friday, and we had, in that context, made it very clear that we would introduce legislation to deal with this issue. And during the debate about tax, Mr. Speaker, those opposite have complained about a lack of consultation up to this point.
There's too much.
They've said that what we should have done is to flag taxes before the budget, which would have, of course, like other tax measures that have an impact on the day that they're announced, would have meant that there was a potential...
Order. Member Barker, there's far too much interjections. Just as I asked for silence from the Leader of the Opposition, I'm asking for silence for the Prime Minister.
Potential for windfall gains. Now, what we were asked to do last night, and it took me a millisecond to say, yep, we're up for that, was to pass our legislation quicker.
Oh, don't make us do that.
That we had put out there for consultation. So I was more than happy to do that.
Don't make us pass our ledge.
As a result of that, and the context here, Mr Speaker, was the NDIS legislation that those opposite are going to vote for, to their credit, because what it will do is make sure that the system is sustainable. They kick that can down the road at a cost to the taxpayer because of a deal that they did in the Senate with the Greens. That is what occurred.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? Order. Members on my left, there's far too much noise. Order. When the House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering a better deal for gig workers, and why is this better than other approaches?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Spence for that question and his many, many years of commitment in advocating for transport workers right around this country. Yeah. This week we saw a historic outcome which has delivered a world-leading minimum standard for platform food delivery drivers, enabled by the Albanese Labor government's workplace reforms. As of yesterday, tens of thousands of food delivery drivers will now have a minimum hourly of pay, and for some that will be a pay boost of up to 25%. Now, this outcome is a result of the Albanese government's world-leading workplace laws, which laid the foundation for gig workers to achieve a guaranteed minimum pay. Our government believes that these workers should not rely on tips to survive, and that's why, under our reforms, the Fair Work Commission has been able to determine a minimum pay and conditions for platform food delivery drivers. And starting this week, Fair Work's decision means that workers who deliver for services such as Uber Eats and DoorDash now have a minimum earnings safety net of $31.30 an hour. And these workers will now have critical protections such as accident insurance, dispute resolution processes and representation rights. Now, yesterday I met with some of these workers here in Parliament House alongside the Transport Workers Union, who have fought tirelessly for these minimum standards. I met with Alexi, who said she was getting paid as low as $15 an hour to rush on her bike from job to job on busy and unsafe roads just to make ends meet. Alexi said that these minimum standards mean she'll finally have certainty that she can pay the rent. I also met with food delivery driver Yusuf, who sometimes works 80 hours a week just to make a living. He told me, there have been many times where I haven't been able to sleep because I worried about not earning a minimum wage, but that all changes now. These minimum standards are a big step in delivering financial certainty for thousands of workers. It means food delivery workers like Alexi and Yusuf will no longer have to trade off flexibility for fair pay and safety. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about how this differs from other approaches, and yes, it does. While our government took protecting these workers as a serious matter, the Liberals, Nationals and One Nation voted against these changes. In fact, the Leader of the Opposition said that these laws were disastrous.
Order.
It is absolutely clear there's only one party on the side of Australian workers, and that's the Labor Party.
Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The National Australia Bank has confirmed Labor's toxic taxes will send rents soaring by 30%. Will the Prime Minister guarantee rents will not go up by 30%?
Order. Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Today, NAB has clarified publicly, to quote the National Australia Bank, this was not a forecast, and it's important to note that we do not forecast rental yields. And a couple of points to make, Mr Speaker, that those opposite seem to have missed. The budget made no changes for people who already negatively gear property. None whatsoever. Arrangements that were in place up to budget night remain grandfathered in. So how could it possibly be the case that you can have this sort of absurd justification? Going forward, of course, negative gearing and the 50% capital gains tax discount can still be used for investment properties, but on new builds. So that when people are investing, they're not only investing in their future wealth and assets, they're investing in the future wealth and assets of the nation. And that is already making a difference.
Order. The Prime Minister will pause. The Leader of the Opposition, point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. Look, the question asked a very simple proposition that the National Australia Bank had put, and it asked whether the Prime Minister was prepared to guarantee that rents won't go up by 30%.
I think the difficulty with that point of order is that the Prime Minister directly dealt with that issue in about the. Just let me finish, Leader of the Opposition. That the quote or comment that you moved, he dealt with that straight away. He's got the remainder for his answer of 1 minute 45 has to remain directly relevant. He can't stray into other topics. He'll have to remain his answer directly relevant to the question he was asked, and he has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And I was asked about NAB, and I've said exactly what NAB said today. And I'm sure perhaps the Australian might clarify its position tomorrow. They might. They might. But that is very clear from NAB. And you can't be clearer, Mr Speaker, and there's a reason for that, of course. Because the budget made no changes for people who already negatively gear property. And it's already making a difference. According to ABS data released on Friday last week, more investors are borrowing to build new homes than ever before. In the June quarter, there was a 27% increase in investor loans for new builds and a 20% increase for construction loans. That is, more investors are borrowing for new builds and more new builds are being constructed by developers. That is happening. And that's precisely what the aim of the policy was to do. The aim of the policy was to assist with housing supply, because we know that housing supply is absolutely critical. The ultimate aspiration for any Australian is to own their own home, and backing that aspiration is what our reforms are about. And throughout all of this debate, I haven't heard one person, perhaps the Leader of the Opposition might be the one, who thinks that the housing system is working. Exactly right. None. It is a broken housing system that we inherited, and we're fixing it to give young people a fair crack.
The call to the honourable member for Gorton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering real change for working people, including those in the gig economy? Are there any alternative approaches that would undermine the wages and conditions of Australian workers?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Gorton for her question. And yesterday, our world-leading protections for Australia's gig economy workers came into force, a source of great pride for those on this side of the House, delivering real change for thousands of working people, people who don't have a lot of power in their workplaces by definition, the people who are delivering food or delivering products to someone's door, contribute to make life easier for Australians, but they don't have a great deal of industrial power. What it took was a government prepared to act on their behalf.
That's right.
Minimum standards, minimum wages, protecting the Australian way of a fair day's wage for a fair day's work, something that Labor has fought for since 1891. Now, the fact is that our economy has changed, and there are great benefits for Australians of getting things delivered right to your door. And that flexibility is a good thing. But just because jobs and industries change and adapt doesn't mean that working people deserve less protection or lower wages. Because when change happens, it's up to us to shape it for the better. For too long, delivery drivers in the gig economy fell through the cracks. No fair pay, no sick leave, no basic protections, and that happened because of those loopholes. And put simply, at times it not only wasn't fair, it's outright dangerous, because we know of the examples of people, delivery drivers, who've lost their lives because they're trying to get from A to B in 15 minutes for something that should take 25 or 30. So taking risks, literally losing their lives, is what has occurred. And that's why we passed this closing loopholes legislation, to make sure that every worker gets a fair go. And whilst we fought for and delivered that change, those opposite, the Liberals and the Nationals, did everything that they could to stop it.
That's right.
They voted against the legislation. They argued against the decision. They said reforming the industry was just too complicated. They chose to ignore the problem, and then they argued against fairness. That is their playbook. Labor chooses a different path. We choose to act, we choose to back working people, and we choose to deliver real change.
Before I call the member for Calare, I'll just do some acknowledgements and welcomes to the Parliament. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is the Honourable David Janetsky MP, the Treasurer, Minister for Energy and Minister for Home Ownership in the Queensland Parliament. I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are representatives of Youth Off the Streets, including CEO Judy Barraclough, Chairperson Anne Fitzgerald and Ambassador Tony Stewart, a former Deputy Speaker in the Legislative Assembly, as guest of the member for Blaxland. I see Graham Perrott, the former member for Moreton. Hopefully we'll stay for question time. And members of the Manham Lions Club from the member for Barker's electorate, including Barry Burdett OAM and Joy Burdett, Malcolm and Gloria Ram, and Brenton and Denise Forrest. Welcome to you all to question time. I give the call to the honourable member for Calare.
To the Prime Minister. On the 30th of June, I stood in this House and asked when we would see federal funding for more lanes over the closed Convict Bridge on the Great Western Highway and an ongoing business support package. Since that time, we've seen accidents, detours and road closures seemingly on a daily basis. In fact, I was at the Donnybrook Hotel just recently and business is down by 60%. Prime Minister, when will we see some federal funding for more lanes over the closed Convict Bridge and an ongoing business support package?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Calare for his question and for his strong advocacy. Together with the member for Macquarie, they have both been relentless in pursuing these issues. Of course, as the member for Macquarie is aware, and I'm sure the member for Calare as well, we have had discussions with the New South Wales government about these issues. I've raised it very directly with Premier Minns and Minister King, who I'll ask to respond further on this, has also been deeply involved with the local community in addressing these issues.
The call to the Minister for Infrastructure.
Thanks, and thanks very much to the member for the question, and I too acknowledge both your and the member for Macquarie's advocacy on this. I understand this has had a really huge impact on the businesses, and I again thank you for drawing the House's attention to that. I've been briefed regularly by New South Wales Minister Aitchison as the New South Wales Government is managing the closure and the delivery of works. I can confirm that Minister Aitchison has written directly to me seeking a Commonwealth funding contribution towards the project. We welcome the opportunity to partner with the New South Wales Government, and I will have more to say very, very shortly. The New South Wales Government has announced they will enter into an alliance contract with Seymour White to deliver a new and more durable crossing at Mitchell's Causeway. Construction on parts of that has already started, and the road is expected to reopen in the second quarter of next year. The New South Wales Government, I understand, on Friday announced an expanded package of support for local businesses affected by the closure, including increasing grants up to $25,000 for the most impacted businesses and expanding eligibility for assistance. And I know they are acutely aware of the significance of the issue. These announcements providing communities with some better certainty about what to expect in terms of the reopening. We do know that this is a very important issue for both of your electorates, but for the Blue Mountains community in particular, and we'll have more to say shortly.
Call to the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering real change by helping people under pressure here and now, while taking action to set Australia up for the future?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Lingiari for her question and for her advocacy on behalf of that fantastic part of Australia in the Northern Territory. And it was a pleasure to be with the member for Lingiari and the member for Solomon as well, on the Tiwi Islands just a short time ago. We are dealing with the challenges that we face here and now and doing it in a way that sets Australia up for the future. This is how Labor governs. Easing cost of living pressures, progressing real reform, delivering real change. And that's what has driven our reforms to secure the National Disability Insurance Scheme for future generations. Making sure that the scheme is sustainable is absolutely essential to continue for it to have that life-changing impact for Australians who need it well into the future. And that's why as well we're delivering the strongest ever reforms to tackle gambling harm, making it easier to switch off gambling ads online, breaking the connection between wagering and sport, minimising children's exposure to gambling ads, and strengthening rules around inducements. And I thank the Parliament for coming together to deliver these reforms. People have engaged constructively right across the chamber, and that is a good thing. That is the way that the Parliament should work. These important generational reforms are part of our broader agenda that is making a real difference. It is a fact that we still have today more fuel in Australia than we had on February 28, when this crisis began with the war in the Middle East. Now, that has been achieved by the government working with the private sector through the EFA reforms, and is an example as well of, with the announcement that we've made about potential new fuel refinery and other measures as well on sustainable fuels, is all about how do we also deal with those longer-term sustainability issues. And last week we hit the milestone of 500,000 cheaper home batteries installed. I was in the electorate of Mitchell last week, was very pleased to be there, which is where, of course, most of these home batteries are going in the outer suburbs and in the regions. In addition, the minimum standards and minimum wages for gig economy workers, we introduced our new ledge delivering wage justice for early childhood workers, and of course last week we found that the gender pay gap is at a new record low. This is what delivering real change looks like, helping people under pressure here and now while taking action to set Australia up for the future.
Give a call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. Yesterday, the Minister said she was damn proud of Labor's broken promises on capital gains tax and negative gearing. Is the Minister damn proud of making millions of Australians pay more for rent?
give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thanks so much, Speaker.
Order. Before the Minister starts, the House is going to come to order. The member for Moncrieff was heard in silence when she asked her question. She started interjecting straight away when she sat down. To responding to ministers, I don't know who did it. Whoever's interjecting on this side then, no point pointing, I didn't hear what this, otherwise I would have warned that person as well. Okay, well, so we're just, if everyone can just cool it, we'll just hear from the Minister. The Minister has the call.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I really appreciate this question from the member for Moncrieff because it's a broad one that allows me to go a little bit back to basics with the Parliament about what's happened to housing in our country. Speaker, we have got a housing crisis in our country that has been building for 40 years. This is a crisis today which is hurting literally millions of people who live in our country. Speaker, we see that for renters who are living with a housing insecurity and rising rents in a way that should never be happening in a country like Australia. We see it for young people who are desperate to get into their own home, who are doing all the right things, saving, working hard, and yet watching that opportunity go further and further away from them. And Speaker, if we want to get to the absolute worst aspect of this crisis, we see it everywhere in our streets of suburbs, where a rising number of Australians are literally without a roof over their head. Now, Speaker, I have a pretty traditional view. We got into this parliament to solve the big problems facing our country. And there is not a single person behind me who looks at that situation and says, we're not going to do anything about that. Speaker, I say this really clearly to you. This is a situation hurting millions of people. Those opposite are the only people in the country that cannot see we've got a broken housing market in this nation. And I've talked to the Parliament about some of the examples previously. We've had 400% house price growth in this country in the last 25 years, and those opposite don't want to do anything about that. They just want to let that continue, Speaker, while we watch aspiration and ambition fade away for younger generations of Australians. Speaker, we have got polling which shows us that 81% of Gen Z...
Order. The Minister will pause. The Manager on a point of order.
Thanks, Speaker. And the question was a little bit broad, but it was focused on rents. And we haven't heard rents mentioned once.
Not once.
Not once. And I think it does... No. I was being helpful by saying it was a little bit broad. But she can't mention the word rents.
The manager can be helpful by resuming his seat. Thank you. You don't need a lot of commentary with points of order, as the manager knows, but he's made his point. The Leader of the House on a further point of order. To the point of order.
I'm not sure how much more I can add than what the manager gave up himself. But the first half of the question made everything from yesterday's question relevant by referring to yesterday's question. So that of itself completely broadens this out.
Yeah, the question contained yesterday, the Minister said, so that's going to be reflected in her answer. Speaker Wallace on the 24th of November 2021 dealt with this issue. Well, when the question was very open-ended, it talked about the Minister's or Prime Minister's position, so we'll have to follow that example as well. Order. So if you get a broad question, I think everyone's been here long enough to realise there will be a fairly broad answer, but so far the Minister is being directly relevant regarding the comments she was asked yesterday. She was asked about rents in terms of that question, so the Leader of the Opposition, when I'm trying to deal with an issue, it is not helpful for you to continually to be interjecting on me, as you're doing now. So don't interject while I'm speaking, because I'm trying to assist, just as the manager was, the running of the House.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And I just say to those opposite, It helps when you come to the dispatch box on questions like this to have a leg to stand on. And I just remind those opposite that they had 9 years in office. They did not raise Commonwealth rent assistance once in the time that they were in office. They didn't do anything about rental standards. In fact, Speaker, remember, they were so checked out of housing that for most of that 9 years, they didn't even have a Commonwealth Housing Minister. And I say very directly to the renters of this country, Speaker, they have never fought for you for a single day that I've been in this parliament. We're addressing challenges in our housing market to help renters across this country get the thing they want most of all, and that is a real chance at home ownership.
Not happy with the level of interjection, particularly from the member for Page, who was yelling during that answer to the minister. You are now warned. If the member for Page interjects one more time, he will not remain here for question time, and there will be consequences for his actions. Okay, we'll move to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government tackling gambling harms, and why is it important to strike a balanced package of reforms?
We call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Boothby for her question and for her conscientious leadership in this very complex policy area. Mr Speaker, many times the Prime Minister or I have stood here and noted that no government has gone further to protect Australians from gambling harm. And today the government is pleased to note that we are going even further. And that's because the Albanese Labor government is a government that listens and a government that delivers real change for Australians. As we have listened, we have heard that many Australians having a bet is a bit of fun, but for some it can become a trap from which they cannot escape. For many of us in our electorate offices or in public, we have heard that inducements can quickly turn toxic for someone when gambling is no longer just a bit of fun. And because of that, along with all of my parliamentary colleagues here, I stood with delegates at our national conference to unanimously back more action to reduce the harm of inducements. Following productive discussions with the Coalition, both sides of the Parliament have agreed to work together to bring additional amendments that make our reforms even stronger. The further amendments we have agreed to include banning inducements for 14 days after signing up with a gambling company, banning inducements on all red flag customers, banning inducements for 3 months after a person deregisters from BetStop, and banning commissions to staff or affiliates based on customer activity. Mr Speaker, gambling companies know who to target to bet more. These amendments will require them to use that intelligence to identify and protect potentially vulnerable customers. On advertising, we will also be stepping up protections. We will enshrine current protections through the Commercial Television Industry Code of Practice into law, and we will extend them to online streaming services. This means restrictions on gambling ads online will match those for broadcast, with the cap now starting at 5 a.m. The rules that are now in place for advertising during children's shows will also be enshrined in law. We will also extend the blackout of gambling ads before live sport from 5 to 15 minutes.
Order.
For services subject to the triple lock system, the opt-out choice must be displayed prominently so people can make an informed choice. We are also providing further choice for Australians by introducing a wagering advertising opt-out register, a single mechanism for people who choose not to see gambling ads to have it applied across all of their online services. This is a strong, comprehensive, balanced package, and I thank my colleagues, parliamentarians and stakeholders for their engagement throughout this process. These reforms will deliver real action to protect Australians from gambling harm, whilst also ensuring we strike the right balance. I thank those of us who have walked with us to finalise these important comprehensive package of reforms. I particularly thank the Shadow Communications Minister in the other place who has worked constructively with us. Politics often revolves around conflict, but days like these shows us we can work together to deliver.
The member for Casey has been interjecting too many times for the House's benefit, so I shall warn him as well. So the member for Page and the member for Casey are now on warnings. I'll give the call now to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. On Labor's watch, median capital city rents have soared
from $470 per week to $690 per week. Will the minister guarantee rents will not go up by 30% because of Labor's toxic taxes?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And with regard to the number that you've asserted there, I just point you in the direction of the PM's comments and the clarification from National Australia Bank today. Speaker, Labor has a long-standing concern for Australian renters and our passion for addressing the issues in Australia's housing market. It is really about them. Speaker, this share of our population, in many ways, they are bearing the brunt of 40 years of policy failures in housing. Speaker, they're in a situation where they're insecure in many of their tenancies, rents are going up too fast and too frequently, and for many of them, Speaker, they live with that agonising experience of the thing they want most of all, which is home ownership, moving further and further away from them. And Speaker, that is why our government has the boldest and most comprehensive housing policy of a Commonwealth government in 70 years, Speaker. What do renters of this country need? They need us to build more homes. They need help with Commonwealth rent assistance, as our government has lifted it by 50%. They need improved rental standards, which our Prime Minister has negotiated with every Premier and Territory leader, and they need a realistic pathway into home ownership. Now, Speaker, I might just really politely point out to the Parliament, our government is doing all these things. Those opposite largely want to undo them all and create an unfair housing market for Australia's renters. Now, Speaker, with regard to the impact of the tax changes on renters, the Parliament is also very well versed in this. We talked about this in Budget Week. The Treasury has looked at the government's policy and the advice is there will be a negligible impact on rents. Why is that the case? You just heard it from the Prime Minister, Speaker, and I remind the Parliament again that for everyone who was a landlord on budget night, they continue to get access to negative gearing because of our decision to grandfather the arrangements. And in fact, Speaker, it goes broader than that. If you owned a property as of budget night, then you are able to continue to access these concessions. Speaker, our policies will also get more rental households out of the rental market and into home ownership. 75,000 renters will get that opportunity, and more renters we're also building more homes for renters. Now, Speaker, there's going to be a lot of politics about this debate. I think the fact that the Liberal Party of Australia is expecting us to believe that they care about renters is really telling us about the politics here.
The Minister will pause. Order. Members on my left. The member for Parkes can leave the chamber under 94A. This continual non-stop interjecting is just not acceptable for the House. There are norms that we all need to follow, and that kind of behaviour is not acceptable. Order. The manager now has the call.
And it goes to relevance. This was a much tighter question, and it was asking about a guarantee. Will you guarantee they won't go up by 30%?
Order. The Leader of the House on the point of order.
To the point of order, Mr Speaker, the Minister was comparing and contrasting briefly on the exact topic that was in the question.
Yes, she has entitled to do some compare and contrast about the government's position, but that can't be the remainder for her answer, which I'm sure she will adhere to. She has 30 seconds and she was asked a specific question, so I'll ask her to return to the question and be directly relevant.
Speaker, there are going to be lots of political points made about the situation facing renters, and what I'd ask Australian renters to do is actually not listen to the politicians, listen to the people and organisations that exist only to protect the renters of this country. And I want to read a quote for you from Everybody's Home. They say rents have been surging for years. They say rents have been surging for years, partly because investor tax breaks have been fuelling the housing crisis. The idea we should be doing more of the same is an insult to the intelligence of renters across this country.
Give the call to the honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health, Ageing, Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme. How is the Albanese Labor government securing the future of the National Disability Insurance Scheme? Why is it important to protect the NDIS so that it will be there to support future generations of Australians?
We call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope you don't mind, Speaker, me also giving a shout-out to my dad and fellow Vietnam veterans on this important day. But thank you to the member for Macarthur. He's an experienced paediatrician who knows more about childhood development and disability, I think, than anyone else in this building. And he knows that the NDIS is one of Australia's great modern reforms. In just 15 years, it's gone from literally a dream of generations of activists to a cherished institution. It's transformed lives profoundly, it's made our country better, and it's put Australia at the vanguard, Speaker, with the NDIS genuinely the centrepiece of the most comprehensive suite of supports for people with disability you'll find anywhere on the planet. But, Speaker, it's grown too big, it's costing far too much, and it's become a soft target for shonks and crooks, Mr Speaker. For months now, I've said that this simply can't go on. And more importantly, I've said that we simply can't afford for the NDIS to fail. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that today the Senate will consider, and I'm confident, pass our plan to get the NDIS back on track, to set down the clearest possible path to a secure, sustainable future for the world's best disability insurance scheme. Now, I know this is hard reform and I know it's causing anxiety in parts of the community, Speaker, but it is essential. And I want to thank the many, many people through the inquiries and elsewise who have engaged in a frank and constructive way to make this bill the best possible version it can be. This House has already passed 30 amendments to the bill with government support, and today we'll be moving 33 additional amendments in the other place to clarify aspects of the package, to provide detail around the commitments we made from the start, to ensure there are protections for participants with high support needs or who require 24/7 care, and to further tighten protections around fraud and integrity and inducements, frankly, which have been too loose for far too long, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the Shadow Minister, the member for Lindsay, particularly for her engagement on those amendments around fraud and integrity, but more broadly for her firm but constructive approach to trying to reach a bipartisan position on these essential reforms. There is still much to do, even after this bill passes, Mr Speaker. This parliament should be deeply proud of everything the NDIS does every single day for hundreds of thousands of Australians. But these changes will ensure that it can provide that same security, dignity and support for decades to come.
Call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel. Yesterday, after repeated refusals, the Minister finally agreed to meet with veterans over his cruel cap on their care. This morning, one of those veterans, former Air Force fighter jet pilot Dr Tim Nelson, said this about the Minister's behaviour in that meeting. He walked into the room, refused to shake our hand, sat down with his arms crossed and rolled his eyes. Will the Minister please apologise for disrespecting veterans by rolling his eyes at Australian heroes?
The call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his question, and I thank those veterans for meeting with me yesterday afternoon. And I acknowledge that I got it wrong in not agreeing to meet with them last week when that initial request came in. I own that, and I met with them and I heard them last night. When I came into that room and I met with them and they were sitting down, I said, "Relax, and I want to hear what you want to tell me." And I was very clear about listening to them. I don't agree with the characterisation that you have just outlined, and I shook the hands of those people who attended that meeting as we finished that meeting, to be clear. And I was grateful for the information that they imparted to me, given the diverse range of experience that they had both medically and as veterans. And I, of course, take all of that feedback on board, as we will take on the feedback as part of our consultation process in making sure that the way in which this change to allied health services that enables better payment and higher payments to providers so that there's better access for veterans, to make sure it operates with no gap in care. And as I said to them last night, and I've said with every veteran group that I've met with after this announcement, it has always been the government's intention to make sure there is no gap in service provision where it's clinically required, and we want to make sure that we get that right. And as I also said to them, and have also said many times, I understand that there is a distrust of the DVA's capacity to deliver that. I get that.
Order.
I stood at this dispatch box in one of the first speeches I gave as minister to apologise for the failures of DVA in the past, and we've been fixing that and making that better. And we are not trying to make things worse. We want to make sure we deliver a change that makes allied health care access easier for veterans, with a different approach, but with no gap in service provision. I was very happy to hear their thoughts on that, and we ask all veterans and service providers to engage in that consultation process to make sure that we get it right, to improve that standard of care for our veterans.
Call to the member for Rena on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, I'm just seeking leave to table a transcript of a press conference this morning with the version of events from the veterans who outlined what they felt was disrespect in that meeting with the minister.
The Leader of the House. Thanks. Give a call to the honourable member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Why and how is the Albanese government strengthening universal superannuation, and how does this compare to other approaches?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Banks not just for his question but for his unwavering support for Australia's world-leading superannuation system. And that's the difference in this parliament, Mr Speaker, because this side of the House is delivering real change to boost wages and cut taxes and also boost retirement incomes by strengthening the superannuation system. Those opposite don't support the superannuation system as it stands, and that's because they don't support Australian workers, Mr Speaker. The thing that they have in common, whether they're Liberals, Nationals or One Nation, is they don't support super because they don't support workers. Now, this side of the House, in delivering that real change, recognises the fundamental and essential role played by universal superannuation and especially preservation when it comes to economic security and decent retirement incomes for millions of Australian workers. That's why we boosted the super guarantee to 12%. It's why we're paying super on paid parental leave. It's why we're paying super on payday, Mr Speaker. It's why we legislated the objective of super. And I think one of the most important things that we've done is in increasing the low-income super tax offset, we are boosting the superannuation and the retirement incomes of 1.3 million Australian workers on the lowest incomes. And the reason I finished there, Mr Speaker, is because when this parliament was given the opportunity to boost super for low-income workers in this country, those opposite voted against it. They voted for less super for more than 1 million Australian workers, and that's because they've got form. When it comes to coming after workers, coming after wages, voting against tax cuts for Australian workers and undermining the superannuation that workers need and deserve in this country, Mr Speaker. Now, ever since the mid-1990s, when the current National President of the Liberal Party, a fellow by the name of Tony Abbott, described superannuation as a con job, that has been the prevailing view in the Liberal Party, the National Party and now One Nation as well, Mr Speaker. And that's why the next election will be a referendum on the superannuation system, on whether workers in this country can continue to benefit from universal superannuation with preservation at its core, or whether we will see the end of 4 decades of super being an essential part of the retirement incomes of Australian workers and taking the pressure off the pension, Mr Speaker. So the battle lines are drawn over superannuation, Mr Speaker. This side of the House not just defending super from those opposite, but strengthening it where we can to give the workers of this country the retirement incomes and the economic security that they need and deserve.
The call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Sport and Communications. Much of Australia's regional sporting infrastructure is community-owned, outdated and not fit for purpose. Given the gambling industry's enormous profits from sports betting, would the government consider legislating gambling companies to finance a community benefit round to deliver much-needed regional sporting infrastructure in the regions?
Call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Mayo for her question. The Federal Sports Ministry delivers about $500 million just over worth of sport funding to various grassroots through to high-performance programs across the country. Usually we work hand in hand with the Minister for Infrastructure through Thriving Suburbs or regional funding where regional sport infrastructure is required. And I also work closely with our state sport ministers who usually have carriage of both sport and sport infrastructure funding through, for example, the Queensland Gambling Community Benefits Fund to make sure that the priority projects across federal and state are funded appropriately. The $200 million Play Our Way program, which the Albanese government pioneered last term, was the most significant. In fact, it was double the amount of funding that had ever been provided to regional and sporting community infrastructure. I note and agree with you that we had fivefold the number of requests that came in for the pot of money that we were able to give out within budget constraints. So let me agree with you that there is demand there. It's really important for social cohesion. We as governments, both state and federal, use sport as a mechanism to help lots of other policy areas, be it social cohesion through to things in the regions, and I will always continue to advocate for more funding to do great things in sport from grassroots through to high performance. So I guess stay tuned because this will always be under consideration as we go through the usual budget processes.
Call to the Assistant, the Minister for the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, my question is to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering real change with a fairer, more equitable and more sustainable superannuation system for Australian workers? And are there any risks to this approach?
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
Speaker, I thank the member for Gellibrand for his question and I acknowledge his time throughout his time in this place championing superannuation and supporting measures that will strengthen Labor's big reforms in that area. The Albanese Labor government is delivering real change to ensure that Australia's superannuation system is fairer, more equitable, more sustainable and works for the people it was designed to serve. We have boosted the low-income superannuation tax offset to support low-income workers. These changes will benefit 1.3 million Australians. These benefits all workers with incomes between $28,000 and $45,000, with an average increase in the Listo payment of $410. Those workers could receive a potential benefit at retirement of around $15,000, depending on their individual income over their career. These are real benefits. We have better targeted superannuation concessions to improve the sustainability of the system, while preserving concessions that benefit millions of Australians. We are also closing loopholes to ensure superannuation serves its intended purpose and that the law does not work against victim survivors. No perpetrator of family violence should benefit from their victims' superannuation death benefits. That is why this government has committed to reforms to prevent perpetrators accessing those benefits. Again, these are real reforms that strengthen the system. Earlier this year, we legislated the Survivors Law to close a loophole that enabled convicted perpetrators of child sexual abuse to shield their assets in super. These are important reforms that strengthen the integrity and confidence of the super system. But our work continues. Tomorrow, I will announce further reforms to strengthen consumer protections for Australia's retirement savings. These measures will improve protections for members and help ensure the super system delivers for those who really need it. Taken together, these reforms reflect a simple principle, that superannuation should reward work, support retirement, protect the vulnerable and operate in the interests of members. In contrast, the Liberals, Nationals and One Nation have made it abundantly clear they don't support universal superannuation. Some of those opposite half-heartedly say they support it, but the Shadow Treasurer says it's idiocy and Senator Bragg says it's the worst decision since Federation. Well, if super has friends like that, who needs enemies? On this side of the House, we know that Australians work hard, they play by the rules and they deserve a fair go in retirement. Whether it's supporting low-income earners, better targeting tax concessions or closing loopholes, the Albanese Labor government is strengthening superannuation at every stage, because we believe that if Australians work hard, play by the rules and save for their future, they deserve dignity, security and independence that comes with a good retirement.
Call to the honourable member for Herbert.
Thank you, Speaker, and to the veterans here today, I see you. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs. Earlier this year, the Minister had to be dragged kicking and screaming to restore funding to Doug and Kay Baird, the parents of slain Victoria Cross recipient Cameron Baird VC MG. Yesterday, the Minister had to be dragged kicking and screaming to meet with veterans about his cruel cuts to their allied healthcare. Will you now do the right thing, Minister, and scrap the $5,000 allied health cap?
Call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Mr Speaker, I thank the member for his question, and I really look forward to him and members of the opposition and the veteran community and the allied health professional community and our ex-service organisations engaging in the consultation around how we ensure better access to allied health care. At the moment, we have a situation where people accessing allied health care have to continually go back for further and further referrals. And we want to make sure that we make that easier for our veterans, and we also want to make sure that there continues to be practitioners across the allied health environment that will service our veterans, because we've continually had the complaint that the fees that we are paying to them have not been sufficient for them to keep servicing our veteran community. And so we've been looking to address that as part of our measure.
Order. The Minister is being directly relevant to the question, so he was talking about the issue that he was directly asked. It's going to be difficult to raise a point of order when he's explaining his position on the question he was asked about. Member for Herbert.
Speaker, it is on relevance because he was talking about times to see allied health, not about a cap. The cap's the problem. No,
Okay,
it's not the same.
Resume your seat. Yeah. Resume your seat. As I said, the Minister, I can compel the Minister to be directly relevant. He was asked about a range of things before he got to the question about meeting veterans and the allied healthcare arrangements. So there's quite a little bit in this question that he's entitled to be answered directly relevant. He is being directly relevant.
The government announced changes to allied healthcare in an effort to improve access to allied healthcare by ensuring that we are attracting more allied health professionals into providing those services to support our veterans. That means changing from a system of continual regular referrals and GP visits to a $5,000 threshold where there will be an alternative process for approval for all those veterans that have a clinical need that may be above that. Recognising that the overwhelming majority of our veteran community go nowhere near that amount of use of allied healthcare, and it also allows us to make sure that we're improving the nature of treatment and care for our veteran community. As we've been clear, the way in which that process will operate for those smaller number of veterans that may use over that, where they may have complex needs, and we recognise that. We're engaging with, we will be releasing a discussion paper shortly to fulfil that consultation process, engaging directly with veterans, and I look forward to the Shadow Minister's feedback as well as those of veterans, our ESOs and our practitioners.
Order. We'll give the call to order. We'll give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering real change for Australian women and families? What are the risks to this?
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thanks so much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank our Whip and the member for Lawler for her fantastic question. In her electorate, more than 2,600 parents benefited from paid parental leave just last year. Mr Speaker, on this side, we've always been for women being paid more when they're working and caring for their families, and paid more in superannuation when they retire too. Of course, those opposite share a very different position. On this side, we back higher wages. We've got the lowest gender pay gap in Australian history, and we back women's retirement incomes. On retirement, we back the low-income super tax offset. We back payday super for earlier, more frequent employer contributions. And in the last year, we have been paying superannuation on paid parental leave, and that has made an absolutely huge difference to women's retirement incomes. In the first year of paying super on paid parental leave, around 200,000 people have benefited. There's an estimated $285.5 million extra in their superannuation because of that. So a woman with a median superannuation balance would be around $5,400 better off in retirement because of this. Now, a lot of people have more than one child, so let's take an example. Let's call her Charlie Sue. She has 2 children when she's 30 and 33. Because of our changes to paid parental leave, when she retires, she would have an estimated $10,400 more in her superannuation because of that change that we have made. On this side, we want people, mums in particular, to have more in their super. On that side, they're determined that people will get less superannuation. Those opposite say that workers are lazy, they should be paid less, they should be easier to sack.
The Minister will pause. The member for Goldstone has injected 9 times in this answer alone. This continual, non-stop interjecting on every answer is unacceptable. You'll leave the chamber under 94A. Don't act surprised if you're going to continually be interjecting all throughout question time. I give people a fair go, but you cannot just continue to keep interjecting non-stop. It's not fair for the person answering the question, asking the question, or anyone else in the chamber. Minister in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Those opposite keep saying people should be able to take more out of their super. Well, if someone aged 30 takes 20 grand out of their super, they're $93,000 worse off in retirement. That's their plan. And don't forget, when they were last in government, they're now Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, whatever her title is. She said people should take money out of their super to escape domestic violence. That was their proposal when they were last in government. We've made the leaving violence payment permanent and legislated 10 days paid domestic violence leave. That's what we've done to help people who are leaving a violent situation. They say they should be using their superannuation to leave domestic violence. Mr Speaker, we back higher super, they're for cutting it.
Concluded. With a call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is for the Minister for Aged Care. Last night on Four Corners, Professor Cathy Eager described the algorithm which determines home care packages as fundamentally flawed and argued the government should ditch it and start over. People regularly approach me with concerns about access to home care, and now people are concerned that the assessment tool is just wrong. Will the government establish a mandatory automated decision-making framework, including human oversight, as recommended by the Robodebt Royal Commission, to improve public confidence and trust?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question. Can I firstly address some of those issues that she's raised around the integrated assessment tool? The integrated assessment tool is part of the single assessment system, which was a key recommendation of the Royal Commission. And this is about delivering a system that is efficient, accurate and fair, so that no matter where in Australia someone lives or who does their assessment, they are always treated equitably. The IAT standardises the way that older Australians are assigned funding and a priority level for support at home through a classification system and a prioritisation system. It was developed using data from 20,000 assessments across diverse demographics and refined with direct input from our outstanding assessment workforce before going live. It supports assessors to make and record their subjective clinical judgment about the older person and their circumstances. The aged care rules are then applied objectively and equally to those clinical inputs to determine the outcomes in a fair and consistent way. Now, this government has always said that we'd watch very closely as these reforms roll out. The Royal Commission found that the former government's priority was the minimum commitment that it could get away with. But ours is guided by the rights of older Australians and their ongoing lived experience of the system. That's why last month I announced our government's plan to establish a new legislated escalation pathway so that outcomes of the aged care integrated assessment tool can be changed in extenuating circumstances. In the small number of cases where a person's complex circumstances are not fully captured by the assessment tool, under the new pathway, their assessment can be escalated to the system governor and adjusted if necessary so they get appropriate care.
The Leader of the
Our
Nationals
escalation
is
pathway will be
those
the practical, responsible protection the system needs without compromising the care of older people. This change is in addition to the change we made earlier this year to amend the prioritisation system's queue rate in order to reduce the wait times of a person assessed as high priority from just over 2 months on average to just over 1 month. And our changes to ensure people with MND are automatically treated as urgent. Minister Butler and I have also directed the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing to undertake a rapid review of the support at home prioritisation mechanism to make sure that the right people are being fast-tracked for the care that is desperately needed. While this work is occurring, importantly, the median wait time from request to completion of these assessments is consistently under 1 month. Mr Speaker, we promised older Australians that we would rebuild the aged care system that we inherited in tatters, and that's exactly what our government is focused on doing.
Call to the honourable member for Braddon.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. How is the Albanese Labor government working with state and territory governments and with industry in order to support the response to the detection of H5 bird flu in Australia?
The call to the Minister for Agriculture, the Minister for Fisheries and the Minister for Forestry.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank our fabulous member for Braddon, and I know that the member for Braddon has been closely following the H5 bird flu outbreak, and she now has obviously some detections in her electorate, quite a number in Tasmania. And I do want to reassure the House and the public that our response has been swift and coordinated, and that's because of the early investments that we made, the $113 million, to making sure we were as prepared as we possibly could be, and our response capability on the ground with the states and territories is what it should be. But I'm pleased to update the House that the vaccine rollout that I announced last week is progressing, as guided by an agreed national approach and the technical advice of the experts, with states and territories identifying the priority species for vaccination. Over the weekend, the New South Wales Government has announced priority species identified for potential vaccinations in New South Wales, and they include little penguins and the regent honeyeaters. This builds, of course, on the announcements last week from the Western Australian Government about its vaccination trial of threatened cockatoos at the Perth Zoo, including the Carnabies, the Bordens and the forest red-tailed black cockatoos. The Tasmanian Government, of course, has indicated that it will prioritise the vaccination of the orange-bellied parrots. And I'm pleased to advise the House an update today. The Victorian Government has now commenced the vaccinations of little penguins at Phillip Island and will then do St Kilda. As I have said, the vaccinations are one part of Australia's bird flu response, but strong biosecurity remains our strongest line of defence. The technical advice that our government has received is that as bird flu becomes more widespread in the wildlife, counting individual confirmed birds no longer gives us the clearest picture of where the disease is spreading. And that's why our reporting of the bird flu detections has now evolved from individual cases to focus on H5 events. And over the weekend, our government launched a new national reporting dashboard on birdflu.gov.au. This dashboard collates the data provided by the states and territories. It shows where the disease is spreading, which species are affected, and the number of events in each area. This allows people on the ground to easily understand and see where the bird flu is in Australia. I can report that there have now been over 250 events in Australia of the H5 bird flu. and Australians can be assured that our government will continue to update the public as regularly as we can as things change. I want to again thank the Australian public for reporting sick birds, and I can advise that we've now had over 22,000 calls to the national hotline. And I want to reiterate that there remains no detection of our bird flu in the poultry or agricultural systems, and that the risk to human health remains low. If you see sick or dead birds, please do not touch them, avoid contact, record what you see and go to birdflu.gov.au.
Call to the Prime Minister.
I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper, and Mr Speaker, I do want to thank the Minister for the extraordinary job that she's doing on this. Thank the opposition for the fact that this is a bipartisan issue. This is a real challenge for our nation, and for those people out there, whether they be farmers, whether they be people in the general public who are making these reports, this is truly a moment where the national interest is coming to the fore, and we are doing extraordinarily well under what is difficult circumstances.
And the Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives to associate himself.
Thank you, Speaker. On indulgence, I want to thank the Prime Minister for his kind words, but also the Minister in particular for last week organising a briefing for all members of Parliament, members and senators who attended, were able to receive some up-to-date information which helped them pass on information to their constituents. And there was one aspect of the briefing last week which I know the Minister has taken on board, that many Australians are very passionate about our native wildlife, and the trauma associated with seeing these dead birds is an issue that we as a Parliament are going to need to be cognizant of in the weeks and months ahead. It is traumatic for a lot of people who love the wildlife in their own communities, and we'll be doing everything we can to make sure we minimise the impact on Australians. And in relation to our agricultural sector, I again agree with the Minister that there is no reason for Australians to have any concerns about consuming Australian poultry and eggs, and the agricultural sector and local authorities are working diligently to make sure we minimise the risk of any bird flu reaching the agricultural sector. So I thank the House.
I thank the member. Call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Order if members can take their seats or leave the chamber quickly and quietly. I have received a letter from the honourable member for Ryan proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the need to acknowledge that Australians are paying the price of privatisation, that privatisation has delivered nothing but pain for Australians through privatised profits, higher costs and worse services, and that essential public services must return to public ownership. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I propose this MPI today because Australians are being ripped off, and we're in this mess because of decades of bipartisan agreement between Labor and the Coalition on handing our essential services over to private corporations. Who else thinks that private energy retailers are pointless middlemen? Scam artists even, ticket clippers. Origin, AGL, Alinta, Energy Australia. We have over 40 electricity retailers in Australia, but they're all selling the same energy from the same grid. Private retailers are ripping us off thanks to Labor and the LNP's privatisation of electricity retail in the early 2000s. Since then, the real price of electricity bills has more than doubled. In the Queensland LNP government's latest budget, they were spruiking cheaper power bills due to a lower default market offer. The problem? If you're in South East Queensland, you've been forced to use private retailers who have not passed on the lower prices and instead hiked their fees. Only regional Queenslanders are guaranteed a price decrease because they are serviced by a government-owned Ergon Energy. The Queensland Government decided to send Origin, one of the retailers that has hiked their changes, a letter asking them kindly to stop hiking their fees. But guess what? They can only ask nicely. They have absolutely no power to force them because we privatised electricity retail, remember? In 2024, AGL made $755 in profit per customer per year for household electricity. Origin made around $600 in profit per customer per year. That's you. That's you, the consumers, not paying for the electricity you use, but instead paying the price of privatisation. What an absurd system, where we have these for-profit middlemen between often publicly owned electricity generation and the customer who just wants cheaper electricity bills. Essential services like electricity should be in public hands. You get high bills, poor service, outsourced call centres and outages, and the CEOs, they get enormous pay packages. Optus CEO, he's on over $3 million a year. Telstra CEO, she took home $6.8 million last year, an 11% pay rise despite scandals. The privatisation of telecommunications has been an absolute disaster for everyday Australians. We have retailers using the exact same infrastructure, just with different branding. Telstra and Optus both make billions each year in profit, but cannot provide basic services properly. Optus doesn't even pay any tax. Across both networks, coverage is really poor. Even in areas of my electorate, less than 20 k's from the Brisbane CBD, in suburbs like Kenmore and Moggill. Telstra and Optus are among the least trusted companies in Australia, for good reason. And then there's the NBN. Same nonsense. NBN is publicly owned, apparently, so why are there dozens of different internet providers who don't do anything but take advantage of you, but rip you off with different fake deals? The market means you have a choice. You get to choose between dozens of middlemen offering the same thing and creaming huge profits off the top. This might be starting to sound like old woman yells at cloud moment, but seriously, what kind of system is this? Great for the CEOs, terrible for the rest of us. Time for essential services to be returned to public hands. And don't let politicians sell you fake solutions. A little bit of regulation here, a little subsidy there, a little tweak. It's all nonsense. It's all designed to distract and confuse, to make you feel like nothing can really be done, while companies still rake it in. They still keep making record profits. But the solution is staring us in the face. We have to end 40 years of privatisation and corporate rule. For decades now, we've had two major parties giving corporations a free ride. They sold off banking, energy, telecommunications, air travel, pharmaceuticals, public housing, employment services. They set up schemes where private corporations get cushy government contracts and charge the taxpayer exorbitant sums for subsidies rather than do the jobs themselves. And now we're all paying. This country has got to get real about ending this scam. We've got to get real about bringing essential services back into public hands and putting everyday people back in control. Thank you.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister, Public Service, Employment and Workplace Relations.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Labor believes in public services. Labor's the party that created Medicare. Labor's the party that expanded Medicare to deliver some 137 new Medicare urgent care clinics across Australia. It was Labor that legislated to ensure that the NBN stays in public hands. It's Labor that ensured that we have superannuation for all working Australians. It's in living memory of many in this place where it was just public servants and a few fortunate people in the private sector who had superannuation. Labor democratised it and we made it available for everyone. So we believe in serving the public, we believe in public services, and we believe in Australia's public service. And I will note that I've got a lot of colleagues here who have dedicated themselves to delivering services to the Australian public prior to their time coming into this parliament. The member for Maribyrnong fought for wages for public servants in my electorate at Royal Perth Hospital. The member for Banks served as a public servant and diplomat, serving Australia overseas. Member for Sturt recognised that actually there are some things that non-government organisations do better. She served on the board of the Royal Flying Doctor, something that is rightly owned by the community at large, but strongly supported through government funding. The member for Deakin, doing one of the most important jobs of all, and I know that the minister who's at the table here will agree with this, serving the public as a former school teacher. I don't agree with the Greens that we should nationalise everything. I don't agree with that. I believe that parents should have choice of where they send their kids to school. I believe that people should have the choice of an industry super fund. And I also remember the time, not that long ago, Deputy Speaker, where the Greens Party in Western Australia tried to set up their own bank. Now, it wasn't a particularly good bank that the Greens Party in Western Australia tried to run. They sent an email out to all of their party membership saying, lend us some money and we'll pay you interest on that money so we can fund our election campaign. Now, the problem was that the Greens Party did not have a banking licence. It was sketchy as to whether they were complying with electoral rules. So when the member says, and this is the quote from the member in her short speech on her own MPI, short speech, but when the member opposite said, don't let politicians sell you fake solutions, she missed out a single word. Don't let Greens politicians sell you fake solutions. Now, I've always been sceptical about a party that says they campaign for housing and then comes into this place and votes against it time and time again. I reflected on that when I visited the Hub in my electorate of Perth, visiting a Housing Australia Future Fund funded project, a project which was, public investment in housing, public housing, something that this side of the chamber championed, those in the Greens Party, and there were more in the Greens Party who used to oppose this, but those in the Greens Party opposed these houses being built, so it is a bit rich to have a lecture about public services from the Greens Party, who indeed had opposed housing in my own electorate. But that's not all, Deputy Speaker. The member opposite did speak extensively about energy policy. I'll remind the member there's another grid in this country, Southwest Integrated System. I proudly campaigned alongside my friends Mark McGowan and Roger Cook to make sure that we did not privatise Western Power, something that the Liberal Party had proposed. And again, Labor has a very proud history when it comes to not just protecting essential public assets, we also have a proud history of expanding them. But too often in this place we are fighting a fight where we have to ensure that those cuts and those attacks on public services from those particularly on the Liberal and National parts of the broader crossbench, often propose. We remember the 900 cuts that the Coalition proposed to Medicare. We remember that they set up a Medicare privatisation task force. Again, I'll remind the member, that was the Coalition, not the Labor government. We remember the $170 million of taxpayer money that was pumped into the Coalition's privatised cashless debit card, the stealth privatisation of the vocational education and training system, attempts to outsource visa processing and privatise the visa system. And we know that they wanted to privatise the NBN, and we proudly, this government, passed legislation to stop that from happening. And it's not just in those big government-owned enterprises, but it's also in what we're doing in terms of the reform to the public service. I draw the member's attention to the Australian Public Service Strategic Commissioning Framework. This was a complex piece of work that we did when we first came to government to look at, from a cost-benefit perspective, how do we make sure that we don't have excessive outsourcing in the public service. That's now been in place for more than 3 years, and it has saved millions and millions of dollars of taxpayer money and, at the same time, given better jobs to those who work in our public service. Now, I draw the member's attention to budget paper number 4, and let's start at page 6. Page 6 will tell you, when it comes to that strategic commissioning framework, 2024-2025, agencies have brought more than $542 million of core work back in-house. That was work that, under those opposite, was outsourced to the private sector. It's now being done by Australian public servants, because we believe that the core work of the public service should be done by the public service, but we've got runs on the board to prove that we've done something about it. And in terms of the projections for the coming year, we expect another $438 million of work to be brought back in-house. Again, maybe it's not the most exciting, but it's realistic, it's achievable, and this government is doing it. I want to pay huge tribute to Senator Gallagher, who's also led that work across the government, going agency by agency to make sure that we can bring more of that work back in-house. Similarly, in the department I'm very honoured to assist the Prime Minister in, we have Australian Government Consulting, recognising that actually we don't have to be outsourcing all of this consulting work out to a range of consultancy and accounting firms. There's a lot of this stuff the public service can do themselves. We just had to choose to do it. And this government chose to do it. We chose to set up Australian Government Consulting. And they have now delivered more than 40 projects for some 16 agencies across the public service. A satisfaction rate, client satisfaction rate of 90%. I don't think you'd find many people who'd, if they've outsourced to the private consultants, have a satisfaction rate of 90%. Maybe some would get that well. And they've done really important work in terms of making improvements in trade and investment environment for Australian businesses, assisting with our household batteries program, successful program, again something where this government is helping individuals have a little bit more say over their energy security by rolling out now more than 500,000 community batteries. And we anticipate that when at full scale, Australian Government Consulting will be able to deliver across the public service some 160 projects a year. We're really proud of that work. Similarly, we're proud of the investments that we've made in Australia's public service to make sure that Australians get the services they deserve. We put out, through Services Australia, some $260 billion of payments a year, some 27.5 million Australians rely on Services Australia through Medicare. But what we knew is we didn't have quite enough public servants doing the work, that core work of the public service, and so we put more people in there to make sure we could get better services for the Australian people. And here are the results for the member, where we've chosen to invest. Aged care customer claims. They used to take 51 days, but because we invested in public services and public servants, it's now down to just 14 days. That's people getting payments faster. We saw when it came to paid parental leave, it was taking up to a month, 31 days, for people to get their paid parental leave claims. Now it's taking just 6 days, again, because our government has chosen to invest in public services. And we've also ensured that we can get our disaster recovery payments out faster, which in the last financial year affected some 735,000 people. So I'd refer all honourable members to read all of the budget papers, but particularly that about how the benefits of our investments have helped the Australian public get the public services they rightly deserve. And it's always a risk in this place. And again, when you say something like, don't let politicians sell you fake solutions, and I'd say, again, to the Greens party, when it comes to fake solutions, maybe just if you want to set the bar a little higher for politics in the future, maybe don't preference one nation in Western Australia. The Greens party at the last election had a real challenge. They couldn't bring themselves to put one nation last in Bullwinkle. Even in Fremantle, the Greens party chose not to put one nation last. I think we can set higher standards than that. I encourage the member to show some leadership
and I
in
give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Perth for giving us some prescribed bedtime reading, and pointing out that the honourable member who's proposed this MPI only spoke for a short period of time, and that's because that is the way we do it over on the crossbench. We share our opportunities to speak, so I thank her for that opportunity. Nationwide, we rely on essential services such as health, utilities, banking and post in our day-to-day lives. They're not luxuries, but they allow us to live safely, they allow us to live with dignity, and unfortunately, the government doesn't always see these services as essential in the same way that I do and that rural and regional Australians do. Because delivering essential services in regional Australia is more complex, it is, and more expensive than what it is in major cities, and it requires different solutions. Populations are more dispersed. Services must obviously cover larger distances often on poorly funded roads with poor telecommunications, no public transport. And too often, when funding and service delivery decisions are based on population or based on profits because they have been put into the private sector, regional Australians miss out time and time again. And that burden falls hardest on older residents, on young families, on people with low incomes, on small businesses, on anyone for which distance is truly a daily barrier. Over recent decades, Australia has embraced privatisation, and successive governments sold public utilities and corporatised key government services. And it was wonderful to hear about the electricity services in WA. Great example, a great example, if only it wasn't exclusive to WA. Because successive governments sold government enterprises to private markets, and they sold these decisions to us with claims of betterment. We're all going to be better off. They claimed that competition would drive efficiency, improve quality and reduce costs. Well, many of us have been sold a pup on that one. Because these market-based models work best, if they work at all, where there's population density to support competition. And in regional Australia, these conditions rarely exist. For years, regional communities have watched services retreat. NDIS, aged care and childcare are dominated by private providers, but wait lists are long if you can find a provider at all. It's the classic thin market problem. Post offices have closed. Bank branches have completely disappeared in many communities. And it's hard to wind back the clock. But government does have a responsibility to step in where markets fail, because some services, whether public or privately owned and operated, are just simply too important to be treated as optional, as a nice to have. Services like banking and post are essential to the functioning of regional communities. They just are. Whether it's a small business sending and receiving goods, a country footy club handing match day takings, or an older person not confident banking online, this is a matter of necessity. It's a matter of human rights and equity, not a matter of convenience. Deputy Speaker, hundreds of towns that once had a bank now have none, and 1/3 of regional bank branches closed in recent years. In my electorate, in places like Eildon or Tagati, business owners are making 90-minute trips for routine banking, and this means time away from their customers, time away from their employees. It's an absolute drain on their productivity. It's an additional cost at a time when rising costs are the paramount concern of all Australians. And it's why I'm so disappointed by the government's response to the 2024 inquiry into regional banking closures. It's one of the many things that reinforces the failures and the perceptions and the reality, actually, because it's not a perception, it's a reality, that regional Australians are being left behind. After allowing the report to sit on the shelf for 2 years, the government failed to accept a key recommendation to recognise financial services. Guess what? An essential service. And this sends the wrong message, that access to banking is optional when it should be guaranteed. A better response would be seriously considering the inquiry's recommendation for a regional community banking branch program. The community banking model has already proven its value in communities like Beechworth, Bright, Mount Beauty and Mansfield in my electorate, which have branches that local people have ownership stake and profits are reinvested back into the community. Not private, not public. These models demonstrate that commercial activity and community benefit go hand in hand. Deputy Speaker, these are essential services: post offices, banks, health.
And I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before entering into this place, I worked closely with those in sectors and services who had been outsourced, where contract companies were competing for a race to the bottom on wages and conditions. I fought alongside these workers, school cleaners, security guards, to help raise the standards and bring about the reversal of this outsourcing, to bring about the insourcing of these essential services. Because let's be clear about what privatisation can look like and those who are directly affected by it. There were school cleaning contracts in New South Wales, led by the former Liberal government there, where work plans gave one cleaner 10 minutes to clean 36 toilets. That's 17 seconds a toilet. And the part I would ask this House to sit with is not that a company agreed to do it, of course they did, but it was a Liberal government who allowed it to happen. This is an example of outsourcing where not just the work went out the door, but the duty of care went with it. One of the cleaners working under these contracts was a single mum who was doing 14 classrooms and 6 toilets on her own. and she was putting in unpaid hour every time because it was the only way to finish the job. When you write a price that low, you've already decided who's going to absorb it. But, Deputy Speaker, whilst the member seeks to, I argue, over-politicise this issue, I'm proud to be a member of a government who has never been shy about public ownership. We legislated to keep the NBN in public hands when those opposed voted against it. We are building public early learning centres in the place the market has never bothered to go. But this is not the only way a government takes responsibility for those workers or the services, and the trouble with a motion that treats it as the only way fails to recognise the role of good, responsible governments who act where we must and who partners when it is good to do so. I'm proud to be a member of a government who recognises when to invest more in the public service, when to invest in the public good, and when we can partner with the private sector for community benefit. We should be clear that our government wants businesses to succeed, and to succeed by competing fairly and innovating and delivering something worth buying, not by abusing market power and not by exploiting Australians. Because a company that wins a public contract by costing a toilet at 17 seconds to clean has not innovated anything. It has found someone they can underpay and has been rewarded for it. There are areas where government has to lead, and there are areas where partnership with business can deliver real results. But partnership is not who you hire, it is what you require of them and what you are still answerable for after you have signed. Good governments do not withdraw from their responsibilities, and Labor has never withdrawn from ours, whether it be here in Canberra or across the country. And look at what has been delivered. In my community, aged care workers have had the value of their work recognised, and this government has paid for it. Wage theft is now a crime because we made it so. And where Labor governments across the country have taken work back in-house, cleaners have gone on to have long service leave that they never had in their working lives been entitled to. That is wage cases and public building and a law that did not exist until we made it so, and work taken back in-house across the country. People doing this work can't afford to wait for purity politics. Governments, businesses and workers each have a part to play. That is our position. And I would only add that the third one in that part that keeps getting left out of the sentence. In every contract I've described today, the worker was part that was costed down. Our job is to set the rules, to protect the people relying on the service, and to invest where the market will not. And this government has done all three, and we've not let businesses off the hook, not at the checkout and not at the school gate. Thank you very much.
Member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Essential services must serve the public first. Private involvement should only occur where there are clear public interest tests, transparent KPIs, enforceable obligations and real accountability. But too often, governments have treated essential services as commercial transactions and assets, and then see opportunities to sell off these assets to improve their bottom lines, rather than focus on the long-term public responsibility to ensure that they are there. Communities then pay the price through poorer services, less transparency and decisions driven by private return rather than public need. And the lesson is clear. Essential services and public assets must not be sold, outsourced or contracted away without clear and lasting public benefit and public interest tests. And whilst I hear the member for Indi around the serious concerns and impact in regional Australia around essential services, it happens everywhere. Clear examples in Warringah we have is under this government the live issue of the proposed partial divestment of HMS Penguin, a defence asset, public land held on trust by Defence for the Australian people, not to be sold off to improve this government's bottom line. I don't support the partial divestment of this site. It continues to deliver critical Navy capability, including clearance diver training and underwater medicine. The community deserves transparency about what is proposed, what capabilities may be moved and what the true cost-benefit assessment shows. HMS Penguin is a public asset for public benefit. That means protecting the Angorphora bushland, retaining public ownership wherever possible, and if existing buildings are released, prioritising genuine and social affordable housing, not luxury apartments. I've lodged freedom of information requests seeking that detail, but it's being objected to. The government cannot speak about rebuilding institutional trust while withholding environmental and cultural impact assessments under national security interest grounds. Worse still, they don't even look like they're undertaking such assessments until after the divestment of public land is announced. Another example is the Northern Beaches Hospital. Northern Beaches Hospital was a project of the former New South Wales Liberal government's public-private agreement completely failed to deliver an integrated, high-quality public health care our community was promised. For years, patients, families and staff raised serious concerns about safety, standards, integration with the broader health system and working conditions, and this tragically had devastating consequences for some families. The New South Wales Auditor-General confirmed that many of those concerns and the commercial imperatives should never have come ahead of patient safety, clinical outcomes or staff wellbeing. So that's why the move to return the Northern Beaches Hospital to public ownership was so important. I acknowledge the strong advocacy of my independent colleagues at State Government, Michael Regan, the member for Wakehurst, and Jackie Scrooby, the member for Pittwater, and the many community members who shared their difficult experiences. Public healthcare must be publicly accountable. Safe, high-quality healthcare should be designed around patients and staff, not around a private contract. Finally, transport. Our bus service, again, was privatised. We see the same problem there in Warringah. The privatisation of the Northern Beaches bus network has not delivered the reliable service our community needs. It's not about unfairly blaming individual operators or drivers. Kellogg's Downer is dealing with real workforce pressures, including driver shortages, but this is an essential service. Public transport, it's been contracted out, and now we have a question around that accountability, and the New South Wales Government must be accountable for that outcome. Our community has dealt with cancelled services, unreliable timetables, road congestions, ageing infrastructure and limited public transport options for too long. So we need more services, transport, more drivers, a serious long-term plan to address the transport issues of the Northern Beaches. And that includes workforce solutions to recruit and retain bus drivers and investment in road and public transport infrastructure, including upgrades identified through the Northern Beaches Network Review. Now, that's a whole other topic when you think of all the tunnels and the transport infrastructure that's occurring in the Sydney area, which is all privatised and is causing major issues. I've written to the Minister for Immigration in this place to request a dedicated specialist visa pathway designed specifically for bus drivers to help fill some of the workforce shortages so we can have some semblance of public transport on the lower North Shore where we have no rail transport. Public transport is an essential infrastructure and the public interest should be coming first. So the common thread is accountability. There has to be accountability and public interest put first where there is privatisation.
And I give the call to the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member for Ryan has put forward this discussion about privatisation and how to protect the interest of Australian consumers, and it is an important issue. The success of Australia's economy has never come from government alone. As a modern, advanced economy, we rely on the contributions from the private sector, government and our workforce to create outcomes. Neither governments nor the private sector can do everything alone. Even the father of classical economics, Adam Smith, recognised there were several areas where it was inappropriate for control to be held by an individual or private interest, including infrastructure, education, justice and defence, amongst others. At a fundamental level, the issue with many privatisation pushes is that they run contrary to the expectations of the majority of Australians about which services that governments across the three levels ought to provide. It is important to recognise that privatisation should not be driven by an ideological fervour. When government pursues small government for small government's sake, it creates an environment where public interest is more likely to be lost. We can observe this most clearly in some overseas jurisdictions. In parts of the UK, for example, the supply of water is almost entirely privatised, with government having the power to set overarching standards. This, unfortunately, has led to higher prices, consolidation and devastating environmental outcomes, with up to 83% of English rivers showing evidence of pollution as a result of sewerage and agricultural runoff. There are also examples here at home where privatisation of the Victorian State Electricity Commission in the 1990s led to higher prices for consumers and job losses that severely affected regional communities. And the privatisation of ports in New South Wales has raised concerns about market power and of protecting Australia's national interests. Deputy Speaker, good governments do not obfuscate their responsibilities. Governments must work across the public and private sector to create new investment, new opportunities, and build a more productive economy that benefits everyone. We also need to recognise there are things that government can learn from the private sector. But this does not mean that government lets the private sector have free rein. One of the pitfalls of some privatisations is that instead of creating competition, it instead entrenches monopolistic conditions in the marketplace. We want businesses to succeed, but we want this to occur by competing fairly, by innovating, delivering for consumers, treating workers fairly, and without abusing market power or exploiting communities. Australians act responsibly and with integrity, and they expect big business to do the same. This government is doing the hard work to ensure that big business is not let off the hook for anti-competitive behaviour or breaches of the public trust. This Labor government has worked hard to strengthen competition laws with new legislation to protect shoppers against price gouging at the supermarket, as well as cracking down on unfair trading practices, increasing penalties for misconduct and introducing the Scams Prevention Framework. Deputy Speaker, when we talk about privatisations and the role of the private sector in service delivery, we also need to recognise that too often the justification for privatisations and outsourcing are created by cuts and neglect driven over long periods of time to our public services. When this Labor government came into office in 2022, we inherited a public service that had been hollowed out by a decade of outsourcing cuts and underinvestment. It left key parts of our public service under-resourced, with a reduced capability, leading to longer wait times and poorer outcomes for Australians. Deputy Speaker, this government is making sure that we have a strong public service that is capable of delivering public services we need, while also recognising that we need to work across the economy to create growth, opportunities and an economy that is more productive for everyone.
And Member for Mayo has a call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to take us back to the 90s, one of my favourite decades. And back in 1997, the Reserve Bank of Australia reported that increasing privatisation of the public sector was surpassing overseas trends. And we had one of the larger privatisation sectors programs in the OECD. And what we saw in that decade and in the decade that followed was that whether it was financial services, whether it was electricity, gas, transport, communication, all of them were privatised. They were government, they were Australian, they were national assets, and we privatised them. And we did that for a quick hit to the bottom line, make it look like we're not in so much debt, but ultimately we've paid a bigger price for it since. I'm talking about Telstra, Commonwealth Bank, Qantas, our state banks, insurance offices, our airports. Our airports are privately owned. Everything's been sold off. In South Australia, we had the Electricity Trust of South Australia. If you needed a new connection, it's pretty reasonable to do. It was seen as a service delivered. Now it's all about profit. Now, the ETSA sale has been criticised by South Australians for many, many years because after the privatisation we saw high consumer prices, a loss of public revenue
and importantly, a loss of service delivery. So much so that if you live in the regions, it's near impossible to get an electricity connection now. You try and work out some sort of convoluted way of having solar panels and this and that, and we just don't deliver those services that we used to. Now I'd like to talk about employment services. When many of us in this place were young, we still had the CES. We had the Commonwealth Employment Service. Now, and successive governments have done this, we've put tender out to tender to ensure that employment services would fail. Ultimately, if you are a person who is long-term unemployed, your ability to connect into the employment market is very diminished. Why? Because it's largely run now. The contracts are awarded to for-profit companies. I think an American company has the biggest share in the last tender. But what happens is those companies are there to make a profit. They're not really there to service the individual or to service the community. They are there to make a profit, and they're not ashamed to say that that's what they're there to do. So what happens is that the individual misses out. So if you are a long-term unemployed person, your amount of service and support that you get to help you find a job, to intensively work with you, is just not there, because they'll cherry-pick the people who are easiest to get in, the ones that they can very quickly get their return on investment, because that's what it's all about. It's all about return on investment. It's not about delivering services for people. Again, if I go back to the 90s, and I think of the South Australian government back then, they were the largest employer of apprentices. They had refrigeration apprentices, they had carpenters, they put through so many young people in apprenticeships. And we wonder now why we don't have enough people doing apprenticeships. It's because we've largely, as a state, offshored that, sent that over to the private sector, saying, well, you can train the young people, not us. We, as a state government, will not do that. And so we have seen a massive drop in the ability for the public, whether it's public works, no matter what it is. It's diminished us all, and all we've done is done an immediate sugar hit to the budget, but we have paid for this decision for decades to come. And I truly believe when you are delivering services to vulnerable people, whether that's disability, whether that's aged care, whether that's people looking for work, or prisons. I think Northern Territory is organised to build a private prison. That's their next prison plan. Ultimately, the individual, the most vulnerable individual, misses out. It's not good public policy when you're dealing with vulnerable people. That should be delivered by the state.
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The private sector is the engine room of our economy, and it supports the inclusive and sustainable productivity growth that is at the heart of our national agenda. It operates by promoting economic growth through investments, knowledge transfer and innovation. Without the private sector, new markets are not created, competition is not fostered, and investments in critical national projects, perhaps through private equity or venture capital, are not made. Further, data sourced from the World Bank tells us that the private sector is the source of nearly 90% of the world's jobs. This means direct employment, the provision of finance to many industrial sectors and geographic regions, acting to boost living standards and improve the availability and quality of goods and services, such as housing, infrastructure, health and education, often through public-private partnerships that allow for risk sharing, so governments and the Australian taxpayer do not have to shoulder all of the financial and operational risk. This risk-sharing approach is particularly relevant when it comes to critical infrastructure. Equally, with its capacity to invest, innovate and commercialise, the private sector also contributes environmentally friendly technologies, which are valuable in the face of climate change and the transition to clean, renewable energy. Now, this can positively impact many critical development goals, such as food security, health and water. Finally, the sector is also a reliable source of revenue for government operations through its contributions to taxes and royalties and its contribution to communities and social issues. Deputy Speaker, Australians care about whether we are creating secure jobs, building the industries of the future and ensuring essential services deliver for the communities that rely on them. That's why I don't accept the proposition that the answer to every challenge is simply more public ownership and less private investment. Australia's success has never been built on government alone or the private sector alone. It has been built on partnership. Government, of course, has a critical role to play. We invest in essential services. We build infrastructure. We support education, research and skills development. We provide the strategic leadership that helps Australia prepare for the future. But we also recognise that innovation, entrepreneurship and investment are often driven by businesses willing to take risks, develop new technologies and create new industries. So the question is not whether something is public or private, the question is whether it delivers outcomes that benefit Australians. And nowhere is this more apparent than in the defence and low-carbon liquid fuels industries, and we can see that approach at work in my home state of South Australia. Firstly, private company Hammer Energy is making a substantial $800 million investment in a drop-in sustainable aviation fuel facility supported by conditional funding from the Australian Renewable Energy Agency. When successful, it will establish Australia's first large-scale methanol-to-jet sustainable aviation fuel refinery, helping strengthen fuel security, support regional forestry industries, create jobs and reduce emissions from aviation. The lesson here is not that government should own the refinery, and it's not that government should simply step aside. The lesson is that government can help unlock investment, share risk and create the conditions for private capital to deliver public benefit, and that is a practical, outcome-focused approach. We see the same principle in our growing defence industry. Anduril, the private developer of the incredible Go-Shark capability, made a substantial investment into this product and into commercialising it for the Australian market. And what this has resulted in is a clear execution of speed to capability of critical deterrent and surveillance equipment for the benefit of the security of the Australian people. The role of government is not necessarily to own this company. The role of government is to be an active partner, supporting research, developing skills, providing procurement pathways and giving innovative Australian industries the confidence to invest and grow by rewarding risk with contractual certainty.
I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We've heard members mention in this House about, for instance, NBN. As of June 2025, NBN's co-audited accounts show net liabilities of $4,329 million. They basically owe more than they own. And, you know, the Parliament has spent about $50 billion of taxpayers' money to buy it back and to rebuild it. Telstra went from a public telecommunications provider to a fully privatised company. The Commonwealth Bank was sold in 3 tranches and fully privatised by 1996. Across the states, electricity networks, gas pipelines and major ports were sold or leased. And here in New South Wales, family pay tolls on motorways that used to be part of the public road network. Every one of those sales came with the same promise: more competition, more efficiency, cheaper and better services for the public. But when I talk to my constituents in Fowler, they don't talk about cheaper energy or transport. They talk about power bills keep going up. They talk about paying tolls just to get to work or take the kids to school. They talk about struggling with large telecommunications and banking corporations when something goes wrong, feeling like a number in a queue rather than a customer with rights. A constituent in Liverpool wrote to me recently. He lives alone in his own home, managing ongoing health challenges. He has almost no mobile phone reception in that home. He cannot reliably call his family, he cannot reliably ring his doctor. And if something goes wrong in the middle of the night, he cannot reliably call for an ambulance. Now, this is not a remote area. This is Liverpool in the heart of southwest Sydney, in one of the fastest growing parts of this country and also one of the most disadvantaged. The second story comes from Carrama, another suburb in my electorate of Fowler. I was door knocking there recently and residents told me that when flooding comes, they get cut off. The network is poor at the best of times. In a flash flood, when the water is rising and they need to call for a help or emergency, they cannot get through. These are not complaints about convenience. This is about whether someone can get help when their life depends on it. We sold the national telecommunications carrier. We did not sell the responsibility that came with it. That responsibility still sits in this place. The safety net we built was designed around a line on the wall. It was not designed for a country where the phone in your pocket is how you can call for help. Deputy Speaker, I'm not standing here to say we're going to buy it all back. I'm realistic. Those assets are gone and those contracts run for decades. But I'm sure that there are lessons in this for us. You can sell the asset, you cannot sell the responsibility. When the bill is too high, when the call does not connect, people do not ring a boardroom. They come to my office, and I'm sure they come to many of the members' offices as well. They sit in front of you and they ask for help. And what are we going to do about it? That is where it lands. It lands with us. So let us protect what is left. That means a genuine public interest test before any remaining public asset is sold or leased, measured against the people who will depend on it, not just against the sale price. It means service obligations that reflect how people live today, not how they lived 30 years ago. And it means real oversight and real consequences when providers let communities down, whether they're public or private. Because when the lights go out and when the bills become unaffordable, people do not call the shareholders. When the water rises in Carrama, no one rings a shareholder. They dial 000 and hope it connects. And most of the time, it doesn't. The government is still expected to deliver. Deputy Speaker, if we are serious about the cost of living and serious about making sure no community is left behind, then we must be serious about who controls what we have left. We cannot afford to learn these lessons twice. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I give the call to member for Deakin.
Deputy Speaker, like the member for Fowler, I'm not recommending we go back to the 1990s. I don't think the Commonwealth Government should be in the market for a copper network for telecommunications and buying back Telstra of old. I'd like to see Cheese TV back, but that's not coming back either. Times have changed, and we must change with them. But we have learned from history. So the reacquisition of the NBN is a perfect lesson in that we own a core piece of telecommunications infrastructure to ensure that there is access around the country and then allowing a competitive market to operate where that is possible. Because we know markets can't work everywhere either. You need to have effective competition. You need to have real choice among those who are deciding which product or service to acquire. You need to ensure that barriers to entry are appropriate and that the rules are fair and ensure that consumers aren't the ones who lose out at the end. We've always been a blend in Australia to have a strong private sector and a public sector that is there dedicated to providing the services that we know the market alone cannot provide in pursuit of a buck, because it doesn't work in every area. But we also believe, for example, through Medicare, that a blended approach is sometimes appropriate, that the state will fund an essential service, but there is a role for choice as well. There's a role for differentiation, so people can choose a doctor of their own and then still pay for that service with their Medicare card. That involves both private and public sectors working together. We can be market steward, getting involved where the market isn't able to achieve the desired goal, but where the market can in other areas. So again, a blended approach, and that works. We're not members of the Bavarian Communist Party. We're here to make sure that the right services are available and that we're delivering them in the fairest, most effective and efficient way possible. And that will involve private, public sectors, but more importantly, the community sector, which has not been mentioned enough in this debate. Important legal services, health services are provided by the non-profit sector because they can use their place-based services, apply local expertise and insights to deliver services that are right for those communities, to deal with their specific needs. And I think proper credit needs to be given for them. And again, government can play a really important role as partner to ensure there is an appropriate service mix for those areas. Now we know that competition alone won't do the trick, and having lived in the country for many years of my life, I can confirm that that is among those areas. That we do need to have government heavily involved sometimes, and other times we need to have universal access standards like we do with telecommunications to ensure that that's made available. And if there are circumstances where that is failing, then we have to look at what appropriate interventions to bring in. But the idea that we can suddenly go back to the 1990s is a Greens fever dream. It's not going to happen. It shouldn't happen. We learn from our mistakes. Of course, this Parliament didn't sell the State Electricity Commission. That was a state decision. Telstra's move? Yes, we might look at history through a different lens now, but at the same time, you wouldn't buy back Telstra now either. That would be a completely foolish move. And there is opportunity cost with making all of these decisions. If we were to buy back every privatised asset in history, go back, get Qantas again, go buy the Commonwealth Bank, we won't be doing a lot more as a government, because that's going to cost a whole lot of the budget plus more. So we have to make sensible decisions in the world we actually live in, not the past that we reminisce about, but making sure that we're making the most responsible decisions possible to ensure that Australians have the services they need and deserve. And of course, on this side of the House, we realise the really important role of the public service. The nonsense economics that you can just contract it out and save money by adding the additional interested party off the shareholder or the partner is a dispelled myth. We know that having consultants do the job of APS employees is not a saving, it's a budget trick. In the longer term, it is more expensive. And there are services that we can and need to deliver to ensure they're delivered also by people whose jobs are to focus on the public interest, because that is central when we're delivering essential services, including social services, in defence, and all those essential areas that, as my colleague before alluded to, even Adam Smith recognised that there is a role for government to deliver some services sometimes. So we've always got to strike a balance. But we also want to make sure that we have a dynamic economy, a private sector that works in the interests of the Australian people, in the interests of workers. And that means writing the right rules for the game and making sure the settings are in place to have a dynamic and successful competitive market economy at the same time as delivering a great standard of living for the Australian people, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to make life tomorrow better than it was yesterday, to be constantly improving the lives of the Australian people, to make sure that the system is working for Australians, that they can raise a family confident that their kids are going to have opportunities that they themselves did not have and that their parents could only dream of. So that means making the tough calls sometimes and making sure that we strike that balance. And that will always change depending on the circumstances in which we find ourselves. So no, we will not be going back and buying every single privatised asset of all, but we will always work in the interests of the Australian people.
Member for Clare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And this is an important topic of public importance that we are discussing in this House today regarding public assets and the ownership of public assets. This afternoon, I wish to speak about a really important public asset in the electorate of Clare, which is the Great Western Highway. As we know, for many months, the Great Western Highway has been closed at a bridge called the Convict Bridge, which was built by a convict chain gang in 1832. And surprise, surprise, about 200 years later, that bridge failed. Now, there is negligence on the part of successive governments over this closure and over the long-term failure to deliver genuine high-speed access between the central west of New South Wales and Sydney. And as members of this House will know, for many months I have been advocating for federal funding for both the fix on the Convict Bridge, for an ongoing business support package, and also for a longer-term solution for high-speed access in and out of the Central West. And in fact, in question time today, I asked the Prime Minister, would there be federal funding for more lanes over the closed Convict Bridge on the Great Western Highway and an ongoing business support package? Because we know that the pressure has been building on the state and federal governments over this issue. So I was very surprised this afternoon when local media outlets started contacting me with respect to a media alert for tomorrow, where apparently an announcement is going to take place at Mount Victoria, not in the Clare electorate, but in the electorate of Macquarie, regarding the Great Western Highway. And I have to tell you, It is very troubling that so much time and effort and advocacy could go into an issue, and to have the government then rush out this announcement, whatever it is, straight after I've asked a question on this in question time, it just defies belief. And I would ask the government, where is the professional respect and courtesy over this? Yeah, where is the respect and courtesy over this? Our electorate is being smashed to pieces by this closure. Our businesses are going broke. It's taking our kids hours to get to school. And yet, instead of actually engaging and telling us what's going on through the media, you decide you're going to make an announcement tomorrow. And I find that very disappointing. And it's disappointing because our communities are being put through hell because of this highway closure. And I think the government is playing political games with it by holding back this announcement and just doing it in a Labor seat with only state and federal Labor members present. I mean, I think that that is pretty appalling, given that you well know the pain and suffering that our communities have been going through, and yet you decide to rush out this announcement without one skerrick of consultation with the local members, with the communities who are living this. I think that's really poor form, and I would expect better from a government that has the means to actually help our communities, our businesses, and also those people affected. The tens of thousands of extra traffic movements going through Lithgow that's making life hell. And yet you can sit there and heckle, but you have no idea. You come out and see it for yourself. It's all very well for you to sit there and make jokes about it, but that is disgraceful.
Please direct your comments through the chair. Please stop interjecting, and let's try and have a respectful debate.
And show some professional respect and courtesy, not only in this House, but with the announcements that you are planning to make. I find it appalling, and it's a total disrespect to our communities and the pain that people are experiencing west of the Great Dividing Range. We see billions and billions of dollars being dropped on projects on the eastern side of the sandstone curtain, and all we get are empty words and small change. Let's hope tomorrow's announcement brings something meaningful.
And the discussion has concluded. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion for the suspension of standing and sessional orders to amend the resolution agreed on 17 August 2026 relating to the time and order of business for this sitting in the terms as circulated to honourable members of the chamber. I'll speak very briefly because otherwise I take time away from the discussion of the amendments. But just to say, as has been earlier flagged, this is to add the tax bill to the legislation that will be considered later today.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call on the clerk.
Government business order of the day. Number 1, interactive gambling amendment, Gambling Reform Bill 2026, further consideration in detail.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to.
Thank you.
And I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Kooyong for moving this amendment. The government will not support the amendment. We do not support imposing new reporting obligations through this bill. These amendments would create a new regulatory reporting regime for sporting, cultural and recreational organisations with annual turnover above $50 million, requiring disclosure of gambling-related revenue and publication by ACMA. This proposal is outside the scope of the bill's aim to directly reduce harm from gambling and would impose additional compliance and administrative burdens without a demonstrated impact. The government agrees that more must be done to stop gambling advertising from proliferating online. The restrictions introduced by the government ban wagering advertising online by default
unless online content services implement the triple lock requirements. That is, users must be over 18 years of age, are logged into an account and have not opted out of wagering advertising. The government takes seriously our responsibility to protect Australians, particularly children and young people, from the harms of online gambling. The government has supported an amendment to establish a wagering advertising opt-out register to provide individuals with a one-stop shop to opt out of receiving all wagering advertising content. We have worked constructively with the opposition and the crossbench to consider practical amendments to this bill, and I'd like to thank my shadow counterpart, Senator Henderson in the other place, for working with me diligently over the number of weeks in order to get this ready for consideration today in the House. I thank you for your conscientious work, Senator Henderson, and I thank the House.
I'll put the question that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the noes have it. And I give the call to the member for Curtin.
There have been lots of speeches. I move the consideration in detail amendments. I move amendments 1 to 14 on sheet 1 and amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 2 as circulated in my name together.
So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. You have the floor, member for Curtin.
There have been lots of speeches in this House about the harm done by the gambling industry and the normalisation of gambling as part of sport. And it's been jarring to hear those same members profess to believe that this complicated bill, full of loopholes, will actually fix this problem. And I don't think most of them actually believe it. The crossbench and the Greens have been pretty clear about the flaws in this bill. The coalition has been a bit all over the place, with some standing up to the gambling industry and others negotiating a package of amendments that bring to mind lipstick on a pig. A number of Labor members have spoken about the harm they or their loved ones have experienced from gambling. Many have spoke about honouring the legacy of Peter Murphy. Last week in their speeches about this gambling reform bill, I counted about 10 Labor members who effectively said that this is a step in the right direction, but there's more reform to do. And this is the equivalent of wild dissent in today's Labor Party, and the country is worse for it. There are many in this House who know that their communities want them to support a full gambling phase-out, but they're primarily answerable to their party bosses, so they obediently do what the gambling industry wants, and it breaks my heart. My first sheet of amendments would implement the flagship recommendation of the unanimous Murphy Review, Recommendation 26, a full phase-out over a 3-year period of ads for online gambling. Australians should be able to expect that reform is based on evidence. Now, let me remind you about 4 pieces of evidence we have about the partial restrictions being proposed. Firstly, the evidence clearly shows partial restrictions don't work. After the 2017 media reforms, which restricted gambling advertising around live sport, the total volume of gambling advertising in primetime metro TV increased by 40%. The Murphy report found harmful industries have shown they will identify and capitalise on any gaps in marketing restrictions. Second bit of evidence. In relation to the proposed TV rules, there is no evidence to back up 3 ads per hour or the 8:30 p.m. watershed. Research shows that 83% of children aged 11 to 16 continue watching sport after 8:30 p.m, meaning the government's defined threshold does not achieve even its own stated purpose of protecting children. And how can 3 ads per hour not have a normalisation effect? Third bit of evidence. The evidence shows that the opt-out approach won't work for digital platforms, whether platform by platform or one-off. 1 in 800 subscribers have used the opt-out function on SBS. That's the only evidence we have about the effectiveness of opt-out. And the government knew this when they decided that this was the way to go. The amendment agreed with the coalition, so you only have to opt out once, is a small change. To be even mildly effective, it would need to be accompanied by a widespread public promotion campaign. And it raises more questions. What if I own the streaming subscription but my family members have profiles and we want to make different decisions about opting out? The fourth bit of evidence, the department's impartial impact assessment showed that compared to the partial restrictions being proposed, a full ban would have the lowest regulatory burden on industry, cost the least to implement, and have a more significant positive impact on Australians, especially those experiencing gambling harm. That is what the evidence shows us. A full ban is not only supported by 3/4 of Australians, but also the AMA, the Alliance for Gambling Reform and all the academics. The next amendment I'm proposing here is a statutory duty of care, and this is given effect to by Amendments 1 and 3 on sheet 2. Licensed interactive wagering providers should be required to take all reasonable steps to prevent and reduce gambling harm. They are so far from doing that. This is a predatory industry where profit is directly connected to harm. And the last amendment I'm proposing here is a statutory review, and this is given effect by Amendment 2 on sheet 2. I'm pleased to hear the government will now agree to a review of the operation of the ad restrictions, inducements and the opt-out register. A review will leave the door open for a future, braver government to actually deal with this problem. As each member of this House casts their vote on these amendments for a full ban, a duty of care and a 2-year review, I encourage them to remember they were sent here to represent Australians and their communities, not to represent their gambling industries or primarily their political party. That is the choice now available to every single member of this House.
And I give the call to the Minister. Are you wishing... Sorry, Member for Clark.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. My understanding was the 10 minutes was going to be divided 5 for the member for Curtin, 3 for me and 2 for the Minister, to offer some brief comment.
I'm not aware of any such agreement you may have arrived at, sorry, but...
Oh, I thought we'd be choreographed, managed that way by the crossbench.
Happy to give you the call, Member for Clark, and then I'll come to the Minister. I'll give the call to the Member for Clark, and we are on limited time.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the amendment moved by the member for Curtin, though I do so without enthusiasm because it shouldn't be necessary. Remember, 3 years ago this parliament received the Murphy report, which was a landmark, thorough, evidence-based inquiry, unanimous across Labor, Liberal and crossbench members, recommending a complete phased-in ban on gambling advertising. And what's the government done with it? Buried it, diluted it, dressed up the leftovers as, quote, the strongest reforms this country has ever seen, unquote. But let's be clear, Deputy Speaker, that's all patent nonsense, because these reforms will do little to fix the problem. Indeed, since the Murphy report landed, Australians have lost more than $108 billion. Not gambled, lost. Moreover, at least 400 people take their lives each year because of gambling addiction in this country, a figure likely chronically underreported. In other words, because of this government's inaction, well over 1,000 Australians have been lost to suicide since the report was handed down. The member for Curtin's amendment and others from my crossbench colleagues does what this government has lacked the spine to do, to close the streaming loophole, to ban the inducements and bonus bets that hook people and keep them hooked, to flip the default so children are protected unless a parent opts in, and set a binding timeline instead of yet another "the pen is never down" promise from a minister who's hoping we'll all forget. Well, I say this to the Minister and to the Prime Minister. We will not forget, nor will the 79% of Australians who support a full advertising ban. Speaker, we are elected to serve Australians, not the vested interests who profit from this insidious industry, in particular the gambling companies, the media companies and the major sporting codes. They're the perpetrators directly responsible for this harm, and the government is complicit in letting it continue. Deputy Speaker, let's be honest about who this bill protects. It's not the person who's lost a loved one to suicide over gambling addiction. It's not the people who had $8 million stolen from them by their financial advisor. And it's not the kids watching the footy at 8:31 p.m, the very minute this bill decides they're fair game. No, Deputy Speaker, this bill protects the broadcasters, the sporting codes and the gambling companies. Companies which, as I've said in this place before, behave like jackals feeding on the carcasses of gambling addicts. The government's bill lets them keep feeding. The member for Curtin's amendment at least drags the carcass out of their reach. So I say to the government and to the opposition, which has also rolled over to have its tummy tickled, this fight is not over, not by a long way. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Speaker, and I thank the member for Curtin for moving these amendments. The government will not be supporting these amendments. The government recognises the importance of harm minimisation and supports the argument that wagering service providers have an obligation to uphold consumer protections. That's why the government is implementing its wagering advertising restrictions through this bill, which places the onus firmly on wagering service providers to change the way they market their products. And in line with the member for Curtin's amendment, the bill introduces significant penalties for non-compliance. If a wagering service provider breaches the new rules, they could face fines of up to $364,000 for an individual and $1.6 million for a corporation. The bill also strengthens BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, by implementing the legislative recommendations made by the independent statutory review of BetStop, including enforcing mandatory information checks against the BetStop register to prevent circumvention, adding friction to the cancellation process to reduce early exits from self-exclusion, extending the minimum 3-month exclusion period to all users, including those who have been on BetStop before, to reduce harm when users cycle on and off the register, expanding communications restrictions, minimise exposure to harmful or triggering messages, and requiring linking of old and new wagering accounts to improve use of data to detect harm. The bill will also be amended to require the Minister to review the proposed restrictions on wagering, advertising and inducements, as well as the wagering advertising opt-out register, to assess the operation and impact of the reforms, ensuring they remain effective and fit for purpose. This will be in addition to the continuous monitoring by ACMA following the commencement of these reforms. The bill already implements many of the measures moved by the member, including a live ban during sport across broadcast platforms, removing wagering advertising from sporting venues and jerseys, and extending the complaints, investigations and enforcement framework. In fact, the bill also already provides for substantially larger penalties than the proposed amendments moved by the member for Curtin, and gives the Australian Communications and Media Authorities rigorous enforcement powers. It also introduces rules that would ban advertising on online platforms unless they are triple locked, that is, unless they are over 18 years of age, logged into an account and have not opted out of wagering advertising. That being said, I note your conscientious leadership and dedication in this space, Member for Curtin, and I would like to thank you for your work here. While I have the Member for Cook, I would like to thank him for supporting our amendments.
Would you like an extension? Sorry, would you like to extend time to conclude your remarks?
I want to thank the Member for Cook for his support and for the whole Shadow Ministry. I'll sit down.
Okay. So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. That's the question I'm putting to the House now. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Then ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean for the noes, and the members Curtin and Clark for the ayes. Thank you. And order. The result of the division is ayes 12 and noes 58, and so the motion is resolved in the negative. And I give the call Look, members need to move very swiftly. I can't see who's trying to seek the call otherwise. Thank you very much. I'm giving the call to the member for Indi.
Deputy Speaker, I move amendments 2, 4, 6 and 8 as circulated in my name together.
And so the question is that the amendments be agreed to. Member for Indi.
Deputy Speaker, this bill obviously requires massively significant changes, and I'm not seeking to duplicate the arguments put by my crossbench colleagues to note that. And the amendments put by my crossbench colleagues that I must say were circulated well in advance as a courtesy to the House and to fellow members, and up until this point some of the debate that has ensued on amendments has been confusing, to say the least, in trying to ascertain who was moving what from the government and the opposition. I initially circulated amendments directed at a blanket ban on television advertising during G-rated programming, for example, and a similar idea was, in fact, ultimately, I believe, taken up by the opposition and agreed to by the government, so I'm not proceeding with that amendment that I had originally put. Deputy Speaker, my remaining amendments would require gambling companies to collect and publicly report on harm indicators, including aggregate customer losses, self-exclusion requests and complaints. Now, these indicators are well known, and as is information gambling companies that, in fact, they already have. In fact, the government has indicated it intends to rely exactly on this sort of information in identifying what's known as red flag customers for the purposes of restricting inducements. In addition, I want to see that this information collected is published publicly on a regular basis in a single, consistent format. It would provide a vital evidence base to help understand whether these reforms are effective in reducing and preventing gambling harm. And if this bill results in only the most limited improvements to industry practice, then that data will be more important than ever when it comes to reviewing these laws in the years to come. So, Deputy Speaker, in the interest of time and other people having a chance to speak, I will terminate my remarks at this point and move this relatively small improvement in good faith, an approach that is not always shared by others in this place. Sadly not. And I commend this amendment to the House.
And the question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'm giving the call to the Minister for Communications.
I thank the member for Indi for moving these amendments. The government will not support these amendments. The government shares the objective of reducing gambling harm and ensuring that Australians have access to transparent information about wagering services and their impacts. That is precisely why the government has brought forward this bill. The Gambling Reform Bill introduces significant new restrictions on wagering advertising, strengthens ACMA's compliance and enforcement powers, and expands the tools available to regulators to address the gambling harm. We have been clear we take seriously our responsibility to protect children from the harms of gambling. We have supported, like you mentioned, an amendment to ban wagering advertising content during any program principally directed at children and during programs classified as G or lower during times when children are likely to be watching. The bill delivers substantial reforms that will reduce gambling harm, strengthen consumer protections and improve regulatory oversight.
The question is that these amendments be agreed to. That's the question I'm putting to the House. And are you seeking to... That's the question I'm putting to the House now, that the amendments moved by the member for Indi I'm putting to the House now. And all those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? No. Okay, then I am moving to the next speaker who's seeking the call, member for Wentworth. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I move amendments 1 to 11 as circulated in my name together. The amendments that I have moved today go to inducements. It actually goes to recommendation 16 of the Murphy Review, which, and I quote, "The committee recommends that the Australian government prohibit all online gambling inducements and inducement advertising, and that it do so without delay." I can't say that the government's followed this recommendation. The delay has been exhaustive. It was over 1,000 days for the government to even respond to the Murphy Review, but it turns out once the government has decided to act, we can't even have a full debate on the gambling advertising legislation and changes they're putting forward, because that apparently has to pass through without delay. And I do want to note this, this is a bad way of managing legislation, bad way of managing complex legislation that matters to the Australian people, and this is a deal between both the major parties who have agreed to these amendments, which they have given to people without really any notice at all. It's just a bad way to run this parliament, and shows a deep lack of respect to the people who sent us to this place to address these issues. Now, I want to talk about why inducements are important. The government has said, look, we are trying to address gambling harm. Well, look, if you're trying to address gambling harm, there is no better place than to ban inducements. And I want to quote some research by Professor Samantha Thomas, some words that some young people have described inducements. "It did encourage me to place more bets than I usually would, because it felt like I wasn't using my own money. When I didn't bet for a while, I was sent bonus bet texts. This influenced me as it prompted me to go back. Inducement appeals to young adults because they make gambling feel easier, cheaper, or more exciting. Promotions encourage people to bet more than they normally would." And that's exactly what they do. Inducements create urgency, reduce the perception of risk, and make people feel like they're not gambling with their own money. This is what creates the problem gamblers that we have in this country. This is what creates the harm that we have in this country driven by gambling. Now, I recognise the government has put forward a number of amendments in relation to inducements. And, I support those amendments for what they are. But honestly, this is not what the Murphy Review requested. And I am sceptical about the impact that these minor amendments that the government and opposition have agreed to, whether they would genuinely make the difference that they're intended to. So there's a cooling off period for 14 days. There's a ban for those people who've been red flagged by the government's metrics, so we're not quite sure how that's going to work. And then there's some bans for people who have put themselves forward with BetStop. This is a situation where we are literally providing the pathway for people to become problem gamblers, to people's lives to be ruined by gambling, and then say, oh, by the time that you get there, we'll see if we can do anything to make this a little bit easier for you. The government has an option, the opposition has an option. It could just go out there and ban inducements altogether. It has failed to do this, and this is deeply disappointing, and is deeply disappointing to all the people who came and gave their time and effort to all the inquiries that we have had about gambling, because we could be making Australians safer right now, and we have chosen not to, and that is a decision that has been made by the major parties.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Wentworth for moving this amendment. The government will not be supporting this amendment. The amendments we are making to the Gambling Reform Bill relate to the direct marketing of inducements, align with the government's overarching policy intent, that is to balance the protection of children and vulnerable Australians without limiting legitimate consumer choices. I would also note that some bans on inducements mentioned in the members' amendments, such as banning inducements relating to opening and closing an account, are already legislated by states and territories under the National Consumer Protection Framework. I thank the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
You're right.
lock the doors. And I appoint the tellers for the ayes, the member for Wentworth and the member for Bradfield, and for the noes, the member for Bean and the member for Werriwa. Those voting for the ayes will move to the right of the chamber, and those voting for the noes to the left of the chamber. The result of the division is the ayes 12, the noes 61, and so it was negated. Can I ask members to resume their seats in an orderly fashion, and those leaving to leave in an orderly fashion? The member for Bradfield.
Speaker, I move the amendment as circulated in my name. The Murphy Review made it very clear that we need a complete ban on gambling advertising, and the government's made it clear that it isn't willing to do this. As I outlined in my second reading speech, that this is immensely disappointing. It's disappointing for all the people affected by gambling harm, it's disappointing for their families and for their loved ones, and it's disappointing for our children, our kids, who's going to continue to grow up surrounded by gambling ads that they just don't need or want to see. The government's refused to implement a full ban, but there are still ways to improve this bill. This amendment that I move today does one simple thing. It flips the online gambling advertising model from opt-out to opt-in. Under the bill as drafted, Australians using online content services will be shown wagering ads by default unless they take active steps to opt out. My amendment reverses that. So no one will see wagering advertising unless they actively choose to receive it. This is the very least that the government should do, given how far short the bill falls of the Murphy report recommendations. And why does the default option matter so much? Because we know that from real-world evidence, the defaults are sticky. When SBS introduced an opt-out function for gambling ads on its streaming service, it was reported that only 0.2% of active subscribers used it over 2 years. That doesn't mean that 99.8% of people wanted gambling ads. It means that people don't go looking for setting menus. They don't know the option exists and they don't know how to use it. And most people, understandably, are not thinking about their exposure to wagering advertising while they're trying to watch the football with the kids. And they shouldn't have to. As gambling harm prevention expert Samantha Thomas told the Senate inquiry into this bill, young people and their parents should not be expected to navigate sophisticated commercial marketing systems to continuously identify and block novel gambling promotions. But an opt-out model does ask them to do exactly that. An opt-in model puts the burden back where it belongs, on the industry. to earn permission to advertise to someone rather than assuming that right by default. To repeat myself, a full ban is best. That's what we all want. But if the government continues to refuse to do that, it can make this simple, small change and dramatically improve the impact of this bill for the best. I commend the amendment to the House.
Just before I call the Minister, can I ask the member for Bradfield to clarify if you've moved all amendments 1 to 7 or just number 1, because you said I move amendment?
I have one amendment, Deputy Speaker, only.
Only the one amendment.
Oh, okay. I move amendments 1 to 7.
1 to 7.
Yes.
Thank you. The Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the member for Bradfield for moving this amendment. The government will not support this amendment. The government supports the principle that Australians should have meaningful control over whether they see wagering advertising online. The bill is clear on the prominence of the opt-out mechanism. It must be clear, simple, effective and easily accessible. Online platforms must also display information about the means to opt out in a way that is prominent to individuals using the service. If platforms can't do this, then they can't show gambling ads. The government has supported an amendment to establish a wagering advertising opt-out register to provide individuals with a one-stop shop to opt out of receiving all wagering advertising content. This amendment gives effect to the government's policy intent by giving consumers the opportunity to easily reduce the targeting and saturation of wagering advertising across online content service providers. Thank the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. That's right. Thank you. Lock the doors. Those voting with the ayes can move to the right of the chamber, and those voting for the noes to the left of the chamber. I appoint the members for Curtin and Warringah for the ayes, and the member for Bean and Wirrawar for the noes. The results of the division are the ayes 12 and the noes 58. Therefore, the question was resolved in the negative.
I got around to the bit.
The member for Mackellar has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 8 as circulated in my name together. Speaker, to be clear, to protect the well-being of Australians, particularly young Australians, what's needed is a full ban on gambling advertising, phased in over 3 years, exactly as recommended in the You Win Some, You Lose More report that had unanimous and multi-partisan support from all involved in that parliamentary inquiry. However, my amendments respond to the bill before me. My first amendment would strengthen protections for children, protecting them from regularly seeing gambling advertising in the evenings as they watch footy. Currently, the unamended bill would ban gambling ads during live sports coverage on broadcast, datacasting and online content services between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. My amendment would extend this blackout for gambling ads during sports broadcasts by extending that restricted period from 8:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. After 8:30 p.m, the government's bill would allow unlimited gambling advertising during live sports in both scheduled and unscheduled breaks, including halftime and rain delays. This undermines efforts to break the link between sport and gambling. And we know many children just do not go to bed at 8:30 in the middle of a match. The government has stated that their reforms will protect children. They will not. The Australian Gambling Research Centre notes that while child viewership drops after 8:30 p.m, around half of children watching peak time television are still watching at 9 p.m, and a quarter remain at 10 p.m. Worse still, the bill actually weakens existing protections. The Alliance for Gambling Reform and the Monash Addiction Research Centre note that gambling ads are currently banned during live sport regardless of the time of day. Under the government's proposed bill, those protections would be removed after 8:30 p.m. In the absence of a full ban, my amendment to extend the restriction period to 10:30 p.m. creates a more realistic and child-protective threshold that better reflects the evidence and real-life viewing habits. Gambling advertising is not only harmful during the match itself, but during the build-up and aftermath, when excitement is high and betting odds are being promoted. So my first amendment also extends the buffer period before and after live sporting events from 5, or what was 5 to, and now is 15 minutes. My amendment would extend that to 1 hour before and after the event. To my second amendment, treating gambling as a public health issue was a core recommendation of the Murphy report. Gambling has serious and harmful effects on Australians' health and well-being. It causes over 400 deaths by suicide every year, and this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to gambling-related harms. The Australian Medical Association has consistently argued that gambling is a public health issue, and gambling harm affects mental health, physical health and community well-being. Doctors and health professionals see the consequences: anxiety, depression, substance use, family breakdown, domestic violence, financial distress and social isolation. However, currently gambling is not primarily dealt with by the Health Minister or the Department of Health. Instead, gambling is the responsibility of the Minister for Communications. This is a serious flaw. Gambling is far more than a communications issue. We treat tobacco and alcohol as public health issues, and gambling, also highly addictive and potentially harmful, should be no different. Indeed, the government's own explanatory memorandum to this bill describes gambling harm as a significant public health concern. It's common sense that a public health concern should sit within a public health framework under the responsibility of the Minister for Health. Moving responsibility for the Act to the Health Minister would send a clear message that this government is serious about safeguarding the health and well-being of Australians and protecting our children from the predatory gambling companies who target our most vulnerable relentlessly. Instead of protecting the profits of gambling companies, the government should be protecting the health and well-being of Australians, especially our children. Gambling is a highly addictive pursuit that causes untold harm to the health and well-being of Australians, and it needs a health-led response. I want to thank Professor Samantha Thomas, the public health specialist, for her tireless work to reframe gambling as a public health issue. Speaker, these amendments would put gambling harm where it belongs, as a public health issue within the health portfolio, and would extend protections for children and young people watching live sport in the evening with their families. I urge all in Parliament, in the House, to support these common sense amendments. Thank you.
The Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for McKellar for moving these amendments. The government will not support these amendments. The government shares the objective of reducing gambling harm and limiting exposure to wagering advertising, particularly for children and young people. The Gambling Reform Bill takes strong action to limit exposure to wagering advertising from the times and places that children are watching. It bans wagering advertising during live sports. It sets a frequency cap to ensure audiences aren't saturated with wagering advertising, and it makes a family trip to the footy a wagering ad-free space by banning ads on sporting uniforms and at sporting venues. The frequency cap and live sport restrictions are in place until 8:30 p.m, which reflects the data mentioned that shows child audiences drop significantly after this time. In response to calls for more distance between wagering ads and sport events, the government has moved an amendment to extend the blackout period before a live sporting event to 15 minutes. This amendment, along with the measures I have just outlined, will break the link between wagering and sport. With regard to the amendment prescribing the Health Minister as the General Administrator of the Interactive Gambling Act 2001, I would note that it is not convention for legislation to prescribe which portfolio should have responsibility for which specific acts. Machinery of government arrangements have long been decided by the Prime Minister as the head of government through established processes. I thank the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required? No division required. Therefore, the amendment is lapsed. The member for Warringah.
I move amendments of sheet 1 and of 1 to 8 of sheet 2 as circulated. I move the amendments circulated because these are clear fundamental gaps in this government's proposal. I want to be really clear. The 4 fundamental gaps in this bill are still requiring the establishment of a national online gambling regulator, requiring the establishment of a national online gambling ombudsman, prohibiting payments and the referral of individual customers, requiring information about the advertising opt-out scheme to be presented before gambling advertising is aired, regardless of the platform, and this should be paid for out of the time and by the gambling companies. These are not radical proposals. They are, in fact, mostly, other than the opt-out one, reforms that were drawn directly from the unanimous recommendations of the Murphy Inquiry report. You win some, you lose some. And I do note that it's rather concerning to see that there are members that voted in support of these recommendations on the report, yet are voting against these very amendments that give effect to the recommendations of a report. So I do call hypocrisy in that setting. The government has described this bill as landmark reform, but a bill that permits up to 3 ads per hour during prime time and ending that at 8:30 is not an advertising ban. A bill that makes asks Australians to opt out of gambling advertising while allowing the advertising to reach them by default does not put public health first. And a bill that leaves Australia without a national regulator or ombudsman does not provide a national system recommended by the Murphy Review. A bill doesn't pass the pub test, no matter how much just grandstanding we see from members of government in this place. The amendments here would start from many members of the crossbench to try and improve this legislation and bring it somewhere near what was recommended in the review. First, the amendment to require the minister to take all reasonable steps to establish a national online gambling regulator within 2 years. Online gambling is inherently national. A person can place a bet from anywhere in Australia through a company licensed in another jurisdiction using a platform operating across every state and territory. The Murphy report recommended a national regulation and a national online gambling regulator with the sole purpose of reducing harm. Such a regulator can have the responsibility for licensing, compliance, enforcement, data collection, the development and enforcement of national standards. My amendment gives effect to that and gives the government 2 years to do it. Then, again, within 6 months of its establishment, the minister should report back in relation to the relevant recommendations and explain why they've been left out. Second Amendment is in relation to taking all reasonable steps to establish a national online gambling ombudsman within 2 years. I can't begin to describe how complex some of the amendments in this legislation that are being proposed and how much responsibility has been put on the customer, on the users, and yet they have no ombudsman to whom they can complain about the lack of compliance by gambling companies or online companies when it comes to the opt-out system. So somehow, without any ombudsman, they're supposed to have some avenue to say, hey, the system you are claiming is going to be so effective, there's nowhere for me to complain about it. So the maze when it comes to for consumers to complain around online advertising and gambling, at the moment you could have a dispute about delayed or withheld withdrawal, failure to honour self-exclusion, relentless direct marketing, inappropriate inducement, closure or suspension of account, a provider's failure to respond to clear signs of gambling harm, and you'd need to have a law degree, and even then I don't think you would know where you could actually complain about it. So a customer and a vulnerable person should not be bounced between the provider, a state licensing authority, a consumer affairs body and a Commonwealth agency, each dealing with only one part of the problem. It's a fundamental consumer protection. There should be an ombudsman. But finally, the cop-out that this government has put in relation to an opt-out process when it comes to the advertising online, and for advertising, the final amendment is that before any advertising in relation to gambling, whether it be online or free-to-air or any platform, the gambling industry should have to pay for and promote upfront a warning and promote the opt-out register. They should pay to make sure a viewer is aware of this opt-out gambling register. It should not be the public that has to pay for such an ad campaign, and Australians should not be left at the mercy to go looking for where they actually can opt out. This makes sense that prior to seeing damaging advertising, they should have a warning and they should pay for letting people know of the opt-out.
The Minister for Communications.
I thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Warringah for moving this amendment. The government will not support these amendments. The government has heard the concerns raised at the Senate inquiry related to the harms of inducements, and we are committed to protecting vulnerable people from gambling-related harm. The government has moved an amendment to the Gambling Reform Bill to prohibit wagering service providers from providing, offering or arranging any commissions to staff or any third party involved in the referral or provision of online gambling to an individual based on customer activity. This will remove incentives for employees and affiliates of wagering companies to keep their customers gambling. In relation to proposed amendments to establish a national regulator, the government has a long-standing shared responsibility for the regulation of gambling with the states and territories. We will continue to work constructively with jurisdictions to address harms from online gambling. The Gambling Reform Bill specifies that an opt-out for wagering advertising must be clear, simple, prominent, effective and easily accessible. Online platforms must also display information about the means to opt out in a way that is prominent to individuals using that service. The amended bill has further strengthened this requirement by providing the ACMA powers to direct online content service providers to comply with the existing requirements in the bill to provide or display information about how individuals may opt out of receiving wagering advertising. The ACMA may also issue written direction where they are not satisfied that an online content service provider is complying with opt-out prominence requirements. They may then issue a penalty where a provider has not complied with the written direction within 30 days.
The member for Curtin.
I'm speaking in support of the member for Warringah's amendments, and I find it extraordinary that the government isn't going for a national regulator here. And I want to talk a little bit about what we heard in the Murphy inquiry and what the committee found in relation to a national regulator. Recommendation 3 and 23 talked about the need for an online gambling regulator, national one, and the broad suite of powers that they needed. And we heard evidence about a number of different areas that makes this the right thing to do. Firstly, we have weak and fragmented legislation. Australians lose the most to online gambling because we have a weak and fragmented regulatory framework which places all the onus for reducing harm onto the person who gambles. That was in the finding of the committee. The committee also made findings about the fragmented approach, with 4 Australian government ministers and at least 7 state and territory ministers with some responsibility for online gambling regulation and harm reduction. We heard evidence and made findings about inconsistency and the inconsistency across states and territories and how that inconsistency and fragmentation has negatively impacted harm reduction efforts. We also heard that even the wagering companies agreed that this fragmentation doesn't work. Responsible Wagering Australia noted that providers are already accountable to 26 different regulatory bodies. There was really strong support for the Australian government to establish national regulation and a national regulator. Suicide Prevention Australia said what the problem is gambling regulation operates in silos. The Alliance for Gambling Reform backed it as well. Tabcorp, and I quote from their submission, Tabcorp says, the internet and construct of the Australian Constitution means that only the federal government has the levers and authority to effectively introduce nationally consistent regulations in line with consumer expectations in the betting environment. Effective enforcement is only possible if a single national betting regulator has the power to licence and impose conditions on betting operators. So how about listening to the betting companies on that issue? We also heard evidence about regulatory capture, and concerns were raised about the regulatory capture of the Northern Territory Racing Commission. Financial Counselling Australia said the NTRC has been set up to further the development of the racing and betting industry in the Northern Territory. This is our de facto national regulator. Another submission said that the NTRC is basically a business partner, not a regulator. And Professor Charles Livingstone said there was a much too cosy relationship between the regulator and the regulated. And when asked about this, the NTRC said in their evidence, and I quote, as you would imagine, some commissioners have an interest in the racing industry and sports, but those interests are declared as part of our regular commission meetings. It is so normalised, they didn't see that there was a problem with it. The committee also heard that the gambling industry uses similar methods to the tobacco industry to minimise the impact of regulation. These tactics include lobbying, public relations, political donations and funding, and supporting research agendas as well.
Expired. Just remind members that there's 10 minutes for the whole debate of the movers of the amendment, 5 and 5. So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those that opinion, say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Sorry. Lock the doors. Those voting with the ayes will move to the right of the chamber, those voting with the noes to the left of the chamber, and we appoint the members for Warringah and Mackellar for the ayes and the member for Bean and Wirrawar for the noes. The result of the division is the ayes 11 and the noes 62. Therefore, it is resolved in the negative. The question is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yeah, we'll finish this. Sorry? No. Yeah, okay. Just, they knew it. lock the doors. The noes will move to the right of the chamber and the ayes to the left. And I appoint the members for Bean and Wirrawah for the ayes and the members for Clark and Ryan for the noes. The result of the division is the ayes 102, the noes 14. Therefore, it is resolved in the affirmative. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. The question now is that this bill be read a third time. I'll put that question. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 1 minute. 1 minute, I've called it. Ring the bell for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The ayes will move to the left of the chamber and the noes to the right. Oh, sorry, ayes to the right and noes to the left. And we appoint the tellers, the member for Clark and the member for McKellar and the member for Bean and Wirrawa for the ayes. The result of the division is the ayes have 103, the noes 14. Therefore, it is resolved in the affirmative. Clark.
Third reading. The bill for an act to amend legislation relating to interactive gambling and for related purposes.
Clark.
Government business. Order of the day number 2, National Self-Exclusion Register Cost Recovery Levy Amendment Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 17th of August 2026. I'll put the question immediately. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Division required? No division. Clark.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Self-Exclusion Register Cost Recovery Levy Act 2019 and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be now read a third time, and I'll put that question immediately. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to amend the National Self-Exclusion Register Cost Recovery Levy Act 2019 and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Interactive Gambling Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 17th of August 2026. I will put the question immediately. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to impose a levy on persons who provide licensed interactive wagering services and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be now read a third time. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to impose a levy on persons who provide licensed interactive wagering services and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 19, Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform number 2 Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I'll put that question if there's no debate. In accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 17th of August 2026, as amended on the 18th of August 2026, I'll now put the question immediately. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The question now is that this bill be now read a third time, and I'll put that question immediately. All those that opinion say aye. Excellent. The House will now consider the bill in detail. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the bill will be taken as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. All those that opinion... the question is that the government amendments be agreed to. Minister.
I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
I will now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. The question now is that this bill be read a third time, and I'll put that question immediately. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, News Journalism Payments Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Lindsay has the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the News Media Bargaining Incentive Bill 2026. The Coalition supports a strong, sustainable and independent Australian news media sector. Quality journalism is one of the foundations of our democracy. It informs public debate. It holds governments and institutions to account. It gives voice to communities that might otherwise go unheard. And it ensures Australians have access to accurate, reliable and diverse sources of information. This is especially important in regional Australia, where a local newspaper, radio station or digital outlet may be the only source of detailed reporting on issues that matter to local communities. The legislation before the Parliament seeks to establish a new news media bargaining incentive scheme following the Albanese government's decision to abandon the Coalition's news media bargaining code. As we consider these bills, it is important that we understand not only what is being proposed, but also the history that brought us to this point. Because the reality is that Australia did not arrive at this debate by accident. It was the Coalition that first recognised a growing imbalance between global digital platforms and Australian news publishers. It was the Coalition that commissioned the ACCC to investigate that problem. And it was the Coalition that delivered the world-leading news media bargaining code. In 2019, the former Coalition government asked the ACCC to examine the growing market power of digital platforms and the implications for competition, journalism and the sustainability of Australian media businesses. The inquiry confirmed what many publishers already knew. Digital platforms had become unavoidable gatekeepers between news organisations and their audiences. News businesses continued to carry the costs of producing journalism, employing reporters and maintaining editorial standards. Yet an ever-growing share of advertising revenue was flowing to global technology companies. The market had fundamentally changed. The bargaining power between publishers and platforms had become deeply unequal. Initially, the Coalition pursued a voluntary code. We wanted commercial agreements. We wanted the parties to negotiate in good faith. But when that failed to produce meaningful outcomes, we acted. In 2021, the Coalition delivered the mandatory news media bargaining code. The code was based on a straightforward principle. If digital platforms derive significant value from Australian news content and audiences it attracts, they should contribute to the sustainability of Australian journalism. The code worked. It delivered more than 30 commercial agreements, reportedly worth around $250 million annually to Australian news organisations. Importantly, those agreements were commercial agreements. Funding flowed directly between news businesses and digital platforms. Government was not in the middle. Government was not allocating funding. Government was not deciding who received support. The market was encouraged to correct a bargaining imbalance through negotiated commercial outcomes. The code became a global benchmark. Countries around the world looked to Australia as the pioneer of a new approach to supporting public interest journalism in the digital age. That achievement should not be forgotten, nor should it be rewritten. The problem was not the media code failing. The problem was that Meta chose to walk away from the table. In April 2024, Meta announced it would not renew its commercial agreements with Australian news publishers, and that created a significant challenge. Nobody disputes that. But faced with that challenge, Labor had an important choice to make. The government could have strengthened the existing framework. It could have explored ways to better enforce the intent of the code. It could have examined measures that ensured platforms could not evade their responsibilities simply by withdrawing from commercial negotiations. Instead, Labor chose a different path, chose to dismantle the code and start again. The result is a news media bargaining incentive scheme now before the Parliament following a 2-year delay. Australian news organisations have paid a very heavy price. Under the new framework, major digital platforms with Australian digital advertising revenue exceeding $250 million will either enter into commercial agreements with Australian news publishers or pay a charge. The charge is set at 2.5% of Australian digital advertising revenue. Platforms must enter into at least 8 qualifying commercial agreements to fully utilise the offset arrangements. Expenditure on agreements with larger publishers attracts an offset of 150%. Expenditure on agreements with small and medium publishers attracts an offset of 200%. In practical terms, every dollar spent supporting a small or medium publisher counts as $2 against the platform's liability. Where commercial deals are not done, revenue collected through the charge will be redistributed through a statutory news journalism payment scheme. On its face, the objective is sensible. The Coalition agrees that digital platforms should contribute to the sustainability of Australian journalism. The question is whether this framework achieves that objective more effectively than the Coalition's code. The question that deserves really close scrutiny. The government's own estimates suggest the scheme will generate between $200 million and $250 million in support for Australian journalism through either commercial agreements or payments under the framework. Those figures invite an obvious question: what is actually better than the system that Labor abandoned? The Coalition's code reportedly supported agreements worth around $250 million a year. After several years of consultation, extensive negotiations, and an entirely new legislative framework, the government's own estimates suggest the Australian news media will actually go backwards. That is why the Coalition wants to see the charge increased. This is why many media organisations have questioned whether Labor's changes represent an improvement at all. Australians are entitled to ask whether dismantling the existing framework was necessary if the result is a scheme that produces similar outcomes while introducing additional complexity. That question becomes even more important when we examine how the new scheme will operate. The effectiveness of the framework depends entirely on the accurate calculation of Australian digital advertising revenue, and that is a very critical point. The charge imposed on technology companies is calculated using their Australian digital advertising revenue. If that revenue is understated, liabilities are understated. If liabilities are understated, the support flowing to Australian journalism is diminished. If liabilities are understated, the incentive to negotiate meaningful commercial agreements is weakened. The entire framework relies on confidence that revenues are being properly measured and accurately reported, and that is why the Coalition believes the Australian Taxation Office must have robust powers to access information and verify the revenue declarations made by digital platforms. Revenue can be allocated in complicated ways. The Parliament must ensure that the integrity of the scheme is protected and that avoidance opportunities are minimised. Without confidence in the calculation of revenue, confidence in the scheme itself is undermined. The Coalition also believes careful attention must be paid to the operation of the news journalism payment scheme. One of the most significant differences between Labor's framework and the Coalition's code is the role of government. Under the Coalition's code, the objective was to facilitate commercial agreements between publishers and platforms. Under this scheme, where charges are collected, substantial funding will be distributed through a government-administered statutory process. 90% of any revenue collected will be distributed according to a statutory formula. The distribution is linked primarily to editorial journalistic staffing. 10% will be reserved for grants, with 5% specifically allocated to the Australian Associated Press. The Coalition recognises the value of AAP and the important role it plays in Australia's media ecosystem. We also recognise that many smaller publishers face genuine challenges. Regional publishers, local news organisations, community outlets, independent startups. These organisations often operate with limited resources while performing an invaluable public service. They deserve the opportunity to participate in the benefits generated by the scheme. However, any government-administered funding arrangement must be transparent, accountable and subject to appropriate safeguards. There are serious questions about media and multicultural media grants, and there's evidence. Recipients have not been properly vetted, with funds going to groups which have platformed extremists and undermined social cohesion. Grants have been made to advertising agencies and soft media outlets that don't appear to produce core news or public interest journalism. And grants have been strategically used by government ministers at critical points of the electoral cycle in order to secure favourable coverage, I should say, from media outlets. And this is not acceptable. Public confidence in journalism depends not only on sustainable funding, but on confidence that support is being provided fairly, transparently and independently. And that principle matters. Australians want media organisations to scrutinise governments, not depend on them. They want journalists asking difficult questions, not feeling constrained by funding arrangements. That is why transparency and accountability must remain central considerations as the scheme is implemented. The Coalition will continue to monitor the operation of these arrangements carefully. The Coalition remains committed to ensuring that those who derive significant value from Australian news contribute fairly to its production. We remain committed to supporting sustainable journalism and strong regional media. We remain committed to preserving a diverse and independent media landscape, and we remain committed to ensuring that policy in this area delivers practical outcomes, rather than simply creating new layers of complexity. While aspects of these bills warrant close scrutiny and, in our view, further improvement, the objective remains an important one. Australia needs a strong media sector. Australia needs independent journalism. Australia needs news organisations that can continue to serve their communities, hold power to account and strengthen our democracy. That objective is too important to get wrong. For those reasons, the Coalition wants to see this bill strengthened in the best interests of Australian journalism, Australian consumers and our great democracy. I think I'm moving. Has it been distributed?
I thank the member for Lindsay.
Yes, yes. And I'll be moving an amendment. Shall we read that amendment? Okay. I'll be moving this amendment which has been circulated in my name.
Sorry. Is the amendment seconded?
The amendment is most definitely seconded. Thank you, Speaker.
And you reserve your right to speak?
And I reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Riverina. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. This, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to submitting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, but before we move to the next speaker, before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it's been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the News Journal and Payments Consequential Amendments Bill 2026, the News Media Bargaining Administration Bill 2026, the News Media Bargaining Charge Bill 2026, and the Treasury Laws Amendment News Media Bargaining Consequential Bill 2026. The question therefore now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Cornwall. Yep.
Thank you, Speaker.
Right.
I rise to make a contribution to the news bargaining incentive bills before the House. I often speak in this place, Speaker, about the importance of backing Aussie-made, often in the context of Australian industry and manufacturing, as many of us do on this side of the House. But this principle that we hold isn't limited to just physical goods and components. It also applies to other things Australians consume, such as the media and news that Australians depend on every day. Good quality journalism is the backbone of our vibrant and successful democracy. It plays a significant role in the work that all members of this Parliament do every day. It not only keeps us accountable, but also helps us inform and engage the community on the work that goes on in this place. Whilst that may come across as just an ordinary point that we might take as a given, the reality is in that many places access to good quality journalism is under increasing pressure. These bills recognise that good quality journalism also plays a vital role in keeping Australians connected to their local communities. Local and regional news outlets play a critical role in keeping Australians informed on the issues that are nearest to them and keeping them connected to events and activities happening in their communities. These local outlets help locals in communities across Australia stay informed on issues that impact their day-to-day lives, issues that may not be picked up by the larger outlets or, as is becoming increasingly prevalent, by their social media algorithms. Local media also plays an important role in keeping members of the community connected to one another. It does this by promoting community organisations, sporting organisations and community events. We know how important this is for regional communities, where regional and rural Australians are at greater risk of becoming isolated. But this also plays an important role in our outer suburbs, in outer suburban communities like mine. My electorate of Cornwall is a young and diverse community, with many young families and new Australians. Speaker, we recognise that good quality journalism is costly to produce and the revenue that media outlets traditionally depended on has declined, being replaced by a handful of global platforms. We know of many journalists who started off in local papers to go on to inform the landscape of larger media outlets, even across the world. Without reform, we run the risk of local outlets no longer being able to provide the same opportunities going into the future. And local and regional news outlets are the most vulnerable to this change. Diversity in media matters to public interest journalism and to democratic oversight. The value of journalism is not simply in the stories that are published, but in the diversity of voices and perspectives that are able to be heard. A strong and diverse media sector means Australians have access to different perspectives, different experiences and different ways of understanding the issues that affect their lives. That diversity is particularly important in a democracy. We should not want Australians relying on a small number of large platforms or algorithms to determine what news they see and what issues they understand, and even influence the way things are understood in an increasingly narrow way. We need a media landscape where there is room for national outlets, independent journalists, local newspapers, regional broadcasters and community media, because each of them can provide something different. Local journalists in particular have a connection to their communities that larger national outlets simply cannot replicate. They know the local issues, they know the people involved, and they understand what matters to the communities they serve. That is why protecting the sustainability of Australian journalism is so important. We are not just protecting businesses or newspapers, we are protecting the diversity of voices that Australians can access and ultimately the strength of Australia's democracy. We all know and understand that access to information has changed. The methods through which we consume our media have changed. In fact, our entire relationship with the media landscape has changed. The way Australians consume news today is vastly different from even a decade ago. For many Australians, the morning newspaper has been replaced by a news notification on their phone, a social media feed, or a story shared by a friend. We can access more information from more sources than ever before. But with that increased access comes new challenges. The platforms that Australians use to access news are increasingly controlled by large global technology companies. The way information is presented to us can be shaped by algorithms, commercial incentives, and changes to the way these platforms operate. That means the future of Australian journalism cannot simply be left to these devices and platforms which offer accessibility in an increasingly narrow way. And as we interact with new and emerging technologies, the full extent of which we do not yet know or appreciate, we need policies and legislation that can keep up with that pace of change. We need to make sure that as technology changes, Australian journalism is not left behind. We need a regulatory framework that recognises the changing way Australians access information, while continuing to support the journalists, newsrooms and media organisations that do the work of producing quality journalism in the first place. Because while the technology through which we consume news may change, the fundamental value of journalism does not. Speaker, Australians still need journalists who can investigate issues, hold institutions to account, verify information and tell the stories of their communities. Our policies need to ensure that Australian journalism continue can continue to perform that role, regardless of how the technology or platforms through which we access that journalism may evolve. We know that quality journalism is costly to produce, while the commercial revenue that has traditionally supported news production has declined as digital advertising has shifted to a small number of global platforms. A small number of global digital platforms now capture significant digital advertising revenue, while many Australian news businesses remain under financial pressure. Without action, Australians risk losing local and regional news services, reducing media diversity, public interest journalism and democratic accountability. This government recognises that public interest journalism is a public good and is taking action to help build a stronger local media presence in Australia, made here in Australia by Australians. And the bill before the House serves to do just that. The government's approach is practical and allows for a market-based approach designed to support a sustainable, diverse and independent Australian news sector. The measures build on and strengthen the world-leading news media bargaining code, which has been in place since March 21, ensuring it remains effective in a changing digital environment. And it will apply a 2.5% charge to Australian digital advertising revenue earned by significant search and social media services. The government's clear preference, however, is for platforms and news businesses to reach commercial agreements rather than for platforms to pay the charge. If platforms derive value from Australian news, they should help sustain it, either by investing directly through commercial agreements or by paying the incentive charge. Any revenue collected through the NBI will be returned in full to the Australian news industry through the News Journalism Payment Scheme. Payments under the News Journalism Payment Scheme will be allocated based on the size of the media outlet, including the number of journalists and organisation employees, including the freelancers, recognising that the more journalists that are employed, the greater the investment in public interest journalism. The eligible roles set to benefit include journalists, photojournalists, videographers, data and visual journalists, and editors and producers directly involved in producing core news content. And using journalists as the basis for payment recognises the essential work they do investigating, in analysing, in reporting, and in producing the news Australians rely on each and every day. A 20% uplift will apply for journalists employed in regional and remote Australia, by small and medium news organisations and by news organisations serving diverse communities, including First Nations Australians and culturally and linguistically diverse communities. Speaker, culturally and linguistically diverse news outlets play an important role in the settlement journey of new Australians. They also help keep Australians connected with the rest of the world. It feeds into our understanding and engagement with a changing world, and in doing so helps strengthen Australia. And often the focus is on Australian news delivered in language so people can better understand and engage with the issues of the day. This is an important part of the exercise in democracy, ensuring that people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds have access to information in a language they understand so they can participate fully in the public discussions around them that impacts Australian society and public life. This recognises the additional challenges of employing journalists in regional and remote Australia and the financial pressures facing smaller and community-focused publishers. Together, these bills strengthen the News Media Bargaining Code, support commercial investment in Australian journalism, return any incentive revenue to the sector, and help secure a sustainable, diverse and independent news industry for the future. Speaker, ultimately this is about making sure that our policy settings keep pace with the world around us. Technology will continue to change the way Australians access, the way Australians consume and the way Australians engage with the news. And we cannot know exactly what that change will look like in the years ahead. But what we do know is that the need for quality, independent and diverse Australian journalism will not change. In fact, one could argue it will become even more important and crucial. Our government's response recognises that technological change should not come at the expense of the journalists and news organisations that keep Australians informed, hold institutions to account and connect our communities. Speaker, by strengthening our regulatory framework and supporting investment in Australian journalism, we are ensuring that our media sector can adapt to technological change while continuing to serve the public interest. That is what these bills are ultimately about, making sure that as technology changes, Australian journalism has a sustainable future and Australians continue to have access to the diverse and trusted news they need.
I thank the member for Cornwall. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I too rise to speak on the News Journalism Payments Bill 2026 and the associated bills which together establish the News Bargaining Initiative. Deputy Speaker, I want to start somewhere very specific. In my electorate there is a newspaper called the Shepparton News. It was founded in 1877 when a printing press was hauled up from Echuca by a bullock team, and it's been in the hands of the Macpherson family since 1888. For most of the last century, it was on the kitchen tables of the Golden Valley 5 days a week. Since the middle of last year, it has been printed 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Fridays. 40 minutes north, in Echuca, the Riverine Herald has been publishing since 1863. It has gone from 3 print editions a week to 2. Why? Because close to 80% of those mastheads readers now get their news on a phone. The company has invested in an app and in newsletters and in audio and video. It is doing what a sensible business does when the audience moves. But I was asked the House to sit with what change actually represents. A newspaper that came out 5 days a week and for a short time 6 days a week now has 2 print editions. Now the journalism hasn't stopped, the journalists are still there. But what has gone is the advertising revenue that used to pay for them. And it has gone to the digital platforms that are the subject of these bills. And that's the whole argument in just a couple of regional mastheads. The Coalition supports the objective of this legislation, and I want to put on the record why. It was a Coalition government that asked the ACCC to develop a code in 2019, and it was a Coalition government that made that code mandatory in 2021 when the voluntary approach went nowhere. And it worked. 2 platforms were captured, more than 30 commercial agreements were struck, and something in the order of $250 million a year began flowing into Australian media to support newsrooms. Some of that money came to my electorate. Country Press Australia collectively bargained on behalf of more than 80 rural and regional titles. Small publishers, who could never have negotiated alone with a $1 trillion company, suddenly had a seat at the table. And that was the point of the code. And on that measure, it succeeded. But then, in 2024, Meta walked away. It announced it would not renew and made clear that if it were designated, it would simply remove Australian news from its platforms altogether, which under the code as drafted meant there was no power to compel it to pay anything. The government had a choice at that moment, and the former chair of ACCC, Rod Sims, argued for a straightforward fix. Deemed the platforms to have published Australian news so that switching the news off didn't switch their obligation off. But instead, the government spent the better part of 2 years dismantling the code and building a new one. So we come to these bills 18 months late, and I want to acknowledge what has been achieved in that time, because a lot of it was achieved by people who do not have a lobbying budget. And Country Press Australia is an example. They asked for the regional loading in the distribution model to be lifted from 10% to 20%, and now it's 20%. They argued that 4 commercial agreements was nowhere near enough to satisfy a diversity requirement, and that 6 was still not enough, and the bills now require us to have 8. They asked for stronger offset for deals with smaller publishers, and the offset for small and media publishers is now 200% against the 150% for the majors. A 25% per deal cap has been reinstated so that no single agreement can wipe out a platform's liability. These are meaningful wins, Deputy Speaker, and they were won by regional publishers turning up with evidence again over 2 years, and I had many discussions with them, and I want to thank them for it. But I still have some concerns, and I'll raise them now because I'd rather this scheme work than just pass. My first concern is, what do we mean by the word regional? When the Public Interest Journalism Initiative built the national data set on the Australian news, it drew exactly this distinction. It classified professional local news outlet separately from community-scale outlets, which described as tending to be non-commercial, produced by volunteers, sometimes without journalistic training, and covering hyperlocal matters. It applied professional ethical standards to the first category and did not apply them to the second, because they are different things doing different work. If this scheme is going to distribute money on a formula tied to the number of journalists employed, then the loading has to attach to organisations that employ journalists. And that's not gatekeeping, but that goes to the entire logic of this bill. Another issue, Deputy Speaker, is the lack of data. We are not quite legislating in the dark when it comes to regional journalism, but the light has dimmed. And for 5 years, this Parliament has had access to something genuinely valuable, a monthly, publicly available record of what is happening to news production in this country. The Australian News Data Project tracked openings, closures, mergers, service reductions, and the end of print editions, town by town, from January 2019. It told us there had been 519 market changes and 161 outlet closures between 2019 and 2024. And it told us that roughly 2/3 of the contractions were in regional Australia. And it told us that at the end of 2024, there were 1,222 news outlets in this country, and that 1,061 of them were local. And, Deputy Speaker, that project ceased on the 31st of December 2024 when its funding ended. And the task passed to the Australian Communications and Media Authority. And to be fair to ACMA, it hasn't dropped it. It published the first News Media in Australia report in 2025. It refreshed its interactive data reports in May this year, and its outlet register is current to March 2026. But the first report is also the only report, and the next one's not due until 2027. And the monthly market change tracking, that granular closure-by-closure record of which towns are losing what, is not being maintained in the same form that it was. We are about to establish a scheme that redistributes money on the basis of where journalists are employed, and we have no continuous national record of where newsrooms are opening and closing. The data is not there. And I would ask the government to direct ACMA to maintain and publish a continuing regional news register, updated at least twice a year, with the market change data restored. And I want to close on why this matters, because it's easy to present this as a subsidiary to an industry, but it is not that, Deputy Speaker. Local journalism is not just a service that a community consumes. It is a piece of infrastructure that a community runs on. And no one knows that better than the member for Riverina, who has been an editor of a regional newspaper before he came into Parliament. It is the reason a council knows its planning decisions will be read out. It is the reason why a water authority can explain itself. It's the reason a hospital board's decisions are contested in a public space rather than settled in private. It sits in the same category as roads and bridges and telecommunications, democratic infrastructure, largely invisible until it fails, and when it fails, it costs money. Research published by the Journal of Financial Economics examined what happened to local government finances in the United States after a local newspaper closed. And the finding was that municipal borrowing costs rose by between 5 and 11 basis points in the years following a closure. Now, the authors were careful to establish that the effect was casual, not a reflection on the town's underlying economic decline. And they also found higher government wages and larger deficits. Sound familiar? Higher government wages and larger deficits and a greatly likelihood of costly refinancing arrangements. The effect was strongest in places that had the fewest newspapers to begin with. And the conclusion was simple. Local newspapers, local media organisations hold local institutions accountable. And in doing so, they keep the cost of government down. And don't we need that, Deputy Speaker? I support these bills. The Coalition built the original code, and we want a scheme that works. But passing this legislation is not the achievement. Country Press Australia put this well. The real test is whether it translates into genuine commercial agreements across a broad and diverse Australian news industry. In 2 years' time, the platforms have done 8 deals, with 8 largest media companies in the country. And the Shepparton News, the Riverine Herald, the Country News, the Seymour Telegraph, the Numurkah Leader and the Cobram Courier are in exactly the position they are in today, then this Parliament will have passed a law and changed nothing. So we owe it to make sure this legislation works in a way that saves local journalism, local news organisations, and allows them to continue doing what they have done, holding governments to account, holding local institutions to account, telling the stories of the people who live in regional and rural Australia, and facilitating the discussion that is going to move our beautiful parts of regional and rural Australia forward. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
And I call the member for Whitlam.
Speaker. By introducing these bills, the Albanese Labor government is supporting local journalism and standing up for some key pillars of Australian values and society. We are protecting the news that matters. We are protecting Australian jobs. We are promoting fairness and we are supporting a healthy democracy. Speaker, local journalism in Australia faces a serious challenge. The problem is not that people have fewer stories to tell or that the news is any less important. Far from it. The problem is that the economics of journalism have become a whole lot tougher, especially if you are producing local content. The decline of traditional newspaper advertising, the migration of audiences to digital platforms, and the financial pressures facing media organisations have reduced the resources available for vibrant newsrooms in many communities. Revenue from advertising that used to help pay for Australian journalists is now shifted to large global digital platforms. A small number of global digital platforms now capture significant digital advertising revenue, while many Australian news businesses remain under significant financial pressure. Some regional areas have become so-called news deserts, where there are few, if any, journalists regularly covering local affairs. With fewer journalists reporting on local issues, there are fewer journalists holding those in power to account. And into that vacuum, we have social media enter the fray. Social media can spread information quickly, but it does not replace quality professional journalism. A social media post can be valuable for a campaign or to distribute information, but often these posts are not fact-checked or referenced against multiple sources, which is the expectation we have of objective and ethical journalism. Misinformation becomes accepted fact, and anger and grievance can be unduly amplified. Without action, Australians risk losing local and regional news services, reducing media diversity, public interest journalism, and democratic accountability. This is a major concern for local news, local jobs, and a concern for Australian democracy itself. By introducing this legislation, the Albanese Labor government is supporting local news organisations in my electorate of Whitlam and across the country. In short, we are protecting the news that matters. For example, when we saw an increase of domestic violence incidents in our local community, that was reported on by the local press. When there are issues around bed blocking in our local hospitals, this is covered by our local press. When there have been governance issues with our local university, this has been covered by our local press. When there are road closures due to upgrades of our roads, our local press reports the construction and the impact on nearby residents. When a new community mural was painted promoting random acts of connection during Loneliness Awareness Week, our local press covered this story and promoted its message. When one of our local councils passed a resolution adopting a tiny homes pilot program, it was our local news that shared how this can affect and benefit our community. These are the stories that only local media outlets cover. These are the stories that affect the everyday lives of people in my electorate, strengthening local communities and enhancing local connections. And this is the news that matters. By introducing this bill, the Albanese Labor government is protecting the news that matters. This news becomes particularly important during a crisis. Australia has experienced devastating bushfires, floods, droughts and other emergencies. During such events, people need accurate information about roads, evacuation centres, warnings, weather and emergency services. Local news also strengthens social connections. Local journalism can report on community events, sporting clubs, cultural festivals, local achievements, and the important work of volunteers. These stories may not appear significant from a national perspective, but they contribute enormously to a sense of belonging. Australians need journalism produced in their own communities, by people who understand those communities, while also being exposed to perspectives beyond their immediate concerns. Speaker, through this legislation, the Albanese Labor government is also protecting Australian workers, particularly those in regional areas such as my electorate of Whitlam. And these local jobs are critically important. Local journalists often have a deep knowledge of their communities and can communicate information in ways that are relevant to local audiences. Their reporting can help people understand not just what is happening nationally, but what is happening in their own community. Speaker, diversity is equally important. Australia is a multicultural, multilingual, and geographically diverse country. When newsrooms include journalists with diverse backgrounds and perspectives, they ask questions that give voice to a more diverse range of issues. Diverse journalism can challenge assumptions about who matters, whose experience deserves attention, and what constitutes an important story. This is especially significant for communities that have historically received limited news coverage. First Nations media, multicultural media, and community-based outlets can tell stories from perspectives that larger organisations might overlook. In Australia, where distance, cultural diversity and regional inequality can often separate people from one another, local journalism helps create the shared knowledge on which democratic participation depends. National reporting helps Australians understand the country. Local reporting helps them understand where they live. Diverse reporting helps them understand one another. Speaker, Australians believe in fairness. When global digital platforms benefit from the work of Australian media organisations and journalists, we expect them to pay their fair share. Australians expect that if you produce a piece of content, that you should benefit from its proceeds. If your article is featured on a digital platform's website, you should receive some benefit from any revenue that results from your article being there. If platforms derive value from Australian news, they should help to sustain it. These bills work to fix just that. Speaker, through these bills, the Albanese Labor government is also supporting a healthy democracy, and a healthy democracy depends on more than just elections. It depends on citizens having access to reliable information, hearing a range of perspectives, and being able to understand how and why decisions are being made and whether they are being made in the interests of their communities. For Australia, this makes diverse, locally made and locally focused news particularly important. From metropolitan newspapers and public broadcasters to regional newspapers, community radio, independent digital outlets and First Nations media, locally produced journalism helps Australians understand the issues that affect their lives and gives communities a voice in the democratic process. One of the most important roles of journalism in any democracy is to provide citizens with the information they need to make informed decisions. Australians vote for governments at a federal, state and local level, but political decisions can often seem distant or not grounded in everyday community experience. National news can explain major issues such as the economy, climate change, immigration or foreign policy, but it can't always show how these issues affect a particular town, suburb or region. But local journalists can. They can report on a council decision that will change a neighbourhood, a hospital facing funding pressures, a local school struggling to attract teachers, or a regional community dealing with drought or flooding. This makes democracy tangible and relevant. People can see the connection between public decisions and their everyday lives. Democracy also relies on accountability, and politicians, councils, government departments and other powerful institutions are more likely to face scrutiny when journalists are present in the communities they serve. A local reporter can attend council meetings, speak regularly with residents and follow an issue for months or even years. This sustained attention can uncover problems that need to be exposed in order for better decisions to be made. Without local journalism, decisions affecting thousands of people can sometimes receive little or no independent scrutiny. Citizens need to know whether promises have been kept, whether public money is being spent appropriately, and whether people in positions of authority are acting in the public interest. Local journalism can provide this oversight at a level where national media cannot always operate effectively. Speaker, good journalism informs people, challenges governments, corporations and popular assumptions. Its value lies in independent reporting, verification and a willingness to investigate matters that those in power may prefer to keep hidden. A strong democracy should not depend entirely on a small number of large media organisations deciding which stories deserve national attention. Ultimately, democracy works best when people can see themselves in the media, hear voices different from their own, and obtain trustworthy information about the decisions shaping their lives. Speaker, these bills establish the administrative framework for the news bargaining incentive. The purpose of this incentive is clear. We want platforms and news businesses to do commercial deals to help sustain our local journalism. Speaker, these bills apply criteria to identify the largest digital platforms with significant search or social media services and substantial Australian digital advertising revenue. We will target those platforms with the greatest market power and the greatest capacity to contribute. This is not about raising revenue for government. Any revenue raised will be returned in full to the Australian news sector through the News Journalism Payment Scheme. Speaker, these bills ensure digital platforms that benefit from Australian news contribute to its long-term sustainability. The government's approach is practical, market-based, and designed to support a sustainable, diverse and independent Australian news sector. These measures build on and strengthen the world-leading News Media Bargaining Code, which has been in place since March 2021, ensuring it remains effective in a changing digital environment. Public interest journalism is a public good, and addressing the bargaining imbalance between digital platforms and Australian news businesses is essential to sustaining quality Australian journalism. The News Bargaining Incentive, the NBI, applies a 2.5% charge to Australian digital advertising revenue earned by significant search and social media services. The government's clear preference is for platforms and news businesses to reach commercial agreements rather than for platforms to pay the charge. Platforms can reduce their NBI liability through eligible commercial agreements, with offsets of 150% or 200% for agreements with small and medium news businesses. Platforms must have agreements with at least 8 eligible news organisations to reduce their NBI liability to nil, with no single agreement accounting for more than 25% of their total liability, supporting diversity across the sector. These bills recognise good faith commercial agreements entered into since the 1st of January 2025 by allowing them to offset NBI liabilities, reflecting the government's clear commencement date for the NBI. Payments under the News Journalism Payment Scheme will be allocated based on the number of journalists an organisation employs, including freelancers, recognising that the more journalists that are employed, the greater the investment in public interest journalism. Using journalists as the basis for payments recognises the essential work they do in investigating, analysing, reporting and producing the news that Australians rely on. Together, these bills strengthen the News Media Bargaining Code, supporting commercial investment in Australian journalism, returning any incentive revenue to the sector, and helping to secure a sustainable, diverse and independent news media industry for the future. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At its heart, this debate is not about tax settings, offsets or administrative frameworks. It's about whether Australia continues to have a diverse, independent and sustainable media landscape. A healthy democracy requires informed citizens, vigorous public debate and journalists who are willing to ask difficult questions. It requires a plurality, I can't even say that word, plurality of voices, not a concentration of information in the hands of a few powerful global actors. It requires local journalism, regional journalism, community journalism. It requires people who know their communities and tell their stories. That is why the Coalition has always recognised the importance of supporting Australian journalism and defending media diversity. The House should remember how we arrived here. The News Media Bargaining Code was not created by the Labor government. It was a coalition reform starting in 2019 when we were in government, tasked the ACCC with addressing the imbalance between global digital platforms and Australian news publishers. The resulting voluntary negotiations failed, so the Coalition stepped in with the world-leading News Media Bargaining Code 2021. The code addressed the bargaining imbalance between major digital platforms and Australian news organisations. It delivered more than 30 commercial agreements, worth an estimated $250 million to Australian news businesses. It demonstrated that governments do not have to accept a situation where Australian journalism carries the cost of producing news while multinational big tech companies capture much of the value. The Coalition acted, we showed leadership, and we delivered results. Meta's decision not to renew agreements in 2024 clearly exposed weaknesses in the framework and created uncertainty for publishers. Labor were not prepared for the fight in government. They didn't enforce the code and dismantled the framework instead. What followed was 2 years of drift from the Albanese government. The government announced its intention to replace the code in December 2024, yet the legislation was not introduced until this month, August 2026. 2 years. 2 years of uncertainty for news organisations. 2 years during which publishers had no clarity about future arrangements. 2 years in which regional and independent publishers had every reason to worry about their long-term sustainability. If local journalism matters, governments should act with urgency. Instead, Labor spent 2 years developing a replacement for a coalition framework that was already delivering outcomes. The Nationals will not oppose this legislation in the House. We recognise the importance of securing ongoing support for Australian journalism. We recognise the need for a mechanism that encourages commercial agreements between digital platforms and Australian news journalism. We recognise that Australia's media sector continues to face significant economic pressures. Most importantly, we recognise that regional journalism cannot be left behind. But our lack of opposition does not mean a blank cheque. It does not mean pretending the legislation is perfect. It does not mean ignoring legitimate concerns about its operation. It means taking a constructive approach while continuing to fight for improvements. As the Shadow Minister for Regional Communications and as a resident of regional Australia, I know, and my Nationals colleagues know, journalism is not merely another industry. It is civic infrastructure. Local journalists cover councils, courts, schools, hospitals, water policy, agriculture, sporting clubs and community events. They are also the first on the scene at natural disasters and major accidents, and often know a lot more about what is happening on the ground than metropolitan or national media. Local newspapers, television and radio stations hold local institutions accountable. Local media celebrates local achievements. Local media strengthens community identity. Local media builds social cohesion. No metropolitan newsroom can properly replace local journalists embedded within their communities. Local media employs local people. They also remember local history. Outside, media might swan in for a flood or a bushfire, but then they go. Local media are there holding governments to account for the delivery of recovery services after the spotlight is gone. Once a regional newsroom closes, the damage is huge and difficult to reverse. As I've said before, those who live in Sunraysia feel invisible to ourselves with no local television presence. Win Television has established a service, and credit to them, but it's not yet local journalists on the ground. That's the awful bind regional media outlets face: declining advertising revenues, a commitment to local news and fierce competition with offshore social media companies. Once local stories stop being told, a community's identity falls away. That is why provisions recognising regional journalists and smaller publishers are welcome in this bill. The increased weighting for regional journalists reflects an important truth. A diverse media landscape requires strong regional media. I flag that we in the Nationals will be closely watching the outcomes of this scheme and its loading for small and medium publishers. While the formulas in the bill preference small to medium publishers, which publishers? What we cannot allow is metropolitan-based publishers in already relatively saturated media markets to grow out of this incentive, and regional media fails. National stories inform us about Australia, but local stories connect us to our communities. They tell us who we are. They document our triumphs and our challenges. They preserve local history and local culture. They create belonging. This is particularly important in regional Australia, where local media often serves as the central thread connecting communities spread across vast distances. A democracy is stronger when local voices are heard. A democracy is stronger when communities can see themselves reflected in the media they consume. Media diversity is not simply about having more publishers, it's about preserving different perspectives, different experiences and different voices. Australia is like a diamond with many facets. The CBD of Sydney or Melbourne or Brisbane looks very different to life in regional Australia. That's one reason we, the Nationals, exist, to show the real face of regional Australia, to be the voice of regional Australia to the rest of the nation. If Australians are glued to their phones, doom scrolling 3-second videos from overseas, if local stories are not told, we risk merging into some singular global zeitgeist. Local stories from regional Australia matter to our national identity. That's why the Coalition's work on the News Media Bargaining Code mattered so much to us in 2021, and why it is so important we patch up the damage from Labor's 2 years of delay in ensuring the code delivers for all Australians. The Coalition believes the government had settled on a 2.5% charge rate on a digital platform's advertising revenue, which was too low. We have argued the levy should increase to 2.75%. If this scheme is intended to incentivise commercial agreements, then the incentive must be meaningful. The Coalition does not believe big tech should be rewarded with a softer arrangement after delaying negotiation for years. We cannot reward Meta's behaviour. Their stalling, which has saved them many millions of dollars, with a rate that doesn't reflect the real impact of that delay. I note that the government estimates this scheme will see about 200 to 250 million in deals. That's less than what the Coalition's code was achieving 5 years ago. We want stronger incentives for platforms to come to the table and support Australian journalism. The success of the scheme depends on one crucial question: how much Australian digital advertising revenue are these companies actually earning? If revenue is understated, liability is reduced. If liability is reduced, support for journalism falls. It's that simple. The Coalition has therefore proposed stronger powers for the ATO to obtain information and estimate revenue where platforms fail to cooperate. We cannot have a system that relies on multinational corporations marking their own homework. Publishers need certainty. Newsrooms need certainty. Journalists need certainty. Local regional media outlets need certainty to pay the bills, including staff, and have revenue certainty. Only then can they invest and expand. The Coalition has proposed requiring commercial agreements to be concluded before the start of each calendar year. News organisations should not spend months wondering whether funding arrangements will continue. Certainty encourages investment. Certainty supports employment. Certainty helps keep journalists in newsrooms. This debate also arrives at a remarkable moment in digital and technological history. Artificial intelligence is reshaping the way information is created, distributed, and consumed. Increasingly, people receive summaries rather than reports, answers rather than investigation, conclusions rather than analysis. I mention AI because this incentive program will need to be agile to respond to the current reality that AI is accessing news stories behind paywalls already, and therefore news publishers are not getting revenue from their articles. With AI poised to supersede searching or Googling for information in the very near future, we cannot let this incentive scheme become redundant no sooner than the legislation ink dries. The more sophisticated technology becomes, the more vitally important critical thinking becomes. We cannot let Australians today accept that the media platform answer must be correct. The error rate will feed into our institutions and way of life, potentially with fatal consequences. We must ensure journalism continues so that critical thinking survives. We must keep exercising the collective Australian brain, or it will atrophy, and we will be pulled in the directions that AI or foreign actors behind it send us to achieve their priorities or purposes. Young Australians need to learn how to analyse evidence, how to compare competing claims, how to identify assumptions, how to develop their own conclusions. They need to learn how to think, not what to think. Strong journalism and strong critical thinking go hand in hand. One provides information, the other enables citizens to evaluate it. Together they form part of the foundation of a strong democracy. The Coalition will not oppose these bills, but neither will we ignore their shortcomings. We are proud of the Coalition's record in creating the original bargaining framework. We are disappointed that Labor took more than 2 years to replace it. We're determined to improve this legislation through practical amendments. Most importantly, we remain committed to preserving what really matters: a diverse media landscape, sustainable journalism, strong regional news services, thriving local voices, and Australians equipped to think critically and engage actively in democratic life. Because democracy depends on more than institutions. It depends on informed communities. It depends on local voices. And it depends on ensuring that Australian journalism continues to have a future.
I call the member for Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A strong democracy depends on a strong and independent media. It depends on journalists who investigate, who scrutinise, who ask difficult questions. It depends on Australians having access to reliable information about their communities, their governments and the world around them. It depends on our ability to sustain professional journalism in an information environment that is increasingly fractured and under pressure. And this is something that is very close to my heart. I began my working life as a journalist at community radio, as well as at our national broadcasters, SBS and the ABC. And so I know there's a mountain of work that goes into producing journalism that people can trust. The phone calls you make, checking sources, reading documents, challenging claims, and making sure that what you put to air or to print can be backed up. And that work matters. In our current information environment, misinformation and disinformation can spread around the world in seconds. Social media algorithms amplify the most provocative content with no regard for accuracy. And at the moment, artificial intelligence is making it increasingly easy to produce convincing false information, images, audio and video. In this environment, we need to support journalism that helps Australians to distinguish fact from fiction. We need to fund journalism that helps Australians to distinguish fact from ideology. Over the past 2 decades in Australia, the business model that has traditionally funded our journalism has been fundamentally disrupted. As digital platforms, the majority of them run by giant companies from overseas who have scant regard for Australian communities or Australian democracy, have increasingly sucked our attention. And so too have they sucked advertising revenue away from local news organisations. As these platforms have been growing and increasingly capturing advertising revenue, they have also used traditional Australian media outlets for content. They've made our information environment poorer, and they've contributed to misinformation and disinformation in our communities. And so it is entirely appropriate that these platforms make a genuine contribution to addressing those problems. Deputy Speaker, together these bills reinforce the News Media Bargaining Code and they support the sustainability and diversity of Australian journalism. They establish a clear principle that where significant digital platforms derive enormous value from the Australian digital advertising market, they should have a strong incentive to reach commercial agreements with the Australian news organisations who produce journalism. From 1 January 2025, the news bargaining incentive will apply a charge equivalent to 2.75% of Australian digital advertising revenue earned by significant search and social media services. The purpose of the scheme is not just to collect that charge. This legislation is deliberately structured to encourage commercial agreements.
Platforms can reduce their liability through eligible agreements with Australian news organisations, receiving offsets worth 150% of these agreements. For agreements with small or medium news businesses, that offset increases to 200%. And to reduce their liability to nil, platforms must have eligible agreements with at least 6 different news organisations. And that is important because a healthy Australian media landscape cannot just mean a handful of large metropolitan organisations. We do also need regional and local journalism. We need smaller and independent publishers. We need organisations that serve First Nations Australians, and we need culturally and linguistically diverse media outlets. And we need journalists telling stories that might never make a national bulletin, but are enormously important to the communities that they serve. If in this environment a platform chooses to pay the charge rather than enter into commercial agreements, that money will still support Australian journalism. The News Journalism Payments Bill establishes the News Journalism Payments Scheme to distribute any revenue raised through the news bargaining incentive to eligible Australian news organisations. It's also important that it puts journalists themselves at the centre of how these payments are calculated. Eligible organisations will receive payments based on the number of journalists they employ, including freelancers. So that includes journalists, photojournalists, videographers, data and visual journalists, editors, producers, all of those directly involved in producing core news content. The more journalists an organisation employs, the greater its payment. There is also a 20% uplift for journalists working in regional and remote Australia, and for those organisations that do serve diverse communities, including First Nations and culturally and linguistically diverse Australians. And I do want to reiterate that this is a really important feature of this scheme, because our government understands that local journalism matters and that diverse voices matter. Again, going back to my own first-hand experience here, and a shout out to community radio and Arts Alive, which is still going strong. To all the folks at 2Cuz FM in Burke, where I spent a number of months, and to the people in regional Victoria and Warrnambool, where I worked with the ABC. I understand how important local voices and local journalism is in all of those communities. A local journalist is often the person who's sitting through the local council meeting, who's covering the community campaign, talking to the local sporting club or small business, and asking questions about decisions that otherwise might receive no scrutiny at all. These journalists perform that role across vast parts of our country, and it is important for all of us that they get to stay. When those outlets, when those journalists disappear, we lose more than just another job in the media industry. We lose knowledge, we lose scrutiny, and we lose someone whose job it is to ask questions on behalf of their community. So this scheme makes sure that the funding that's intended to support journalism actually supports journalism. As I said, recipients will have obligations to maintain their journalist workforce in respect to the payments they receive across the relevant period. And we've also allocated 5% of any revenue raised through the news bargaining incentive to a separate grants program supporting small publishers and startups to build their businesses and produce news for their local communities. And I'm sure this will continue to be a focus for government as we continue to support a diverse media environment. Deputy Speaker, as I said, these reforms come at an incredibly important time for journalism and for our communities. We do now have access to more information than we have at any point in human history, but more information too often does not mean better information. A false claim can reach hundreds of thousands of people before a journalist has made a phone call, checked the facts, spoken to an expert or verified a source. As I said, the systems through which we currently receive our information too often reward what is provocative, what is divisive, not necessarily what is engaging, what is accurate. Many of the large platforms where we now receive our information from drive based on reach and eyeballs, not based on quality of information. And they have little regard for the consequences for our communities and our country of them spreading misinformation and disinformation. The algorithm is driven by maximising profit, and there is no thought to the consequences for our democracy. But democracy relies on people having access to reliable information. It relies on Australians being able to understand the decisions being made by governments and others, to scrutinise those decisions and to ultimately make an informed choice at the ballot box. It relies on us being able to have conversations as a community based on a shared understanding of what's going on. And professional journalism is one of the institutions that helps make that possible. Reputable news organisations are accountable for what they publish. Now, of course, that does not mean journalists always get everything right, nor does it mean that Australians should accept everything they read in a newspaper, everything they hear on the radio or see on the television without a question. A healthy democracy should have sceptical citizens and robust debate. But there is an enormous difference between disagreeing over ideas and being unable to find out the facts. We should be able to fiercely disagree about what's happening, about what government should do, while still having confidence in the basic information that underpins that debate. And that is why strong independent journalism is such an important part of our democratic infrastructure. I know it is something that people in my community understand and value, and that they support quality journalism, they support a strong and independent ABC and a diverse media landscape. Deputy Speaker, I have now experienced this environment from different sides, as a journalist asking questions and now as a Member of Parliament being asked them and answering them. I firmly believe our democracy is stronger because of media scrutiny and media independence. That's why these bills matter. They're not about telling journalists how to do their job or how to write. They're not about protecting media companies from competition or technological change. They're not about protecting governments from scrutiny, but they are making sure that we are providing a framework to support Australian journalism to continue as we enter this fractured information age. Making sure we give Australians access to journalism that they can trust. Now, Deputy Speaker, I do realise that protecting the right of Australians to know what's going on and to have access to basic facts isn't a value that is universally shared across this Parliament. We do have members who actively thrive on feeding misinformation and disinformation. Senator Hanson, the leader of One Nation, puts herself out there for interviews with a far-right influencer who's mixed with neo-Nazis, and a far-right podcaster who was in fact jailed for stalking journalists. At the same time, One Nation bars the ABC and other media outlets from their press conferences. It's just another way that Senator Hanson treats Australian people with disdain. She doesn't even respect them enough to be subject to scrutiny and to stand up to mis and disinformation, running on the politics of fear and division with no consideration of how we build our communities, how we share our stories, and how we make sure that we all understand what's happening around us. Deputy Speaker, this government recognises the value that journalism creates. We support local, regional, independent and diverse news organisations. We do want to make sure that we continue to have journalists in our communities, our courts and in our parliaments asking questions and establishing facts. Our democracy is precious. We protect it through strong institutions, free and fair elections, an independent judiciary and an engaged community. And we also protect it through a strong, diverse and independent media. At a time when misinformation and disinformation are becoming easier to produce, faster to spread and harder to identify, that work is vital. These bills support the people who do that work and help ensure Australian journalism remains strong and sustainable into the future.
Thank you. And I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill is an important moment for the future of public interest journalism in Australia. At a time of misinformation, disinformation and declining trust in institutions, robust public interest reporting is more important than ever before. Every day, journalists provide the scrutiny, accountability and trusted information that keeps our democracy strong. That work happens on the national stage, but also across communities in Australia. Local papers cover council decisions and court proceedings, schools and local businesses, community events and emergencies. They give a voice to the multicultural and First Nations communities, to regional towns as well as suburban neighbourhoods, a voice that larger media organisations can't always reach. But the mastheads and the outlets doing this work are operating in a media environment that has dramatically changed in recent years. Journalism has been transformed by the rise of global digital media platforms. These platforms have become central to how Australians, especially young Australians, are accessing their news. They're capturing an increasing share of Australia's media landscape. But the business model that has traditionally funded journalism has not adapted to that change. Advertising revenue has shifted to digital platforms, which is putting growing financial pressure on news organisations and the journalism that they produce. This is not a new problem. The Morrison government's News Bargaining Code was an attempt to address this issue of the sustainability of public interest journalism by using the bargaining power of digital platforms to support Australian journalism. The code generated between $200 million and $250 million a year through commercial agreements between digital platforms and Australians' news businesses. But critically, like many things produced by the Morrison government, that code didn't work. Tech companies were able to simply opt out of the code by removing news content from their platforms. This happened briefly in 2021, when Meta, then Facebook, responded to the bargaining arrangements by removing news content entirely from its platform. While this proved to be only a brief blip, in April 2024, Meta announced that it would not renew commercial deals with Australian news media companies. Those were deals worth an estimated $70 million a year. And this resulted in the News tab being removed from Facebook. Thankfully, we didn't see the worst-case scenario of a full news blackout across all Meta platforms. But that code is still failing Australians. Platforms can still reduce or withdraw their support for Australian journalism simply by changing how they choose to distribute and present news. And there could have been a much worse outcome in Australia under our current code. In Canada, the Online News Act came into effect in 2023. Meta subsequently blocked news from Facebook and Instagram in Canada, meaning that Canadians have now lost access to all news from publishers on those platforms. That remains a real risk with this legislation. Now, to deny people access to news is to deny them immediate access to information about their country and about their democracy. For a generation that increasingly gets all of its news through social media, that would mean denying our young people access to the information that they need to actively participate in our democracy. So, in front of the House, we now have a proposal that recognises that news does have value, and that the digital platforms benefiting from the provision of journalism should contribute to its sustainability, while creating a financial obligation the platforms can't simply avoid by removing news. These bills collectively introduce the news media incentive. Under the scheme, significant social media and search services will have an incentive to enter commercial agreements with eligible Australian news businesses. If platforms don't enter enough eligible agreements, they will instead be liable for a charge based on their Australian digital advertising revenue. In that case, the money raised through that charge will be distributed to support Australian news journalism through the News Journalism Payment Scheme. I believe that what the government is proposing is better than what we've had previously. It will promote sustainability and diversity of the Australian news media sector. But without further refinements, many small and medium-sized publishers will struggle to access commercial agreements with digital platforms. I'm glad to see that the Albanese government has backflipped on a carve-out for professional networking sites, bringing Microsoft-owned LinkedIn within the scope of this incentive. Thank you. But the government has still chosen not to include AI companies in the incentive, and that is a significant regulatory gap. AI is rapidly changing how Australians find and consume information. Generative and AI-enabled platforms can summarise journalism and other forms of content. They can answer questions and provide information without users visiting the publisher. As a result, news organisations are now facing a zero-click era in which AI is reducing traffic to the original journalistic sources, potentially to zero. Nine Entertainment reported that disruptions from AI were the reason that 30 staff from The Age and the Sydney Morning Herald were made redundant last month. It wasn't the first batch of redundancies, and it will not be the last. Excluding AI platforms from the incentive is a very significant missed opportunity for this government at the very moment that their market power and their impact on journalism is beginning to really accelerate. If the principle of this legislation is that digital platforms that benefit from Australian journalism should contribute to its sustainability, then that principle has to also extend to AI-enabled platforms. I call on the government to address this regulatory gap so that the news media incentive covers all tech and search companies, including AI services that profit from Australian journalism. But the question is not only who is required to contribute to the incentive, but also who ultimately benefits from it. The intention of these reforms is to promote diversity in Australian journalism. So I'm pleased to see the government has made changes to broaden the number of news outlets that tech companies have to strike deals with in order to avoid the charge. The minimum number of deals required to fully offset the charge has increased from 6 to 8, a change designed to open more opportunities for smaller and regional publishers. Further, each financial year, a digital platform may not use eligible expenditure in relation to any one news business to offset more than a quarter, 25%, of the incentive. To encourage deals with smaller publishers, the charge is offset by a 150% uplift rate for agreements with large businesses and 200% if the deal is with small or medium-sized businesses. These elements address the risk that the news media incentive could consolidate funding among a handful of large media organisations while leaving smaller publishers unfunded. This is to ensure that the incentive doesn't create what the industry has called news deserts, where metropolitan coverage is funded but regional coverage is not. But despite these measures to broaden the beneficiaries of the incentive, the 25% cap is still somewhat problematic. The cap limits the amount of incentive liability that can be offset through expenditure with any one news business, but it doesn't prevent a platform from concentrating its overall commercial expenditure within a small number of large media organisations. A platform could, in theory, allocate 4 companies 99% of its money and split just 1% among 4 additional companies. If the government's objective is genuine diversity, then the scheme should do more than prevent concentration in a single media organisation with that 25% cap. It should actively foster inclusion of larger numbers of smaller organisations within the platform's coverage. The charge itself also deserves scrutiny. Following the exposure draft, the government's proposal for the charge has changed. The news media incentive charge was initially based on the annual total revenue of in-scope technology companies. But the final legislation narrows the charge base to the annual digital advertising revenue of those platforms, with the charge set at 2.5%. There's a rationale for this change. It means that revenue from unrelated products like workplace software or cloud services is not inadvertently captured by the scheme. But the change has narrowed the base of the charge. If digital platforms and search companies fail to strike enough deals, they'll be forced to pay a charge. That'll be 2.5% of their Australian digital advertising revenue. The government has compensated for the narrowing of the revenue base by moving a small increase in the charge from 2.25% to 2.5%. But it is a modest accommodation which may not entirely make up for that shortfall. Revenue collected from the charge will be distributed to eligible news organisations through the News Journalism Payment Scheme. These funds will support the production of core news content in Australia. Of the charge funds, 10% will be set aside for grants, which includes 5% to fund the Australian Associated Press in recognition of its public interest role, and a further 5% for small organisations that aren't eligible for funding from deals under this scheme. This charge distribution mechanism favours larger organisations again. To be included on the Australian Communications and Media Authority's register of eligible news businesses for charge distribution, an organisation has to generate more than $150,000 in annual revenue. Clearly, this is going to exclude many small and independent outlets, so there is an ongoing equity concern here. For example, of roughly 200 local and independent news association members, 35% will fall under this threshold. The 5% grant for small organisations is promising, but it's not sufficient to support the diverse range of publishers operating in Australia, particularly in regional areas. It's been recommended that at least 25% of deals should be made with small and medium-sized businesses, and that grants should specifically address small newsrooms. I will support amendments to this bill to increase the grant stream under sections 94 and 95 of the Payments Bill from 5% to 15% of the collected revenue charge. With that in mind, the final point that I'd like to address relates to how payments under the charge are calculated according to eligible editorial capacity. Essentially, this is the number of eligible editorial workers employed or engaged to produce core news content. Given this focus, Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance, in its submission on the exposure draft of this legislation, stressed an important point, that digital platform funding should support journalists' jobs. It shouldn't just flow through to shareholders or to executives. The purpose of this legislation is not to subsidise media companies for the sake of subsidising media companies. It is to sustain journalists, and it's to support the journalists who are so vital to their work, who inform and engage us every day. That means that the government should consider stronger safeguards requiring payments received under the scheme to support the employment of journalists and the production of public interest journalism. Speaker, if this legislation is to succeed, it must do more than simply transfer money from the big digital platforms to the big media companies. It has to strengthen journalism that Australians actually receive and read and learn from, in our cities, in our suburbs and in our regions. It must support diverse newsrooms, sustain local reporting and ensure that the benefits of this scheme reach the communities that need them most. I endorse the principle behind these reforms, but the Parliament must ensure that the final scheme is broad enough to capture the platforms shaping our information environment, including AI services, that is diverse enough to support more than the largest media organisations, and that it is accountable enough to ensure that funding delivers not more journalism, not simply more revenue.
I call the member for more.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the News Journalism Payments Bill and the associated bills. Politicians and journalists have a curious relationship. As a relatively new backbencher from Western Australia, I cannot claim to spend my days surrounded by the press gallery, but I certainly read what journalists write and say about politics, and I suspect they occasionally notice what people like me say and do. So it's less a relationship of constant physical proximity and more one conducted through articles, interviews, social media and the occasional phone call. Politicians sometimes think journalists only call when there is bad news. Journalists sometimes think politicians only answer when there is good news, and there is probably enough evidence on both sides to keep that argument going for another 100 years. But underneath all of that is something far more important. A strong democracy needs a strong and independent media. Not a media that agrees with government, not a media that gives politicians an easy run, and certainly not a media that writes the headlines we would have preferred to have written ourselves. If favourable coverage were the test for supporting journalism, I suspect most members in this House would develop very strong and rapidly changing views about which publications deserve support. Independent journalism exists in part to make people in positions of power uncomfortable. Journalists ask questions politicians would sometimes prefer not to answer. They examine government decisions and they investigate powerful institutions. Occasionally, they even discover a politician has used 12 paragraphs to avoid answering a yes or no question. I am told this can happen. Journalism has a role in our democracy that goes well beyond another product being sold in the market. It helps Australians understand what governments are doing, what businesses are doing, and what is happening in their communities. But the business model that paid for much of that journalism has changed. For decades, newspapers, television networks and other publishers could rely heavily on advertising revenue. People advertised houses in the paper, businesses advertised on television, radio. Classified advertising helped support local newspapers. That revenue helped pay the journalists covering our parliament, courts and communities. And then the internet transformed the market. Advertising moved online and enormous global digital platforms became some of the biggest beneficiaries. The journalism remained valuable, but an increasing share of advertising revenue that once supported it went somewhere else. Between 2006 and 2022, commercial broadcasters' share of Australian advertising expenditure fell from 43% to 17%. That is a fundamental change in the economics of Australian media. Good journalism costs money. Someone has to employ the reporters who investigate and explain what is happening. Someone has to put journalists on the ground in the courts, parliaments and communities. And someone has to edit, check and publish the work properly. A Facebook post written in 30 seconds is not a replacement for a journalist who has spent 3 days checking a story. Although judging by some social media these days, plenty of people remain determined to test that proposition. Australia first responded to the imbalance between digital platforms and news businesses through the News Media and Digital Platforms Mandatory Bargaining Code in 2021. That framework helped produce commercial agreements between digital platforms and Australian media companies. But it had a weakness. A platform could potentially reduce or avoid bargaining obligations by simply reducing or removing news from its service. These bills address that problem. The principle is straightforward. If very large digital platforms derive substantial advertising revenue from their Australian operations, they should make a reasonable contribution towards sustaining Australian journalism. And importantly, the government's preferred outcome is not collecting a charge. We want digital platforms and Australian news businesses to reach commercial deals. The charge exists to create an incentive. The news bargaining incentive applies only to very large social media and search services. A service group must have more than $250 million in relevant Australian digital advertising revenue. A social media service must have at least 5 million average monthly active Australian users, while a search service must have at least 10 million. So we are talking about some of the largest technology businesses operating in Australia.
Member for Moore. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tonight I rise to mark a significant anniversary in our nation's history, the 60th anniversary of the Battle of Long Tan. The Battle of Long Tan was one of the most defining engagements of Australia's involvement in the Vietnam War. And last weekend I had the privilege of attending a commemoration of this anniversary at Palm Beach RSL, alongside Vietnam veterans serving and former members of the Australian and Allied Defence Forces, their families and members of our local community. I was honoured to hand out over 40 federal government certificates of appreciation to Vietnam veterans. I hope that this does a little to make up for the ill treatment that many veterans faced on their return from the Vietnam War. Doug McGrath, President of the 9th Battalion Royal Australian Regiment Association, addressed the gathering. Doug spoke of the experience of Australian soldiers in Vietnam and of the challenges that many faced when they returned home. He provided a deeply personal insight into the life of an infantry combat soldier, particularly that of an Asho, the nickname for the young Australian men conscripted under the National Service Scheme during the Vietnam War era. His words were heartfelt, honest and profoundly moving. They reminded all of us that behind every military record, every medal and every anniversary are young Australians whose lives were forever changed by that war or cut short. I'd like to share some of Doug's words in the House today. I quote, "I am a third-generation military veteran, as are many Vietnam veterans. We inherited from our forefathers the military traditions of courage, commitment, resilience, service, mateship and larrikinism, which were forged in Gallipoli at the Western Front, cemented in Britain, the Middle East and the Pacific in World War II and then Korea. So these qualities were in our DNA when we deployed as soldiers to Vietnam. I'm proud to acknowledge that these characteristics have been constantly demonstrated by the Vietnam veterans. We have continued to serve our communities, care for our mates and their families, display resilience and courage, particularly when faced with serious medical challenges, and there are still plenty of larrikins among us. I was only in the Army for 2 years, but have continued to serve the veteran and wider community for over 50 years. Service before self." Doug went on to speak about equality. He said, and again I quote, "Our battalion was made up of men from all over Australia, sons of migrants from all of the British countries, most European countries, Lebanon and more. We had Aboriginals and men of diverse religious backgrounds, regular soldiers, national servicemen, original battalion members and others who joined us during the tour as reinforcements. But as soldiers, we never cared about where they came from, what education they had, where they had trained, what race or religion they were. Everyone was treated equally. All we cared about as soldiers was that they would fit in and do their job to the best of their ability and to keep us all alive." Doug finished by reflecting on the lesson he learnt, and I quote, "I learnt a lot about myself and other men who I never would have met in normal circumstances. I learnt what can be achieved with courage, commitment to a cause and each other, resilience and good leadership, and that ordinary men can achieve extraordinary things in times of crisis and adversity. You can be proud of these ordinary men who represented you with distinction as soldiers in Vietnam." He also sent me a poem, and I'll just read a little extract from that as well. "We miss our mates who didn't get back, denied the chance to give life a crack. No wife, no kids, grandkids, career, never a laugh or to share a mate's beer. Their lives cut short at the hands of the Kong. 50 years later, the memory's still strong. So much to live for, but gone in a flash. In a distant jungle, the sound of a clash." I thank Doug McGrath for his generosity in sharing these reflections with our community. His words offered a powerful reminder of the realities faced by those who served in Vietnam and of why it remains so important that we continue to listen and learn from our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Over the winter recess, I had the opportunity to welcome a number of ministerial colleagues to my great electorate of Banks, to meet with locals and see some of the amazing work going on in my community. Following the announcement that the government will be expanding the Commonwealth paid prac payment to 10 additional allied health professions, I was able to welcome the Health Minister to enunciate allied health services in Mortdale. The Minister and I met with the founder and General Manager, Chantel, and some of her team, including speech pathologists and occupational therapists. While they all spoke about how valuable their placement experience was to their professional development, they also noted how hard it was to have to give up paid work to make it possible. Importantly, thanks to this Labor government, from 1 July next year, a speech pathology and occupational therapy student, along with those students trained to be paramedics, pharmacists and more, will be eligible for paid prac payment. This is $158 million investment in our healthcare workforce, which provides much-needed cost of living relief to 21,000 students each year, while also ensuring that we can train local students for in-demand jobs to support our communities. Deputy Speaker, the Labor government is committed to ensuring every student gets a high-quality education. It was my pleasure to welcome the Education Minister to St Luke's Catholic Primary School in Revesby, near where I grew up on Beaconsfield Street. We had a chance to tour the school's grounds, observe the school's multi-tiered approach to reading and teaching instruction, as well as watch some musical performances by students. Thank you to the entire school community at St Luke's for welcoming us, as well as the principal, Justin Coupland, for helping facilitate our fantastic visit. While my time working in education policy focused on how we can make the education system better, so many solutions require our schools to be properly resourced in order to achieve a successful implementation. It is why, Deputy Speaker, I am so proud that this government is delivering the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement to fully fund every public school across our country. Deputy Speaker, in mid-July, the Prime Minister announced a world-leading artificial intelligence framework that will allow Australia to capture the opportunities and share the benefits of AI while keeping Australians safe. Following this announcement, I was able to bring together community members and small business owners and workers from my community for a discussion about the implications of artificial intelligence for small business, alongside a panel featuring the member for Parramatta in his capacity as Assistant Minister, and Tanya Katsanis for Business Chamber South. This Labor government is setting the terms to ensure new technology benefits the Australian people and is aligned with our values and advances our interests. Thank you to everyone who came along to that our event in the community, as well as the member for Parramatta and to Tanya for that thoughtful discussion. I look forward to holding more similar events in the future to make sure we're hearing feedback from our community, as well as providing the most up-to-date information about what government is doing. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I had the pleasure of welcoming the Aged Care Minister to Yallambee Village in Revesby to show the incredible work that our local aged care workforce does, caring for older people with complex care needs. The Labor government remains committed to providing older Australians with dignified, quality care, no matter what their means are, and we're delivering this through a $3 billion investment to make it happen. Older Australians deserve dignity in their care, and this government is doing the hard work to ensure the systemic neglect exposed by the Royal Commission is never allowed to persist again. Deputy Speaker, it is always my pleasure to welcome colleagues to my community and to show them what we are doing, as well as to hear from them about what the government's agenda is, and I look forward to continuing to do so well into the future.
Thank you. The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, with much fanfare over the weekend, the Labor, New South Wales and federal governments announced they had arrived at an agreed gun buyback scheme. Anthony Albanese and Chris Minns proudly stood before the press and confirmed that law-abiding gun owners in New South Wales will be their scapegoats. Months after rushing the new federal reform in, earlier in January this year, the first official agreement between the federal government and any state and territory was confirmed. And what a disaster, Deputy Chair, this was. Close to 1 million law-abiding gun owners around the country, including firearm farmers and sporting shooters and firearm shop owners who watched their businesses evaporate, were presented with this very insulting scheme. Months of confusion, months of inability to plan and months of uncertainty. The announcement was wrapped up with a bow, Deputy Speaker, but it was no gift. It has already been widely criticised by sporting shooters, by farming organisations and by gun shop owners. The New South Wales farmers called it a disgrace that is punishing hard-working farmers who will not receive full and fair compensation for firearms, equipment or ammunition. The New South Wales branch of the Sporting Shooters Association of Australia said it raised more questions than gave answers. Even the Australian Jewish Association have slammed the government as being disgraceful for using the Bondi tragedy as an excuse to target lawful firearms owners. They all want these unfair gun laws repealed. The firearm shop owners are waiting for the punchline. Some have losses climbing into the millions and have lost up to 90% of their gun sales. They have items that were on order that will never ever be picked up, guns, accessory, ammunition that can now not be sold, and customers who are confused about what it is that they can actually legally buy. They're on their knees. The government's best offer? $25,000. That's $25,000, Deputy Speaker. That does not even touch the sides of the hundreds of thousands of dollars, even millions of dollars of losses. This is a program clearly devised by people who don't understand or simply don't care. Close to 1 million law-abiding gun owners are being punished for the actions of 2 extremist Islamic terrorists at Bondi Beach. And there is plenty to show that none of these laws would have made a difference at all. They would not have saved the lives of those who were injured or who died. They would not have stopped the 2 men who had already illegally acquired weapons. That is why the Nationals are challenging these unfair laws through legislation in this place. And we're the only party to proudly do so. The Firearms Legislation Amendment, repealing unfair gun laws, Bill 2026, restores Commonwealth firearms and importation law to its position before the passage of Labor's Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremist Firearms Law and Customs Amendments Act 2026. It will repeal these laws and abolish Labor's stalled national gun buyback scheme. New South Wales is the only state that has announced the buyback to this date, and we can already see how inadequate the measures really are. Many other states and territories have simply said, no deal, we don't want anything to do with it. More than 71,000 Australians have signed the petition protesting against these crazy reforms. They were made without consultation. They were made without due consideration. They were made without a practical way forward to those 1 million who have been affected. We don't know how much this will cost, how it will work, how many firearms need to be surrendered. We don't know how deeply those whose livelihoods depend on the firearms will be impacted, although we're certainly starting to begin what that looks like, Deputy Speaker. We don't know how many jobs will go and what the overall impact on our economy will be. Where's the research? Where is the solid plan? And once again, where is the consultation? Deputy Speaker, this is about fairness, this is about evidence, and this is about getting the balance right. And it's not too late. There have been months of confusion, but it can be resolved. Deputy Speaker, we should target terrorists and criminals. Enforce the laws we already have.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. As the Parliament comes to close, I've put on my pyjamas to highlight the great work of the Pyjama Foundation. Speaker, I want you to think of a 10-year-old child in your life. Maybe it's your child, a niece or nephew, or maybe you can think of yourself at that age. Life as a 10-year-old in Australia is really pretty great. Nothing much to worry about except maybe who gets the front seat of the car or the family night of who's going to choose what to watch. They are the kind of problems children should have, the little frustrations that come with growing up in a safe and loving home. These kids know they are loved and that someone is there when they need it. For kids in out-of-home care, the reality is completely different. It's a childhood shaped not by sibling petty fights, but by fear and uncertainty. That was the reality for a little boy that I had in my care, let's call him Matt. Matt and his family were refugees. Instead of fighting with siblings, he witnessed war all around him. His mother finally got him out of that country and into Australia, believing it to be a safe place, a place where a kid could be just a kid. Then the unthinkable happened. One night, someone broke into their family home and violently attacked his mother right in front of him. After that night, and due to her own trauma, Matt found himself in foster care. After experiencing all of this in his young life, how can we expect Matt to walk into a classroom and thrive? But Speaker, that was Matt's reality. Matt came into my care when he was 10 years old. When he arrived, I didn't know his full story, but I knew he was a wonderful kid. At home, he was kind and caring, but at school I heard a very different story. His teachers described a child who was disruptive, who was always getting into trouble, and it didn't make sense to me. So one day I sat down with Matt and asked him what was really happening. He told me that because he had moved schools so many times due to different foster care placements, he had fallen far behind. He felt embarrassed and he felt he wasn't smart enough. So we decided it was easier to become the naughty kid. He wasn't a bad kid, he was a traumatised child trying to protect himself. As with many kids experiencing trauma, often the behaviour we see on the outside is a reflection of the pain we cannot see on the inside. Children don't need to be labelled, they need to be understood. They need someone to believe in them. That's why I believe so deeply in the work of the Pyjama Foundation. The mission is beautifully simple: to give children in out-of-home care someone in their corner. Every week, more than 1,200 children and young people across Australia are supported by Pyjama Angels. Since 2004, more than 19,000 children have been supported through more than 1.2 million hours of mentoring, with volunteers reading more than 3 million books alongside children in care. These aren't just impressive numbers, they represent children who have had someone showing up for them. Matt was matched with a Pyjama Angel and received tutoring support. Things changed almost overnight. He grew confidence, his learning improved, his behaviour at school changed dramatically because he got the help he needed. Someone who believed in him and helped him discover what he was capable of. One afternoon when I was picking up from school, his teacher called me over and made him stand next to me. She said, "Matt, you don't know how lucky you are to have Sarah in your life." The truth is, Matt wasn't lucky. There was nothing lucky about witnessing violence, nothing lucky about losing his family, nothing lucky about carrying trauma that no child should ever experience. He deserved safety and stability. He deserved the chance to learn without fear, and every child deserves exactly the same. The statistics tell us why this work matters. Around 60% of children in out-of-home care have developmental concerns. More than 60% experience mental health concerns. Only 57% complete Year 12 compared to the average of the usual 97% of young Australians overall. In Victoria, more than 200 children are matched with a Pyjama Angel, but another 129 children are still waiting for someone to read with them, to encourage them, to believe in them. The volunteers of the Pyjama Foundation give their patience and encouragement to help children build confidence, develop a love of learning and see a future filled with possibilities. The Pyjama Foundation can't change what happened to these children, but it can change what happens next. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I call the Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the Albanese government has declared war on older Australians and is treating the people who helped to build this great nation with complete contempt. The government's war on older Australians is hurting their health. It's hurting their finances and their retirement income in the middle of a cost of living crisis, and it's hurting the people they love. Families are being traumatised by a government which is failing its fundamental duty to keep Australians safe, and then has the audacity trying to hide the facts from the nation with sneaky political tactics that are unworthy of a minister in the Parliament of Australia. Now, Deputy Speaker, plenty has been said about Labor's broken promise on the private health insurance rebates for older Australians. By their very own admissions, the Labor Party knows that decision will force older people to cancel private health insurance, place more pressure on public hospitals and undermine the viability of private hospitals, particularly in rural and regional areas. There's no doubt it will add to the waiting lists in public hospitals, and there's also no doubt it will deliver poorer health outcomes for some of the most vulnerable people in the country. But tonight, Deputy Speaker, I'm going to focus more on aged care because we have an absolutely delusional minister who is clearly out of his depth and should be removed from his portfolio. Now, I don't say that lightly, Deputy Speaker. In fact, in my whole time in this parliament, I don't think I've said that about any minister. But this minister is dealing with matters of life and death, and he is clearly, completely and utterly out of his depth. We have a junior minister who has repeatedly demonstrated no empathy for older Australians and no urgency in fixing the problems with a system which is failing hundreds of thousands of people every year. Deputy Speaker, in the last financial year, by the minister's own admission, 4,812 older Australians died waiting for a support at home package. Now, keep in mind, in 2021, the now Prime Minister said, and I quote, "The idea that you can have an approved aged care package and then die waiting to actually receive it is just extraordinary." Well, wake up, Minister. It's happening on your watch. And the Albanese government has tried to hide the full extent of the problems being faced by older Australians. The government actually tried to bury the wait times report by releasing it in budget week. It's all about the spin with this government. They tried to hide the report by releasing it in budget week because it showed that older Australians are waiting more than a year to receive their support at home packages. Now, last night on the ABC's Four Corners program, we learned even more about the extent of the problems. We heard from experts about the algorithms being used and the failures of the integrated assessment tool. But this could not have been news to the minister, because we've been raising our concerns on this side of the parliament for months and months and months. Now, the minister had the audacity to tell the ABC Four Corners program, and I quote, "Where there are individual cases where people are waiting an unnecessarily long period of time, I'm always happy to follow them up personally." This is deceptive at best from this minister. I have written to the Minister for Aged Care on behalf of more than 30 older Gippslanders 30 times, more than 30 times actually, since November 1 last year. We've written to him on behalf of older constituents more than 30 times since November 1 last year, and he hasn't responded to a single letter. Now, it's hard to believe, but we've written repeatedly about long delays for people with urgent needs and received no replies from this minister. Without any question of doubt, Deputy Speaker, this is the worst performing minister I have dealt with in my time in office. I don't know whether it's arrogance, whether it's incompetence, or just the sheer workload of complaints coming to the minister's office, but it's simply not good enough to ignore genuine requests from older Gippslanders concerned about their support to home packages. As 96-year-old Audrey Staniland told the ABC last night, "They say they want to keep you in your home. Why are they making it so damned hard? That's what I don't understand." Now, Deputy Speaker, the consequences of these aged care failures are impacting the entire health system. The New South Wales Labor Health Minister, Ryan Park, says elderly Australians are effectively blocking hospital beds, and I quote, "The reality is the lack of aged care places and the wait times for those places mean 800 people remain stranded in New South Wales hospitals. They and their families deserve better." Deputy Speaker, up to 3,000 beds per night in hospitals currently have older Australians who are waiting for the right level of care in a more appropriate setting. This is the crisis we are talking about, and this is the government's failure to care for the needs of older Australians.
Thank you. The question is at the House to now adjourn, and I call the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I always want to be able to point to the difference our government is making in the lives of people in my community. Because for people in communities like mine, what we do here really matters. It is about whether your family can see a doctor when you need one, whether you can afford your power bill, whether you can get into your first home, and whether your children can access quality childcare and education. And this government is delivering real change to deliver for people in my community and across Australia every day. Bulk billing, Deputy Speaker, is the beating heart of Medicare, because we understand that Australians have the right to access health care. That's what drives this government, to access it when they need it, close to home, without cost being a barrier, because we are committed to universal health care. And we want to see the investment translate into real results. And that's exactly what we're seeing across the country. The latest figures show the national GP bulk billing rate has reached 81.9%. That's up 4.6 percentage points in just a year. And in Lalor, with 43 GP practices are now bulk billing, and we've reached a 97% bulk billing rate. That's the highest rate in Victoria, Deputy Speaker, something I'm really proud of. And I've had the pleasure of meeting with local bulk billing GP clinics over the past few months. Out and about meeting with doctors, it's a really nice way to spend the day. They've told me firsthand about the difference these changes are making. And when I meet with them, they thank me for the government's investment in bulk billing, and I thank them. I thank them for continuing to put their patients ahead of their bottom line. And now, these practices have greater confidence to continue bulk billing their patients, and that is what Medicare is for. It's what it provides: primary, preventative health care. We're also helping families take control of their energy bills. The government's Cheaper Home Batteries program has now supported hundreds of thousands of households, small businesses and community organisations to install batteries. More than 500,000, in fact, have installed discounted home batteries. In Lalor, more than 3,000 solar batteries have now been installed. And as we heard from Minister Bowen last week, we've also got the highest uptake of EVs across the country. These households are reducing their energy bills whilst helping build a cleaner, more reliable energy system. And they're transforming our roads as well. We're now home to over 2,000 electric vehicles, Deputy Speaker. The suburbs of Tarneit and Werribee rank first and second nationally for electric vehicle uptake through the electric car discount. We're also helping more Australians achieve the dream of home ownership. For too many young Australians, saving a 20% deposit has meant years of renting and paying someone else's mortgage. Our expanded 5% deposit scheme is changing that. More than 230,000 Australians have already bought their first home with the support of this scheme. And in my community, that scheme has benefited almost 6,500 first home buyers already, Deputy Speaker. This has cut years off the time needed to save a deposit and avoided tens of thousands of dollars in lenders' mortgage insurance. For a young family in Melbourne's West, that can be the difference between continuing to rent and finally having a place to call home and begin paying off their own mortgage, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, we're also continuing to invest in the infrastructure our community needs. Melbourne's West is one of the fastest growing parts of Australia, and our infrastructure needs to support those fast growing communities. That's why I'm particularly pleased that the Ison Road project will open in September. That's 3 months ahead of schedule. It's a bridge that goes across the railway line and links to the M1 to the freeway, Deputy Speaker, into Wyndham Vale, Canberra and Werribee. It's a joint project with funds from federal and state Labor governments that is going to get that overpass running along Ison Road to Geelong Road and the Princess Freeway interchange at Werribee. It will improve journey reliability, it'll reduce congestion and take traffic off local roads. For the people of Werribee, Wyndham Vale and Manor Lakes and Canberra, this is the kind of infrastructure that makes a real difference to everyday life. It will have people home sooner and safer. And I look forward to working with Minister Catherine King on delivering the bridge across the Werribee River to join Tarneit and Wyndham Vale in the coming years, Deputy Speaker. We need to continue to deliver for Australians and to deliver the real change that they need. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. In accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 17th of August 2026, I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, News Journalism Payments Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering the bill, the News Journalism Payments Consequential Amendments Bill 2026, the News Media Bargaining Administration Bill 2026, the News Media Bargaining Charge Bill 2026 and the Treasury Laws Amendment News Media Bargaining Consequential Bill 2026. And in continuation, I call the member for more.
Deputy Speaker. So we were talking about some of the largest technology businesses operating in Australia. When these bills were introduced, the proposed charge was 2.5% of relevant Australian digital advertising revenue. The government is now moving an amendment to increase that rate modestly to 2.75%. The change reflects how the digital advertising and news markets have developed since the original benchmark was set. But the important point is this: the government does not want platforms to pay the charge. We would prefer them to do deals with Australian news businesses. The charge is the incentive. The commercial agreement is the objective. Increasing the rate slightly strengthens that incentive. Commercial agreements under this framework are expected to deliver around $225 million to $275 million each year to Australian journalism. That means stronger newsrooms, better local reporting, and greater investment in public interest journalism. It means communities continuing to have people whose job it is to find out what is actually going on. That can occasionally be inconvenient for politicians, but inconvenience is not a defect in journalism. Sometimes it is the product working exactly as advertised. The legislation is deliberately designed to make commercial agreements more attractive than simply paying the charge. Eligible expenditure with Australian news businesses generally receives a 150% uplift when calculating a platform's offset. For deals with small and medium news businesses, that increases to 200%. In simple terms, spend $1 supporting an eligible smaller Australian publisher, and for the purposes of the offset, it counts as $2. That also recognises that a small Australian publisher negotiating with some of the world's largest technology companies does not walk into the room holding all the cards. The framework also encourages diversity. A platform cannot simply do one enormous deal with one major media organisation and consider its responsibility finished. To qualify for the offset, there must be eligible expenditure across at least 8 separate Australian news business corporate groups, with limits on how much the offset can come from a single group. The objective is not simply to transfer money between a small number of very large corporations. Australians benefit from major publishers, smaller and regional outlets, and new or specialist news organisations. If platforms make those commercial agreements, good. That is the preferred outcome. But if a platform chooses to pay the news bargaining incentive instead, that money goes back to Australian journalism through the new journalism payment scheme. Payments will be linked largely to an organisation's editorial capacity. In plain English, we look at the people actually producing journalism. That includes journalists and photojournalists, editors and producers and other eligible workers directly involved in producing core news content. Freelancers can also be recognised. There is an additional 20% weighting for journalists employed by small and medium news organisations, those working in regional and remote Australia, and those working for organisations serving diverse communities. That reflects the reality of producing journalism outside the biggest metropolitan newsrooms. A local planning decision may never make the national news. A council decision may never lead the 6 o'clock bulletin. But if you live in that community, those decisions can have a direct impact on your life. National journalism tells Australians what is happening across the country. Local journalism tells people what is happening around the corner. The scheme also provides dedicated support for smaller publishers. 5% of revenue raised through the news bargaining incentive will fund grants focused on small publishers and startups. Another 5% will support the Australian Associated Press. The AAP's Newswire supports hundreds of publishers around the country, including hundreds in regional Australia, giving smaller organisations access to reporting they could never reproduce on their own. There are also safeguards. Recipients must maintain the editorial capacity on which their payments were calculated and comply with reporting and record-keeping requirements. Funding can be recovered where those obligations are not met. This is a scheme designed to sustain genuine Australian journalism jobs. And importantly, eligibility is based on defined criteria. It is not based on whether a minister enjoyed yesterday's editorial. Government can support the conditions in which independent journalism survives. Government should never decide what independent journalists write. And I would be extremely uncomfortable with any system where support depended on favourable reporting. Quite apart from the democratic problem, it would create a terrifying prospect of politicians lining up to argue that a newspaper column had failed to show sufficient appreciation. No journalist deserves that. Deputy Speaker, the government has consulted extensively in developing this legislation. That has included digital platforms, news businesses, industry representatives and international stakeholders, including the United States government. There was public consultation during 2025, consultation on exposure draft legislation in 2026, and 56 submissions were received on the new news journalism payment scheme in May this year. The legislation changed as a result, and that does not mean everyone agrees with it. In broad terms, news organisations support the package, while major digital platforms and some United States stakeholders remain opposed. I acknowledge that some of the world's largest technology companies remain unhappy with the proposal. I am yet to encounter a large corporation that regards a new financial obligation as an exciting policy breakthrough. Their concerns should be heard, but this Parliament still has a responsibility to make laws in Australia's interests, and the legislation gives platforms a clear alternative. They can acquit their liability at a substantially lower cost by entering into commercial agreements with Australian news businesses. That is the point. The government's preference is commercial investment, not government revenue. Publishers and platforms sitting down, negotiating agreements and supporting Australian journalists. Getting on with it without government having to stand in the middle holding the money. Frankly, fewer situations involving politicians standing between journalists and their money is probably healthy for everyone involved. Deputy Speaker, politicians will continue to disagree with journalists. Journalists will continue to disagree with politicians. There will continue to be stories that we think are unfair, questions we think are irritating, and headlines we would have written differently. That is normal. Some tension between politicians and journalists is probably a sign that both sides are doing their jobs. A politician should not judge the value of journalism by whether today's paper says something nice about them. The real test is whether Australians have independent people who can ask questions, investigate claims and report what they find. We cannot pretend that the advertising market of 20 or 30 years ago is coming back. We cannot ignore the market power now held by global digital platforms. And we should not accept a future where the only journalism that survives is journalism capable of generating enough clicks to satisfy an algorithm. There is still a place for local reporting, investigative journalism and careful editing. And yes, there is still a place for the political journalists waiting outside this chamber, hoping one of us will accidentally say something interesting. We need them. That we will occasionally complain about them, they will occasionally complain about us, and that arrangement has served Australian democracy reasonably well. These bills recognise that the digital economy has changed who captures the advertising revenue that once helped pay for journalism. They create a practical mechanism to encourage some of that value to flow back into Australian news. The amendment strengthens that mechanism. A 2.75% charge provides a stronger incentive for commercial agreements expected to deliver between $225 million and $275 million each year to Australian journalism. If platforms instead choose to pay the charge, that revenue will be returned to the Australian news sector. Either way, the objective is the same: a more sustainable newsrooms, stronger local reporting and greater media diversity. That is good journalism. It is good for our communities, and even on those mornings when some of us might prefer not to admit it, it is good for democracy. I commend the bills to the House.
Thank you very much, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the news journalism payments and news media bargaining bills. In 1977, in the front room of a terrace house in Subiaco, Western Australia, Brett Christian and his wife Betty started a newspaper. They had manual typewriters, waxed paper, scalpels, a one-year-old son, and what Brett has cheerfully called a weird idea: to base a newspaper on news, to find out what was happening in the community and tell people about it. For 5 years, they took no holidays. Some advertisers paid in meat rather than cash. Nearly 50 years on, the Post is still there, still independent, still free. 50,000 copies delivered every week to letterboxes across my electorate, with a new masthead launched just last week into Perth's northern coastal corridor. 22 staff, 60 to 70 original stories a week, no wire copy. As Brett puts it, a sparrow doesn't fall in the western suburbs without the Post knowing about it. I begin with this story because when we debate media policy in this place, we tend to talk about platforms and revenues and market share. We talk less about what's at stake, which is whether communities can see themselves, hear themselves, and hold to account the people who make decisions about their lives. Let me give you some examples of the impact a small local newspaper can have. John Button spent years in prison, wrongfully convicted of the manslaughter of his girlfriend in 1963. The Post personally funded the investigation that cleared him, flying a crash expert from the United States to Perth twice to examine the forensic evidence. Ultimately, that evidence swayed the appeal court and Button's conviction was quashed. His exoneration became the springboard for another Post campaign. Daryl Beamish, a deaf and non-verbal man wrongfully convicted of willful murder in 1961, sentenced to death by hanging and who served more than a decade in prison for a crime he did not commit. In 2015, the Post published a story connecting an earlier crime to the Claremont serial killers, which loomed large for me and my friends in our late teenage years, a case that had gone cold after nearly 2 decades. The public outcry that followed reinvigorated the police investigation. An arrest came within a year. Police have said the story spurred the reopening. And the less dramatic work matters just as much. Reporting on decisions about rates, planning and public money is vital, because a decision nobody reports is a decision nobody questions. When the Post started sending a journalist to City of Stirling council meetings recently after its northern expansion, they found council employees had taken over the media desk because no media had been attending the meetings. Years of decisions about public money made with nobody in the room to report on them. The same is true of environmental reporting: tree canopy, beach erosion, heritage, wildlife, development decisions. These topics rarely rate a mention in the large media outlets unless they can be framed as a fight against red tape. In my electorate, these stories get aired because the Post runs them, together with the things that knit a place together. Stories about local school achievements, remarkable acts of community kindness, the doodle-bug colouring competition on the children's page that has thrilled generations of kids seeing their name in the paper. And we know what happens when a local newspaper disappears. Research from news deserts overseas consistently show that when local papers close, council spending rises, borrowing costs rise, and volunteering, local donations and civic participation fall. Local journalism is civic infrastructure. Readers write to the Post regularly to say it helps them feel connected to where they live. My mum says she's not sure what she's doing next week until she's actually been through the Post. Now that points to something else that local journalism does. We live in an increasingly siloed society with less exposure to different ideas and ways of seeing the world. A local paper is a shared mirror. When neighbours read the same stories, follow the same council decisions and celebrate the same local wins, it builds a sense of community that transcends politics or ideology. A local reporter is personally accountable in a way an algorithm never is. And unlike a social feed engineered to show us only what we already believe, a good local paper offers a right of reply, publishes the letters that criticise it and gives both sides of an argument. This is why I welcome the intent of this package. The rapid growth of digital platforms has stripped revenue from Australian journalism, and the previous bargaining code failed the moment platforms realised they could walk away from news altogether. The News Bargaining Incentive legislative package is a serious attempt to fix that. A charge on the latest platform's Australian digital advertising revenue, which they can offset by striking commercial deals with Australian news businesses. And I commend the government for moving on this. But I am concerned that these bills, as drafted, may not deliver for the small, independent, regional, multicultural and First Nations news organisations that keep so many of our communities informed. They risk making Australia's media concentration worse rather than better. And the problem lies in how the two halves of this scheme fit together. A platform faces a charge of 2.5% or perhaps 2.75% of its Australian digital advertising revenue, a levy in effect, which it can offset entirely by striking deals with Australian news businesses. Whatever the platform doesn't offset, it pays. That money then splits two ways. 90% is distributed as payments to registered news businesses according to their journalist headcount, and 10% is set aside for grants, with 5% allocated to the Australian Associated Press and 5% to a separate grant stream. So there are three doors. Behind the first, a platform chooses who it does a deal with. Behind the second, you receive a share of the levy based on the journalists you employ, but only if there's levy money to share. Behind the third, a grant. Now consider who walks through each door. A platform must strike a minimum of 8 deals to satisfy the scheme. Australia's largest media companies own dozens of outlets between them. One WA player alone publishes 22 mastheads. A platform could comfortably reach 8 deals without a single independent publisher being party to any of them, and then walk away with its obligations discharged. We should not pretend the market will sort this out. When the Post engaged lawyers to write to Meta and to Google, Meta and Google ignored them. That's the negotiating dynamic these bills assume will function. And this is the crux of the issue. Every dollar a platform offsets through deals with the major publishers is a dollar that never reaches the levy pool, which means it never reaches the payment stream and never reaches the grant stream either. The 2 doors left open to small publishers are only funded by the platforms not doing deals. More deals with big players means less for everybody else. Meanwhile, the third door is extremely difficult to access. The grant stream is set at 5% of levy revenue and is available only to organisations that are not eligible to participate in the payment scheme. In practice, this is those organisations too small to register under the code, below the $150,000 revenue test. In Perth, our independent suburban newspapers, the Post, the Fremantle Herald, the Examiner newspapers covering Armidale and surrounds, and the Midland Echo, are all above that threshold, but also below the negotiating table. If public money flows overwhelmingly to the largest players, while independents fund themselves entirely from their own revenue, we are not levelling a playing field. We are tilting it towards the big players. An unintended consequence of this legislation could be to make our media concentration even worse. Nobody will see the results for years because we take local journalism for granted right up until the moment it's gone. So I will move 3 amendments in consideration in detail. First, a series of amendments to ensure small publishers get a share of deals. A platform should not be able to claim the offset unless at least 12.5% of its qualifying expenditure for the year goes to small news businesses, defined as those with an annual income under $20 million. Now, this is not a heavy impost on companies of this scale, and given small and medium publishers account for about 16% of market share, this is a reasonable requirement. But importantly, it will guarantee that the smallest publishers are part of the deal-making rather than spectators to it. Second, a grant pool that means something. I'll move amendments to lift the grant stream from 5% of levy revenue to 15%, with the Australian Associated Press stream unchanged at 5%, a total carve-out of 20%. Now, 5% is a gesture, which is likely to be ineffective. 15% can sustain journalism in communities that will never be commercially attractive to a global platform. Third, grant eligibility that reaches the publishers who need it. I'll move to open grants to organisations with annual income under $20 million, whether or not they participate in the payment scheme, with priority given to those who don't. This closes the gap that currently strands independent suburban and regional outlets, which are too big for the safety net but too small for a seat at the table. These amendments are not radical. They're the minimum required for this scheme to live up to its own stated purpose. A functioning democracy needs more than 8 large news organisations telling its story. It needs the local paper in the regions, the multicultural broadcaster reaching communities in languages, the First Nations media service, the community station down the street. Communities deserve to be seen and heard. Shared perspectives from the places where we live and work are how we come to understand the people around us, how we build social cohesion, and how we participate in our democracy. Brett Christian has been running a newspaper for almost half a century, through every confident prediction of print's imminent demise. He says this legislation could kill independent media or it could save it. Which one depends on what we do in this chamber. With these amendments, this bill will have a greater chance of throwing independent media a lifeline. I've put these amendments to the Minister's office and implore the government to engage in good faith on them. This is important legislation to protect a vital part of our liberal democracy and social cohesion. I commend the bill with my proposed amendments to the House.
Thank you very much, and I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Across my community, there are residents who have lived in the same suburb for 20, even 40, and some even 60 years. And in that time, they have watched the media landscape drastically change around them. Their local paper, who for many was the Moonee Valley Leader, got thinner, and over the time, it's been absorbed by the Herald Sun. This experience is not unique to my community. In fact, it is one shared across the country. The paper closing is the visible part. What goes with it is a council meeting that has very few sit through anymore, the local sport results that most don't witness live, and the planning decision made without anyone outside the room knowing it was on the agenda. None of that stops happening when a paper closes, it just stops being reported on. And this did not happen because Australians tuned out. It happened because of revenue. The advertising revenue that once paid for the reporter sitting in the courtroom moved, and it moved to a smaller number of very large global businesses that employ nobody to cover a local council meeting. Deputy Speaker, journalism is expensive, and I do not say that to diminish it, because the expense is a function of the craft. Somebody has to be paid to sit through hours for the 6 paragraphs, to keep calling a company until it answers, and to know the difference between what a spokesperson has said and what has actually happened. It is skilled work, learned over years, and it cannot be done quickly or cheaply by somebody who has not learned it. That is the difficulty at the heart of this debate. There has never been more content produced in this country, and yet there's never been fewer people employed to find things out. Those are 2 entirely different things, and we have spent something like 15 years confusing them. We know from experience that the market will not correct this on its own, and it is worth being precise about why. The value of that reporter's work is not captured by the person who pays for it. The beneficiaries are not only the readers of the article, they are the neighbours who never see it, the residents who hear about it secondhand, and the people who conduct themselves differently because somebody is in the room taking notes. Public interest journalism is a public good in the strict sense of the term. Everybody draws on it, and almost nobody pays the full cost of producing it. And goods of that kind are always undersupplied when they are left entirely to a market. They are undersupplied in Australia now. That is the justification for our government taking action here, and it is not a partisan one. This is not an argument about villains. No business should be penalised for having built a better advertising product, and these bills do not do that. What they do is give effect to a principle this Parliament settled some years ago, that where a platform takes value from Australian news, it should contribute to producing it. This was settled in March 2021 under those opposite, with the News Media and Digital Platforms Mandatory Bargaining Code, and the code worked. Deals were struck, money went into newsrooms, journalists were hired on the back of it, and public interest journalism in this country is stronger today than it would have been without it. However, despite that step forward, the legislation had a flaw. And it was that very obligation in the code depended on a choice the platform controlled. Carry Australian news and you bargain. Stop carrying Australian news and the obligation disappears. A platform that did not wish to bargain had an exit available to it, and one of them took it. The sustainability of Australian journalism cannot rest on whether a global company decides in any given year that news is not worth carrying. The news bargaining incentive closes that exit. It applies a charge of 2.5% to the Australian digital advertising revenue earned by significant search and social media services. The liability attaches to the advertising, not to the news, which means that withdrawing Australian news no longer withdraws a platform from the charge. Our government's preference is to collect none of it, but we are not seeking to soften the policy, we are rather seeking to strengthen it. A platform can reduce its liability by doing deals with Australian news businesses. Every dollar it spends under an eligible agreement is credited against what it owes at 150%, or $1.50 off the bill for every dollar spent, and 200%, or $2 in the dollar, where the agreement is with a small or medium publisher. Spend enough across enough agreements and the liability disappears altogether. Reach the agreements and the liability goes. Decline to, and the charge is paid and returned to the sector in full through the News Journalism Payment Scheme. There is no version of this in which the money ends up anywhere other than in Australian journalism. How it is returned is the most consequential decision in the package. The payment scheme does not allocate on audience. It does not go on clicks or how much a masthead publishes or how effectively its proprietor argues its case. It goes on how many journalists an organisation employs, freelancers included, along with photojournalists, videographers, the data and visual journalists, and the editors and producers directly involved in producing the news. Importantly, an organisation that takes a payment must maintain that employment over the relevant period. The money cannot be taken and the newsroom quietly thinned out afterwards. That design reaches something the rest of this debate largely misses. Content is now abundant and close to costless. Reporting is neither. A masthead can be kept alive on a syndicated copy and republished releases at almost no cost, and it will look much the same from the outside as it always has. What it will not have is anybody at the local council meeting. If we want that person there, a wage has to be paid, and a scheme that counts wages is the only kind that reaches them. The way you demonstrate the value of work is that you count it and you pay for it. The support also has to spread. A platform needs eligible agreements with at least 8 different news organisations before it can access the offset at all, and no single agreement may account for more than a quarter of its liability. One very large cheque written to one very large company does not discharge the obligation. That requirement matters in an electorate like mine, where a great deal of the news reaches people through outlets that were never going to be at the negotiating table on their own. Deputy Speaker, there is no single answer to how people in my community consume news media. While many rely on the national mastheads, in some households the news comes in Greek and the paper is the Neos Cosmos. In others, it is spoken and written in Italian on Il Globo, published and produced in Brunswick West, which tells you something in and of itself. Community media does not organise itself by postcode, it organises around the community it seeks to serve. And that community is spread across most of Melbourne. Nobody in Avondale Heights picks up the El Globo because of where the office happens to be. There is the Indian Link, there is the Viet Times, and a great many of my constituents receive their news through the SBS in Arabic, in Mandarin, in Cantonese, in Vietnamese, in Somali, in languages no commercial newsroom in this country was ever going to service on its own. Those mastheads have been reporting on Australian life in Australia for Australians, some of them for more than half a century. They do not have the audience numbers to make a global platform nervous, and they were never going to be dealt with on their own terms. That is why payments under the scheme carry a 20% loading for journalists employed by outlets serving culturally and linguistically diverse communities and First Nations communities, alongside those working in regional and remote Australia and at small and medium publishers. That correction is deliberate, and it is the provision in these bills that will matter most to the people I represent. At the other end of the scale is the local paper. Across Melbourne, the genuinely independent local title has become an unusual thing. Star Weekly still covers our councils, our Saturday sports and our schools. The Flemington and Kensington News is produced by not-for-profit, largely by people paid very little or nothing at all. For a couple of suburbs, most of the country could not place on a map. That is why 5% of any revenue raised is set aside for grants to precisely that kind of publisher, and a further 5% goes to the Australian Associated Press, which supplies the copy that keeps a great many small newsrooms functioning at all. What my constituents watched happen to one paper has been happening to an entire industry at the same time. Titles close, or they are absorbed into something larger and edited from an office in another city. And it's not because journalists have become worse at their jobs or readers become less interested. It is what happens to an industry when the revenue that sustained a diverse version of it disappears and only the larger operators are left because they can carry the cost. The result is fewer owners, fewer newsrooms and less scrutiny of the decisions that shape people's lives. These bills will not reverse that on their own. They are, however, the first serious attempt this parliament has made to direct money back toward the small and the local and the diverse, rather than watch all of it pool at the top. Recently, I was speaking with a young woman in my community, Gabby, who is studying journalism. She told me that a number of people have told her that becoming a journalist would be very difficult because there are not many jobs in journalism. No jobs in the industry she is studying to join. No jobs in the craft she is working to learn. 20 years ago, that conversation would have been very different, because 20 years ago, there were newsrooms across Melbourne that for someone like Gabby to get a start in. What troubles me is the advice that she is receiving is not entirely wrong. A generation of young Australians being told sensibly and by people who care about them to think twice about entering an industry this country cannot do without. A scheme that pays according to how many journalists a newsroom employs is, in the end, about whether there is a job waiting for Gabby after she finishes her study. There are things this bill cannot do, and we do ourselves no favours by pretending otherwise. They will not bring back the mastheads that have already closed or give those residents I began with the standalone Moonee Valley leader. They will not undo 2 decades of contraction or return a reporter to every council chamber in the country. They do not settle how Australians will be getting their news a decade from now. What they do is narrower and more useful. A platform can no longer make its obligations disappear by making news disappear. The preference for commercial agreements is clear and the incentives are weighted heavily towards reaching them, including recognition of the good faith agreements struck since the 1st of January last year, because businesses that did the right thing earlier should not be the worst for it. And when money does move, it moves according to how many people are actually employed to do journalism. The largest proportional benefit going to the smallest, most local and most linguistically diverse newsrooms that we have. Deputy Speaker, for my community, local and diverse media is still the great contender. It is how people have come here from somewhere else, got a hold of the place they come from and make sense of the one that they live in now. And it is how a suburb keeps track of itself. So here is what this bill means to my community. It is whether the Greek language paper is still publishing in 5 years. It is whether somebody is still sitting in Moonee Valley Council chamber on a Tuesday night taking notes. It's whether a young person like Gabby, who wants to be a journalist, has a newsroom close enough to home to give her a start. The choice from here belongs to the platforms. They can sit down with Australian news businesses and reach agreements and put money into newsrooms, which is what our government wants, and what these bills are built to produce. Or they can decline, pay the charge and see it go to Australian journalism regardless. What is no longer available to them is the third course, taking the value of Australian news while contributing nothing toward the cost of producing it. That is a modest thing to ask of some of the largest companies in the world, and it is not a modest thing for the newsrooms on the other side of it. A country that stops producing its own journalism does not stop consuming news. It consumes somebody else's news about itself, produced elsewhere, and accountable to nobody. It is the outcome these bills are written to avoid, and communities like mine will benefit greatly from what they seek to produce. I commend the bills to the House.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Mackellar has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the News Media Bargaining Bill 2026 and related bills. This package of bills introduces the News Bargaining Incentive, the NBI, to support the sustainability and diversity of the Australian news sector by reinforcing the News Media Bargaining Code. The bill aims to incentivise commercial agreements between digital platforms and Australian news businesses. The NBI will impose a 2.5% charge on the Australian digital advertising revenues earned by a digital platform from their significant search or social media services. Platforms can offset this liability through eligible expenditure on commercial agreements with news businesses at a rate of 150% or 200% for deals with smaller news businesses. The new Journalism Payments Bill will distribute any revenue raised by the NBI to eligible news organisations based on the number of journalists they employ. This proposed NBI has the potential to provide much-needed support for the public interest journalism in Australia. It's necessary because the original News Bargaining Code was ultimately undermined by a fundamental loophole. Platforms could avoid their bargaining obligations simply by removing news from their services. The aim of the legislation is to safeguard Australian journalism and the vital role it plays in our democracy. A healthy democracy depends on people having access to reliable, independent and diverse news sources. But the way we consume news has changed. The latest data shows that 73% of Australians used an online platform to access news in 2025, compared with 54% who accessed news via television. Print newspapers were used by just 15% in 2022. Young Australians are even more digitally dependent. Among Australians aged 18 to 24, 48% use TikTok for news and 60% have never used newspapers ever for news. The reality is that large social media companies have taken audience and advertising revenue from news media, and unlike news media, they have not reinvested that revenue back into journalism. Advertising revenue that once paid for local journalists, photographers and editors has moved overwhelmingly online, and a significant share of that revenue now flows to foreign tech companies. The result is that Australian media now has reduced resources to cover federal, state and local politics in depth, depriving citizens of the ability to know exactly what is going on. The cuts and closures of local news outlets have led to fewer regional issues, stories and perspectives being reported, and worryingly, less accountability reporting at the local level. The changing nature of news has seen local dailies cease weekday print editions and move primarily online. At a time of growing disinformation and the increasing dominance of big tech, it's more important than ever that our media serves the public interest and we have media diversity. We must proactively help maintain our small, independent publishers who have connections with local communities and report the local news. Local publications in my electorate like the Tawny Frogmouth, Northern Beaches Advocate, Pittwater Online News, Manly Observer, Northern Beaches Living, Beaches Covered and Pittwater Life, they're all in my electorate of Mackellar. That's why I support the principle behind these bills. The government's NBI is an important step to ensure that the world's largest digital platforms contribute to the Australian news ecosystem, from which they derive enormous value. The original News Media Bargaining Code was an important reform, but it contained a fundamental weakness. A digital platform could avoid the ultimate consequence of the code by simply removing news from its service. We saw exactly what that meant in 2021 when Facebook abruptly blocked news content in Australia. Manly Observer editor Kim Smee has spoken about this and the importance of social media for local journalism, particularly for delivering rapid information about nature events such as floods, fires, also police incidents and other emergencies. A potential news ban is not simply an inconvenience. It can affect community safety. The Manly Observer is an important reminder that this debate cannot be simply reduced to Google and Meta negotiating with the largest media companies. There are independent journalists and local publishers across Australia whose entire relationship with their audience can be affected by a decision made in a corporate office on the other side of the world. Our government must ensure this legislation does not leave independent publishers as collateral damage in a dispute between big tech and big media. Rather than making the platform's obligation dependent on whether it carries news, the government is seeking to create a durable incentive for platforms to negotiate commercial agreements with Australian news publishers or otherwise pay a charge. This principle has support across a broad section of Australian media. The ABC, SBS, News Corp, 9, Network 10, Southern Cross Media, Australian Community Media and Guardian Australia have described the legislation as a critical step towards securing the future of Australian news. The Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance also supports the objective of requiring digital platforms to contribute to Australian journalism. And there is evidence that Australians themselves understand the problem, with 64% supporting the imposition of a tax on large social media companies to fund public interest journalism and support local media. But if this legislation is going to succeed, we need to be clear about what we're trying to safeguard. Australia already has one of the most concentrated media markets in the developed world. We cannot design a new funding mechanism that inadvertently makes the concentration worse. There is agreement among independent community, multicultural and regional media organisations who support the principle of the NBI, but they warn us that design matters. The local and independent news association, the Community Broadcasting Association of Australia and Digital Publishers Alliance, also Digital Media Australia, Independent Multicultural Media Australia, the National Ethnic and Multicultural Broadcasters Council and Public Interest Journalism Initiative have all raised concerns about the potential for the scheme to entrench existing media concentration. These organisations are asking Parliament to make this legislation work. We've seen improvements in the legislation, but we need more safeguards. These coalition partners have proposed that at least 25% of the deals should be with small and medium publishers. Without it, a platform can rationally choose to negotiate with the largest media. The result would be more money flowing to the organisations that already have the greatest market power and less money flowing to the publishers that need the most support. This will undermine our media diversity. The incentive must actually incentivise platforms to deal with smaller publishers. The Coalition of Independent Media Organisations has argued the differential offset for small and medium publishers needs to be substantially greater. The Digital Publishers Alliance has specifically called for a minimum 200% offset for all small and medium publishers. The government has made welcome changes to the scheme, including increasing the loading for regional journalists, small and medium publishers and media serving underrepresented communities from 10% to 20%. This is a positive step. But Parliament should continue to scrutinise whether that differential is actually large enough to change the commercial behaviour of platforms. A safeguard is only useful if it changes outcomes. The government has proposed a grants program for small publishers and startups with revenue below $150,000. Again, this is welcome, but the organisations representing independent media have argued for a more substantial and structural funding stream. The Digital Publishers Alliance has proposed reserving 15% of the NBI revenue for small and medium publishers. The reality is we have communities around Australia where there are no local newsrooms. And when a local newsroom disappears, it's not simply a business closing. It means fewer journalists scrutinising local government, fewer reporters investigating planning decisions, hospital services, environmental issues and community safety, and fewer people telling the stories of the community itself. It means a loss of information and a loss of local identity. The Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance estimates that more than 200 regional and community newspapers have ceased printing or closed over the past decade, with more than 20 closures in the last 18 months alone. That is a staggering loss of local accountability and local knowledge. We should not allow the NBI to become a mechanism that funds the larger publishers while the news deserts continue to expand. This legislation must also protect multicultural, disability, First Nations community and other underrepresented voices. A healthy media ecosystem is not simply one with lots of mastheads, it's one with lots of voices. People need access to journalism that reflects their communities, their languages, their experiences and their concerns. The increase in the loading for media serving underrepresented communities is welcome. But we should measure the success of this legislation by whether those voices become stronger, not simply by how much money is paid out. We must also ensure the legislation is future-proof. The way Australians consume information is changing rapidly. Today, Australians increasingly encounter information through artificial intelligence systems and other digital services. The Digital Publishers Alliance has warned that the legislation's definitions need to be capable of adapting to these changes, including the growing role of large language models and AI services. This is vital. We should not pass legislation today that is already designed around yesterday's technology. If a new platform becomes sufficiently powerful to capture audiences, advertising revenue and the value of Australian journalism, the regulatory framework should be able to respond. We need a statutory review mechanism and a capacity to update the definitions as technology evolves. And finally, we must have transparency. The public should be able to know whether this scheme is actually working, how many agreements are being made, which type of publishers are receiving funding, how many journalists are being employed or retained, are news deserts shrinking? These should not be unknowable questions. The government needs to report publicly and regularly on the outcomes of the NBI, because if we are asking the Australian community to support a major intervention in the digital economy, Australians deserve to know whether it is delivering the public benefit promised. Deputy Speaker, the future of Australian journalism matters because the future of Australian democracy depends on it. The measure of success cannot simply be how much money is raised. The measure of success must be whether that money produces more journalism, more journalists, more local reporting and more diverse voices. The government has made the important improvements to the legislation, but Parliament must remain vigilant. We need safeguards to ensure a meaningful share of commercial agreements go to small and medium publishers, that the incentive for platforms to deal with those publishers is strong enough to overcome the imbalance in bargaining power, that a meaningful proportion of any levy revenue is directed towards independent, regional, multicultural and community journalism and the creation of new voices, that the scheme is transparent and independently evaluated, that the legislation is future-proof so that emerging technologies cannot simply exploit a new loophole, and that the government continues to monitor the impact of platform decisions on access to trusted news that Australians rely on. We should be ambitious about protecting the public interest by safeguarding Australian journalism and the vital role it plays in our democracy. Thank you.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Griffin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At its core, this package asks a simple question: who pays for the work of journalism? Australian reporters find the stories, editors test every claim, and photographers and videographers capture the evidence. Producers turn hours of interviews into clear accounts that people can trust. Large digital platforms gain users, attention, and advertising income from that work. These bills ask those platforms to make a fair commercial contribution. Good journalism costs money to produce, and it takes trained people, time, legal care, and a newsroom willing to pursue facts. A social media post can travel around the country in seconds, but the reporting behind it can take days, weeks, or months. Our democracy relies on reporting that helps people judge governments, test claims, and understands decisions made in their name. It strengthens unity in our community to hold powerful institutions to account. Public interest journalism is a public good, and Australians deserve access to diverse, high-quality, independent and locally produced news. That work needs a sound financial base. These bills support its long-term future. Deputy Speaker, I want to take a moment to recognise someone I feel very lucky to call a friend, Nance Haxton, the wandering journo. Nance has spent her career going where the story leads, asking difficult questions and helping people be heard. Nance's start was actually in a now defunct local paper in my area, the South East Advertiser. She is now a 2-time Walkley Award winner for excellence in journalism, and closer to home, she was named Somerville House's 2022 Old Girl of the Year. Somerville House, a school, sits in South Brisbane in my electorate of Griffith, so I was especially pleased to see Nance receive such warm recognition from her old school community. As she accepted that honour, Nance spoke with great honesty about the choices and experiences that shaped her life in journalism. She talked about her early days as the ABC's only reporter in Port Augusta and about the reporting that earned her her first Walkley. She said, "I remember hearing on the police scanner that a riot was happening in Woomera, so I drove up there, an hour up the Stuart Highway, to this little speck on the desert map. No one in town would talk to me except the guy who ran the petrol station. I asked if he would let me on the roof of the petrol station so I could see what was happening at the detention centre, and in that outback kind of drawl, he said, 'Sure, love.' So that's where I sat, on the roof, on my own, watching the riot unfold, sending reports to the national ABC programs on a crackly mobile phone." Her second Walkley recognised an investigation into barriers faced by people with an intellectual disability in South Australia's justice system. Nance said, "My proudest moment from that harrowing investigation was actually not the Walkley Award. It was that my stories led to a parliamentary inquiry in South Australia to further investigate why the justice system was failing society's most vulnerable people. And that led to the South Australian Parliament changing legislation and closing the loophole that prevented people with an intellectual disability from giving evidence in a court of law. Deputy Speaker, that is public interest journalism at its best. It reaches people locked out of public debate, tests systems that resist scrutiny, and can change a law and change a life. Nance's career shows what journalism can achieve when a reporter has the time, skill and courage to follow a story. The next generation needs the skills to test information, identify credible sources and make sense of the news around them. That brings me to a personal story from my own family dinner table, Deputy Speaker. Founded by Bryce Corbett, Squiz Kids teaches media literacy to primary school children and is proudly a Griffith success story. I first met Bryce many years ago when he worked at the Australian Women's Weekly, and it was wonderful to reconnect with him in my current role and hear about his work. One evening, my husband and I were having dinner with our 2 young boys when I noticed how closely they were following our conversation about a current national issue. They shared their own views, and they are now aged 11 and 13. They shared their own views, offered facts that we did not even know, and they even corrected a few things that we had said. They were confident, curious, and informed. I only later learned that the Squiz Kids program was running at my son's primary school. I loved that moment of realisation because it showed me what media literacy looks like in the life of a child. Squiz Kids helps young people understand the news, question what they see, and separate fact from rumour. Reliable journalism needs an audience that can recognise and test it. Those skills start young. I was so proud to see that already in my two boys, and I know with thanks to Squiz Kids, thousands of young people across Australia are developing these skills. Deputy Speaker, my electorate of Griffith is home to a remarkable group of newsrooms, broadcasters and media workers. At Southbank, the ABC's Queensland headquarters carries Queensland stories across the country. SBS has its Brisbane office in the same precinct, connecting our city with a national service built around language, culture and belonging. NITV has Queensland-based staff telling First Nations stories through First Nations eyes. Those journalists bring knowledge, trust and lived experience to their reporting, giving Queensland communities a direct voice in a national newsroom. In Kangaroo Point, Radio 4EB broadcasts in more than 50 languages from 5 studios, with more than 700 volunteers helping to put those programs to air. Earlier this year, I had the joy of visiting 4EB with the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs and Multicultural Affairs, the member for Bruce, where we saw how the station helps people stay informed and connected. For many people who have made Brisbane home, 4EB offers news, settlement information and a familiar voice in their own language. Its broadcasters can explain a storm warning or government decision in words that listeners can understand and trust. Across Brisbane, 4ZZZ has backed independent music, culture and community reporting for more than 50 years. The station gives local artists their first interview and community voices a place on air. In our broader Brisbane community, Q News reports on the lives, rights and experiences of the LGBTQIA+ community. Scene Star began in 1993 and continues to document our music, arts and cultural life. Today, Scene Star is Australia's only national entertainment print media group, publishing separate titles for different states. The publishing company also prints their sister title, Fruity, Australia's widest circulating LGBTQ+ title. Each of these outlets serves a different audience and records stories that a generic global feed will miss. Local news tells us what a council decision means for our street. It explains a flood warning, follows a court case and introduces us to people building something good. Media diversity means people with different experiences deciding which stories deserve attention. It brings reporting in more languages from more suburbs and for audiences rarely served by the mass media. The value of journalism remains clear, but the business model that funded it has changed sharply, Deputy Speaker. Between 2006 and 2022, commercial broadcasters' share of Australian advertising spending fell from 43% to 17%. Much of that income moved online into a market led by a small group of global platforms. Those platforms now capture a large share of digital advertising revenue, yet many Australian news businesses remain under intense financial pressure. Companies such as Meta, TikTok, Google and LinkedIn operate services used by millions of Australians. These are multi-million-dollar multinational technology companies with immense commercial power. Australian journalism adds value to their platforms every day, giving people a reason to open an app, search for information or share a post. News keeps users engaged, and that attention supports digital advertising profits. The media outlet pays the journalist, funds the investigation, carries the legal risk and employs the photographer standing in the rain during a flood. The technology company gains value from the finished story appearing across its service. The bargaining imbalance is clear. A small Australian publisher enters any negotiation with far less money, data and legal power than a global platform. Without action, Australia risks losing local and regional news services, leaving fewer journalists, less media diversity and fewer people keeping watch over decisions made in our name. If platforms derive value from Australian journalism, they must help sustain it so Australian newsrooms and journalists receive their fair share. In 2021, the previous coalition government introduced the News Media Bargaining Code, which produced roughly 30 commercial agreements between Google, Meta and the Australian news businesses. But weaknesses in the original design of the code soon became clear. A platform could remove news from its service and avoid the bargaining obligation, leaving Australian publishers without payment and Australians at risk of losing access to trusted reporting. The Albanese Labor government is addressing this. This package strengthens the existing code by addressing that gap and keeping it effective as digital services and the way Australians access news continues to change. Our model is practical and market-based, with a clear preference for platforms and Australian news businesses to reach commercial agreements. The news bargaining incentive applies a 2.5% charge to Australian digital advertising revenue earned by search and social media services that meets the thresholds. Eligible agreements receive an offset equal to 150% of their value, rising to 200% for agreements with small and medium news businesses. That higher rate gives platforms a strong commercial reason to negotiate with smaller publishers, including outlets servicing local and diverse communities. A platform must hold eligible agreements with at least 8 news organisations before it can access the offset, and no single agreement can account for more than 25% of its total liability. Those rules encourage deals with a broader mix of Australian media organisations and limit the chance that a few agreements with the largest publishers absorb the full amount. The principle is fair. A platform that derives its value from Australian news must help sustain it, either through direct commercial agreements or by paying an incentive charge. The scheme recognises eligible good faith agreements entered from 1 January 2025, allowing them to offset their news bargaining incentive liabilities from the commencement date. A platform can choose to pay the charge, but every dollar collected will return to the Australian news industry through the News Journalism Payment Scheme. Deputy Speaker, the News Journalism Payment Scheme puts journalists and newsrooms' jobs at the centre of its design. An organisation must appear on the register of eligible news businesses from the Australian Communications and Media Authority before it can seek a payment. Payments will follow a statutory formula based on the number of journalists employed, including freelancers, so an organisation with more journalists receives a larger payment. This reflects the greater investment that organisations make in public interest journalism. Basing payments on newsroom employment keeps the focus on people who gather facts, test evidence, and produce reporting that the public can use. A 20% uplift will apply for journalists employed in regional or remote Australia, or by small and medium news organisations. It will cover journalists working for outlets servicing diverse communities, including First Nations and culturally and linguistically diverse communities. This recognises the higher cost of employing journalists across regional and remote Australia and responds to the financial pressure facing smaller publishers and community-focused newsrooms. 5% of the revenue raised from the news bargaining incentive will fund a separate grants program to help small publishers and startups grow their businesses and produce news for local communities. Small publishers often work with few staff and tight budgets, yet they can be the closest to the communities that they cover. A separate 5% grant program will support Australian Associated Press, which makes a unique contribution to the production of local Australian news. The AAP supplies its news wire to more than 400 Australian publishers, including more than 300 in regional areas. The design protects editorial independence, Deputy Speaker, as ministers do not choose which stories deserve support. Payments follow clear rules linked to newsroom employment, registration and public interest news production. Government support for journalism must never purchase praise or soften scrutiny, and a strong and independent press will question every government, including this one. Deputy Speaker, Labor believes work deserves fair pay, and journalism is highly skilled work whose value does not vanish after a headline appears on a search page or a social feed. The news media bargaining bills put that principle into law. For communities like my community of Griffith, the result we seek is clear. We want reporters in local newsrooms, producers behind microphones in studios across Brisbane, and editors with time to check the facts. We want First Nations stories told by First Nations journalists. We want multicultural communities to hear trusted information in the languages spoken at home. And we want young people to grow up curious, informed, and ready to question what they see. Australian democracy needs journalists with the time and backing to do their jobs, and Australian communities need newsrooms that know their people and places. These bills help secure a sustainable, diverse and independent Australian news industry by backing Australian journalism, Australian newsrooms and Australian jobs.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Riverina is the call.
There wouldn't be a parliamentarian who loves newspapers more than I. And I can say that with some justification, Deputy Speaker, because I recently converted one side of my double garage at home into bookshelves to hold the latest lot of bound newspapers of the Daily Advertiser from Wagga Wagga publication I once edited between 1991 and 2002, a publication for which I worked for 21 years between 1981 and 2002. And I've dedicated part of my home to bound editions of said publication. And thankfully my wife Catherine allowed me to do that, but they are a very good resource. And they are a very good resource because they tell the story, the history of not just Wagga Wagga but of the Riverina over the past 6 decades or more. And I refer to them often. And I am saddened by the way the newspaper industry has gone in recent years. So many print editions have fallen by the wayside. And I understand, recognise that the ways and means that people get their news has changed. And newspapers are not a charity. They cannot keep printing editions that are not being read when so many people, once avid newspaper print readers, are now going online for their daily news dissemination. That said, the News Journalism Payments Bill of 2026 is important. It builds on what the Coalition did in government to help the newspaper industry, particularly through funding journalists in regional areas. It does worry me that many of those journalists in regional areas do not receive the training they once did, because there's just not the older journalists or sub-editors, even if papers do have them, who were once on those newspapers. I recall when I was on the Daily Advertiser, when I edited the Daily Advertiser, our print deadline was 2 o'clock in the morning. Our first journalists were on board very early in the morning, so we had journalists on almost every hour of every day. And I still recall phoning in from a telephone box a story about a Temora fire at about 4 o'clock in the morning, arrived back in Wagga Wagga at 5 o'clock in the morning as the printed edition was coming off the local press, housed in the Daily Advertiser building at 48 Trail Street. Those days are gone. The Daily Advertiser is now printed in state at Wodonga. The editor, acting editor, Xavier Mardling, as I understand, lives in the same locality. So you could almost argue that the paper's printed interstate, the editor lives interstate, and much of the news comes from this town. In fact, the views, I should say, the views come from the Canberra Times, from academics and other people in Canberra. It is not the local paper it once was, and more is the pity. They haven't, the Daily Advertiser has not hired as many general local news journalists as would be expected for a paper of its size and history. And it goes back to 1868. Again, it's such a shame, because once upon a time you'd get a good local person, they'd go through a cadetship, you'd train them, and they would stay at that paper. These days, many of the journalists come from capital cities, Sydney and Melbourne, in the Daily Advertiser's case, and they then cut their teeth. They then leave after only a few months, seeking fortune and fame in capital city newsrooms, and it's such a shame. You don't get that continuity. You don't get that good local knowledge. That's not to say the Daily Advertiser isn't a good newspaper. It's still publishing 6 days a week, Monday through to Saturday, and whilst it doesn't carry the line that it used to from John Milton, that 1600s English writer. This is true liberty when free-born men having to advise the public may speak free. It still campaigns on local issues, homelessness being one of them at the moment. It still keeps people to account, including myself, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Certainly, as Voltaire said, I mightn't like what they say, but I'll defend to the death their right to say it. Paraphrasing Voltaire, of course, but it's true today as it was when he said it all those centuries ago. And I am pleased that the Daily Advertiser is still publishing a daily newspaper because it is important. I do praise somebody I have great respect for in the newspaper game, and that is Hartley Higgins. And I contacted him tonight in relation to this bill. His provincial press group publishes, amongst others, the Cowra Guardian, which was established in 1903, the Grenfell Record, 1866, Young Witness, 1864, Burra News, 1874, Harden Murrumbara Express, 1947, Tumut Adelong Times, 1860, Tumbarumba Times, 1904, the Gundagai Independent, 1898, the Temora Independent, 1887, Narandra Argus, 1880, amongst others. Now, those publications are all in the Riverina or close to, and they are still providing the parish pump news that people respect, know, regard, and want. It's not just the births, deaths, and marriages. It's all of the local information, and that I think is the shame about the bigger regional papers now owned by ACM, Australian Community Media, Anthony Catalano's organisation, because I think sometimes those larger newspapers have drifted away from the real local content that made them such a must-read every morning. And whilst the Daily Advertiser and the Border Mail are still publishing sport and general news and the like, in recent years we have noticed readers, avid and ardent readers of those publications, the decline in those publications, I have to say. I'm so pleased that they are still publishing, and long may that continue, and I'll do everything I can to make sure that they continue to exist, and I support their initiatives as part of being an advocacy group to lobby the government for a better deal, certainly as far as the right of their journalists and their publications with the metadata and with the payments of the stories that they own and that they have produced and that they have spent money. The ACM group has spent money providing that local content. It should not be just lifted and utilised elsewhere without a down payment, without suitable recompense. Now, in Hartley Higgins' correspondence with me tonight, he said, "We have never known business so tough, not just as publishers, but as small to medium businesses, SMEs. It seems that governments of all colours," and I'm reading it as he said it, "don't fully understand SMEs' plight of falling revenues, yet confronted by rising costs and wages and benefits." I would say to Hartley that indeed in that respect, I certainly know how hard they're feeling it. I am a former small business owner, I am a former newspaper editor, and I very much understand that. But as he says, the Country Press Association, which represents 240 publisher members, has worked tirelessly for the last 3 years presenting to government, ministers and departments to promote not only country newspapers but the future of regional journalism with ethics and standards. Now, he said, having succeeded in convincing the government of the need and application of the news bargaining incentive legislation, it's now become evident that organisations who are not committed to, or in some cases not capable of producing public interest journalism, have joined a throng of potential participants in the scheme if it's successful. And he talked very much about strong in-principle support, the organisations that are behind it, risk of changes that undermine core objectives, and the like. He's worried, and as well he might be. And as well newspaper publishers are. They're worried because they are not just contributors to the media market, but they are very much part of the fabric of those country communities, and particularly in the regions. Capital cities, they'll always have the Daily Telegraphs and Herald Suns and the Advertiser in Adelaide and the like, and they will go on, but it's the little newspapers where those communities are big enough in which to get a good cup of coffee, yet small enough to still care. Local print is still a vital component of the day-to-day life. It adds to the flavour of local life, it reports on the news, it's trusted, and that applies to the Daily Advertiser at Wagga Wagga and all of those other publications I mentioned. And we saw, indeed, in Queensland some time ago when, during COVID, so many of those publications just went by the wayside. Those communities are not the same because they don't have their local print newspaper on whether it's a daily or a tri-weekly or a bi-weekly basis. And even though some of them have been replaced or supplanted by a free throwaway, those are not the same as a paid publication with journalists who are either, even dare I say, done their training, done their journalism in a far-off city, metropolitan area, or indeed they are locals who are doing a cadetship. And I do implore upon those country editors, the ones who actually have a say and are not just being told what to do from on high, from perhaps a far-off capital city, which has a conglomerate, to look at employing young local people. Dare I even say school leavers, because they can add potential to your organisation. If you can possibly give them the training and you can possibly guide them, they will produce the results, and your publications will have so much more respect. The Tamuras and the Gunda guys and the Narandras of the world are endeavouring to do that. I have to give credit to Hartley Higgins and his organisation, PPG, because they are endeavouring to train the next generation of journalists, and Hartley has probably forgotten more about newspapers than most people will ever know. And he's somebody I respect, he's somebody I will listen to, and he's somebody whose publications are worth advertising in. And when I talk about advertising, that is also a vital component. These newspapers are competing in a media market that is has never been like this before. There's so many people who these days choose to advertise online, and it's taking away some of that component that was once only the domain of print journalism, print newspapers. And we need to acknowledge that, and we also need to acknowledge that the government at both federal, state and indeed local level should do everything it can to advertise in these local print newspapers, because once you never know the value of something until you lose it, and it's certainly the case with newspapers, because when you're doing research, when you're doing, dare I say, family trees and looking back through authors who are writing history books, particularly local history books, local sporting clubs, the only place that you can go to for reference for that material is in your local newspapers. And that's why Trove is such a well-resourced thing, and that's why it needs funding too, so that it can get more of those country newspapers in a digital form so that people can read them online, because it's got information that if we lose those papers, good luck trying to find it. Good luck trying to find it in the future when a company that perhaps goes online, stays online, then falls apart. It'll go offline and nobody will ever be able to retrieve that information. So legislation is important. The amendments put forward are also, by the Shadow Communications Minister, are vital that we adopt to enhance the legislation. But I say again, please, we need to help our newspapers in every which way, and and if you can buy a local newspaper and read it, you never know what you might find in it, and if we lose them, we'll be much the poorer as a society and as country communities.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I used to roll my eyes when people older than me would say, simply delete the internet. They would argue that social media plays on our short attention span, our desire for entertainment over information, and too often our pettiness over our commitment to truth, accountability and public interests. At the time, I did not really want to hear it. I'm a millennial. I grew up with the internet, and for me it was a way to connect with friends, discover new music, post photos from a night out in Hurstville, share what I was doing when I went overseas to work in the United States. But social media today does not feel like that anymore. It is not really social. It is competitive, it's harsh, it is designed to keep people scrolling and too often angry enough to keep arguing in the comments. And I accept that as users, we all have a responsibility to engage with these platforms ethically and carefully. We should look out for our fellow users as well, and we should look out for our neighbours. But those of us in this place also have a responsibility to regulate how social media works and to ensure these platforms are not allowed to shape our public life without accountability. And that is why I'm proud to be part of a government that has introduced a social media ban for under 16s and is looking at a digital duty of care and is strengthening the news media bargaining incentive, which is what we are here debating tonight. So no, we are not deleting the internet, but we are creating an online world that serves us rather than itself. One consequence of the attention economy is that it's weakened the fourth estate. It has changed the way local stories are told, shared and sustained, and I think it has changed that for the worse. Our local papers are struggling, local journalists are battling to keep their publications afloat and to reach people online. And in their place, we see dozens and dozens of local creators competing for the same attention. And in that environment, the easiest way to engage the algorithm is often to make people angry. I can't stand that, but that is the reality that we're dealing with. Then at the end of the day, those that benefit from the hard work of these creators are the platforms themselves. More Australians are relying on social media feeds for news, searching, scrolling, and following whoever offers the most timely and personalised service. So newsrooms are employing new types of journalists, video editors, designers, and story editors to grab attention. Yet again, the platform is the one benefiting from this activity. And what we're talking about today is a law that ensures digital platforms that benefit from Australian news content contributes to its long-term sustainability. It's about making sure news is not cannibalised by the attention economy. It's about supporting public interest journalism and protecting Australians' right to know. Quality journalism is costly to produce. It takes time to investigate a story properly, check the facts, speak to the people affected, and make sure the public is getting information they can trust. That work matters. It is how people find out what is happening in their community, how local issues get attention, how citizens form their own views and hold people in public life to account. But the money that used to help pay for that work has changed. And for a long time, newspapers and local publishers relied on advertising revenue to fund their journalism. Now, much of that advertising money has moved to a smaller number of global digital platforms. And those platforms make money from keeping people online, and they often benefit when Australian news is shared, searched for, or discussed on their services. So if these platforms benefit from Australian news, it is only fair that they help sustain it. Otherwise, we risk a media environment where careful reporting is pushed aside by whatever keeps us scrolling the longest. And that is not the same as being informed. It's not the same as being connected. A healthy democracy needs more than content, needs public interest journalism that tells local stories, connects people, and helps citizens understand decisions made in their name. The News Media and Digital Platforms Mandatory Bargaining Code was a world first initiative. It took effect on 3 March 2021 and helped secure commercial agreements between digital platforms and Australian news businesses. But digital and news markets have continued to change, and advertising revenue has kept moving from traditional news businesses to large digital platforms. The news bargaining incentive responds to that change. It applies a 2.75% charge to Australian digital advertising revenue earned by significant search and social media services. But the government's clear preference is for the platforms to avoid paying the charge by reaching commercial agreements with new businesses. The design of the scheme encourages those commercial deals. Platforms can reduce their liability through eligible agreements, with offsets of 150% or 200% for agreements with small and medium news businesses. To access the offset, platforms must have agreements with at least 8 eligible news organisations, and no single agreement can account for more than 25% of their total liability. And that encourages a broader mix of deals across the sector, including with Australian media organisations of different sizes. Any revenue collected through the NBI will be returned in full to the Australian news industry through the News Journalism Payment Scheme. The bills also recognise good faith commercial agreements entered into since 1 January 2025 by allowing them to offset NBI liabilities. Payments under the new News Journalism Payment Scheme will be based on the number of journalists an organisation employs, including freelancers. Eligible roles including journalists, photojournalists, videographers, data and visual journalists, and editors and producers directly involved in producing core news content. That recognises the essential work journalists do in investigating, analysing, reporting and producing the news Australians rely on, especially during the transition to digital first. There will be also a 20% uplift for journalists employed in regional and remote Australia by small and medium news organisations and by news organisations serving diverse communities, including First Nations and culturally and linguistically diverse communities. This recognises the additional challenges faced by regional, smaller and community-focused publishers. Payment recipients will also be required to maintain journalist employment over the relevant period, ensuring the scheme directly supports Australian journalism jobs. 5% of NBI revenue will be dedicated to a separate grants program to support small publishers and startups to grow their businesses and produce news for local communities. A further 5% will be allocated to a separate grants program for the Australian Associated Press, recognising its unique contribution to local Australian news content. Together, these bills strengthen the News Media Bargaining Code, support commercial investment in Australian journalism, return any incentive revenue to the sector, and help secure a sustainable, diverse and independent news media industry for the future. Now, I want to focus particularly on the uplift for small and medium organisations and for the publications that serve diverse communities. In Barton, people have always relied on smaller papers to understand what is actually happening around them. This includes papers like the St George and Sutherland Shire Leader, and as well as in-language publications like the Middle East Herald, the Greek Herald, the Nepali News, and the Australian Chinese Daily. The journalists often know the area, they live in the community, and understand the local issues because they are part of the fabric of the place. And we often talk about social cohesion. We talk about people feeling disconnected, about not knowing their neighbours, and about communities feeling more fragmented than they used to. I think the decline of local journalism is part of that story. If only stories appearing on your phone are about people and places on the other side of the world, it becomes harder to feel connected to what is actually happening down the road. How are you supposed to know what your neighbours care about if no one is reporting on the school fundraiser at Carlton South Public School, the local sports club like the St George basketball making the grand final, the council meeting where they're deciding on the future of the Beverly Hills Town Centre master plan, the new small business, or the community group looking for volunteers? And honestly, how are you supposed to know what your rates are paying for if there's no local paper keeping an eye on council? I joke, but all of these small things really matter. Local journalism is one of the ways communities hold institutions to account, but is also one of the ways we find each other. It tells us where the meetings are, where the festivals are, what is changing in our streets, and who is doing good work nearby.
And therefore, when more and more of what we see is dedicated by international algorithms, it is no wonder people can feel isolated in their own feeds. That is why I hope the support provided through this bill helps local organisations move and grow in the digital space, while still maintaining the quality of their print journalism. And I want to keep seeing publications like The Leader in my inbox, and On the Stand at a news agency. Because without local papers, we do not just lose stories. We lose some of the connective tissues that helps a community see itself, understand itself, scrutinise itself, and celebrate itself. In concluding this speech, I wanted to reflect on some of the words of the Honourable Doug McClelland, a Barton legend and the first Minister for Media in Australia. And Doug turned 100 years old just the other week. And I thought it was only appropriate to cite his speech called Creating an Australian Awareness, delivered for the A.N. Smith Memorial Lecture in Journalism at the University of Melbourne in 1973. And he said, Australia is entering a new and challenging future as an independent decision-making power. It is becoming an inner-directed society. Creativity and planning on a national and individual level should emanate from our own ethos. I realise that in this age of internationalism, we must welcome a free flow and interchange of information and ideas. But in this area, as in any other, we must look into developing our individuality related to our own environment, heritage, outlook, and problems. And we need to encourage freedom to initiate, originate, and experiment. And finally, let me point out that the policy of open government that we aim for is one of patriotism and obviously democracy. The right to elect government is meaningless in practice unless ordinary citizens are given the knowledge upon which to base their judgments. And Deputy Speaker, and that remains true today, Australian journalism underpins the work we do in this place, gives people the information they need to judge us, question us, and understand the decisions being made in their name. It is vital to our democracy and to who we are as a nation. Our Australian story should be told by Australian voices, Australian journalists, and people who know our communities from the inside. If we want that story to survive the pull of the algorithm, we have to back the people who report it. We have to fund Australian journalism properly, and that is why I'm proud to support legislation that does exactly that.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Monash has the floor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As regional Australians, we should never have the misfortune of mistaking our courtesy for weakness, and that is the approach that many regional newspapers take. And I want to read a quote that sits above the editor's desk at the Warragul Gazette, and it's been there for about 127 years, since Albert Harvey was the editor. And it reads, "A good local newspaper is one of the best assets that any district can possess." And this really sums up what local journalism is all about. And I want to recognise Yvette Brand, the editor of the Warragul Gazette. I'd like to recognise Liam Durkin, the editor of the Latrobe Valley Express. They've been going for 61 years. The Sentinel Times, Michael Giles, 52 years. He travelled up to Canberra from Leongatha when my predecessor gave his maiden speech, and he travelled up to Canberra again last year when I gave my maiden speech, and that's how seriously he takes his role of sharing news and events from our community. Eleanor Mackay at the Phillip Island Advertiser, that's been going for 128 years. Those things matter, those journalists matter. They have professional standards, they have ethics, and they take their job really seriously. We have some amazing journalists because we've got some amazing local newspapers who have mentored, trained, identified, fostered and developed that talent, and a number of those journalists are now working at a national and international level. And so I want to see a future for regional journalism in my area. I associate myself with the remarks of my very esteemed colleague, the member for Riverina, in his contribution. But regional newspapers have an important role. They tell stories, they celebrate triumphs in the community, on the sporting field. They take note of tragedies, of bushfires, of floods, of natural disasters. And it's very important to hear local stories with local voices prepared by local journalists. There are some threats to that. The Gazette News, which is funded in a very partisan way by the Climate 200 Teal movement, is one such threat. And those journalists do not share in the same professionalism that fair dinkum regional journalists do put so much effort and investment in. So, Mr Speaker, my contribution shall be brief, but I did want to put on the record how much I value the local journalists and newspapers in the Monash electorate, and I think that will suffice for my contribution. Thank you very much.
Great contribution. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Public interest journalism is an essential pillar of our vigorous Australian democracy. The Fourth Estate has been at the heart of some of the most pivotal moments in our nation's history, witnessing events as they play out and reporting back to us at home. It is impossible to separate the story of our nation from the journalists who recorded it. From the reporting of Sir Keith Murdoch on the beaches at Gallipoli in the First World War, to the investigative reporting of Brian Toohey and Marion Wilkinson, whose work exposed systemic corruption and laid the groundwork for the Fitzgerald inquiry in Queensland, to the local radio broadcasters and regional print media who gave critical evacuation orders in the Black Summer bushfires, documenting the bravery of our firefighters and giving voice to affected regional towns across the South Coast. And it's not just the big headlines. Local newspapers like St George and Sutherland Shire Leader, Southwest Voice and Good Morning Macarthur cover events in my electorate of Hughes and give voice to communities that often go unheard, telling stories, advocating for their interests and holding local authorities to account. They represent the unique experiences and identity of the suburbs and of the small towns and the bush. They cover the council meetings where plans are made, celebrate the local weekend footy scores, and honour the passing of local heroes. Community news outlets are critical to facilitating shared narratives and fostering local history right across Australia. Public interest journalism speaks truth to power and strengthens social cohesion. It can challenge decision makers, but it can also be a bulwark for facts and sobriety. In the modern media landscape, information is often fragmented and fractured. In some ways, this is a good thing. Independent news can provide a diverse array of viewpoints that challenge powerful interests that claim a monopoly on truth. But too often, algorithmic echo chambers play to people's prejudices, driving division and polarising public opinion. Social media can promote outrage over reasonable disagreement and sensationalism over respect for knowledge, threatening the bonds between Australians that are core to our common life. The word media comes from the Latin medius, meaning middle. Public interest journalism is not only a medium of communication, it also forms a crucial part of the independent centre in Australian civil society. As a social media drives fragmentation in the way that Australians get their news, the economics of digital platforms work in the other direction. Agglomeration effects have given concentration and given big tech companies like Meta, Google and TikTok substantial market power. Quality journalism is costly to produce, and the commercial revenue that supports Australian news businesses has faced a steady decline. For decades, the business model of local journalism was simple, stable, and self-sustaining. Newspapers functioned as two-sided markets. On the one side, they provided essential local news to readers. On the other side, they provided local businesses, real estate agents, classified advertisers and job recruiters with direct access to a captive local audience. This steady flow of advertising revenue was enough to cover the operations of local newspapers. But the advent of the internet and increasing concentration of large digital platforms dissolved this model. When a small business in southern Sydney wants to advertise, they no longer always place their ad in a local newspaper. Often they're instead setting up a Meta account and placing targeted ads sitting back as the user impressions accumulate. A small number of global digital platforms now capture substantial digital advertising revenue, while many Australian news outlets face financial pressures that threaten the viability of their business. Large digital platforms hold substantial bargaining power over Australian news outlets, reducing the financial benefits that Australian news businesses can extract from their advertising. Media diversity goes much deeper than the major outlets. It lives in the suburban newsrooms, the regional weeklies, and the local digital publications that serve communities across Australia. A subscription-based funding model is typically not enough to sustain local papers and regional news services. While a handful of major publications can build digital paywalls with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, smaller regional publishers operate in markets with smaller populations. They are often unable to reach the critical mass of subscribers that make their operations commercially viable. Low subscription conversion rates are often barely enough to cover salaries, superannuation, equipment and insurance for a handful of full-time journalists before accounting for legal costs, web hosting or distribution. Without adequate funding, too many Australians risk losing the local papers and stations that are critical to media diversity, regional representation and local knowledge. In the Sutherland Shire, we have the St George and Sutherland Shire Leader, and I remember a time when that was at every household, when that was widely read. It is still a really significant institution in our community and does some amazing work, but its spread is not what it used to be. It is now behind a paywall as this media organisation adjusts to a new economy, and that has presented some real threats to media in the local area of the Sutherland Shire. When a local newspaper in an outer suburban or regional community goes under, it wounds the civic ties that hold communities together. Municipal accountability vanishes as local councils allocate millions in ratepayer funds, with their deliberations occurring in a vacuum of accountability. Gone is the local court reporter, ensuring that the justice system is visible, transparent and fair. No one is there to tell the story of the local charity drive or the achievements of the high school netball team or the local small business putting in the hard yakka to serve their community. These little platoons, to quote Edmund Burke, the local groups we hold dear and the nostalgia we hold for our home are often the most vital expressions of patriotism and love towards our country and our neighbours. The stories of these little platoons and the stories that get overlooked by big media conglomerates consumed by the daily spectacle of partisan politics. National news networks lack the local knowledge or the economic incentive to care about health access in Menai, traffic in Moorebank or outstanding school achievements in Ingleburn. But these are the lived experiences that matter to people in Hughes. The quiet Australians of the outer suburbs busily tending to their local community. Quality local journalism builds trust and social capital. It creates a shared sense of place and mutual obligation. It's what threads new developments into connected communities. By allowing local media to financially starve, to pursue mergers and takeovers for survival, we risk losing the quiet local voices amidst the loud din of national headlines and political personalities. The bills that are before us today are about making big tech companies pay their fair share to Australian news businesses. They are about ensuring the sustainability of Australian journalism today and into the future. The news bargaining incentive introduced in these bills will encourage digital platforms to make commercial deals with media organisations for use of their content. And if they don't, they will be subject to a 2.5% charge on their digital advertising revenue made in Australia. To reduce this liability, significant search and social media services can enter into eligible commercial agreements with large news businesses for offsets of 150% or up to 200% for deals with small or medium news businesses. Platforms must have agreements with at least 8 eligible news organisations to access the offset, and no single agreement can account for more than 25% of their total liability. This encourages platforms to reach a broader mix of deals across the sector, including with Australian media. The carrot and stick approach outlined in these bills will encourage big tech companies to strike deals with Australian news businesses that will continue to fund quality journalism into the future. If they do not, revenue collected from the charge imposed will go towards supporting the production of core news in Australia administered through the News Journalism Payment Scheme. The News Journalism Payment Scheme is designed to support the production of core news in Australia. Under ACMA's definition, this includes content that reports, investigates or explains issues or events that are relevant in engaging Australians in public debate and in informing democratic decision-making or current local issues or events of public significance for Australians at a local, regional or national level. Of the revenue collected from the charge, 10% of overall funding will be set aside for grants, as well as 5% for the funding of Australian Associated Press and 5% for small organisations unable to enter into deals through the scheme. Revenue raised by the news bargaining incentive will be allocated to eligible news organisations based on the number of journalists they employ. This recognises that the greater the number of journalists employed, the more substantial the investment in public interest journalism. Using journalists as the basis for payments reflects the essential work they do in investigating, analysing, reporting and producing the news that Australians rely upon. These bills also expand the definition of a journalist to include other essential roles, including photojournalists, videographers, data or visual journalists, editors or producers, and freelancers and volunteers for low-revenue organisations that produce core news content. News production isn't the preserve of a sole scribe hammering away at their typewriter. It's a complex and highly integrated system. Expanding the definition of journalism recognises the critical role that these jobs play right across the value chain and is properly reflective of modern news production. Payment recipients will be required to maintain journalist employment over the relevant period, ensuring the scheme directly supports jobs in Australian journalism. An additional uplift of 20% will also be applied to journalists that work in regional and remote areas for small to medium news organisations and those working in news organisations that cater to diverse communities. This is reflective of the challenges that many smaller local papers, especially those in regional communities, face in employing journalists. And 5% of any revenue raised by the news bargaining incentive will be allocated to a separate grant program focusing on supporting small publishers and startups to scale their businesses and produce news for their local community. This approach is practical and market-based. It encourages digital platform and Australian news businesses to strike mutually beneficial agreements while guaranteeing the funding for smaller news outlets that is critical to sustain choice and diversity. Large digital platforms extract massive commercial value from Australian journalism. But the asymmetries in bargaining power between global tech giants and Australian news outlets has meant that for far too long, digital platforms have not contributed their fair share while Australian news businesses have gone broke. Public interest journalism is not a nice-to-have. It is a necessary element of a flourishing democracy and common life in Australia. I spoke earlier around the reach of the St George and Sutherland Shire leader that has declined. But I remember a time when there were other papers in the Sutherland Shire as well. There was the Engadine Pictorial News, which didn't get quite as far a spread as the leader did, but there was a diversity of media coverages, and that is the kind of diversity of media coverage that this bill is fostering. These bills ensure stability and a secure funding pipeline for Australian journalism, supporting commercial investment and returning incentive revenue to the secure. They will help to support a dynamic and diverse Australian news industry well into the future. Speaker, I commend these bills to the House.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Speaker, for the information of honourable members, I present a correction to the explanatory memorandum to the News Journalism Payments Bill 2026. Thank you.
Call the Assistant Minister.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to on 17th of August 2026 and amended on the 18th of August 2026, I require the sitting to be extended until the conclusion of the speech by the member for Adelaide, following which the question on the second reading amendment moved by the member for Lindsay being put.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to be standing here in support of the News Journalism Payments Bill 2026 because, Deputy Speaker, a strong democracy depends on a strong, independent and sustainable news media. It depends on Australians having access to trusted information, quality public interest journalism and local reporting that keeps communities informed, governments accountable and democratic debate healthy. Yet the media landscape has changed dramatically over the last decade. Digital platforms have fundamentally transported the way that we access information and consume news, Deputy Speaker. And while these changes have delivered enormous benefits, they have also reshaped, I suppose, the economics of journalism. Advertising revenue that once supported our local newspapers, our city-based newspapers, our metropolitan newspapers, country newspapers, advertising revenue that was there has increasingly shifted towards large digital platforms. And as a result, many Australian news organisations have come under growing financial pressure, particularly those serving local and regional communities. And this really does matter, Mr Speaker, because when journalism declines, communities lose more than just news. They lose scrutiny of local decision-making, they lose coverage of local events, they lose stories that reflect who they are, what they value and what makes their communities unique. And ultimately, our democracy is weaker for it. The News Bargaining Bill before the House represents an important step towards addressing this challenge. And I just think back to the way that our media, how we sourced our media, and you look at the TV news every night at 6 o'clock, ABC, 7, 9, 10, then you would look at your local papers. In Adelaide, we had the Adelaide Advertiser, we also had the Afternoon News, which went a long time ago, but we also had something really important, which was our metropolitan newspapers that reported on issues where they would divide the state up into regions, including the metropolitan area, north, west, east, south, and would report on local issues. And there'd be, as we heard the member for Riverina say earlier, there would be a record forever and a day. You could go back 20, 30 years and find that particular record, which is really important also for our history, because today you can put something online, take it off tomorrow, and no one would ever even know that it was there. And just a little bit of digging around, I picked up an article which says from 2004, the 29th of September, that's nearly 22 years ago, and it says, Steve committed to the electorate. And this is a local paper reporting on this. Steve Georgianis isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Win or lose, I'll still be here after the election, the Labor candidate claimed. A local resident for 45 years, Mr Georgianis has run for the seat twice before. He hopes residents will recognise his passion for the electorate. Anyway, it goes on and on and on, and that was the 2004 election. There's a record of it. It was a local paper that reported the following week on my opponent, which happened to be Simon Birmingham, who wasn't successful at that election, but I was. But it just goes to show little local issues. Local newspaper telling its community who the candidates were, what they stood up for, what they stood for, and what their commitments were. And there's a record. 22 years ago, and it's there. You just went online onto the News Corp and found it. So it's important also for our history to keep records of all of these documented news stories. Mine's only a minor one, but there's obviously big issues that should be kept. So, Deputy Speaker, the News Media Bargaining Bill before the House represents an important step in addressing the challenge of how our media has changed. So these bills are about supporting the long-term sustainability and diversity of Aussie journalism, and they recognise a simple but important principle. When digital platforms derive significant value from news content, there should be a fair framework, Mr Speaker, that helps support the journalism that creates that value. And that's why this legislation encourages digital platforms and Australian news organisations to reach meaningful commercial agreements, rather than relying solely on government intervention. This framework in this bill creates strong incentives for negotiation and partnership. And platforms can reduce their liability by entering into eligible commercial agreements with Australian news businesses, rewarding direct investment in direct Australian journalism. And this is a practical, market-based approach that supports both innovation and accountability. So the amendment before the House is modest in scale, but significant in effect. So by increasing the news bargaining incentive charge rate from 2.5% to 2.75% of a digital platform's advertising revenue attributable to Australia, we are recognising, Mr Speaker, how significantly digital and media markets have evolved since the original benchmark was established in 2021. And being conscious of the time and being the last speaker on this bill, Deputy Speaker, Mr Speaker, apologies, this bill is also about ensuring our regional areas have that viable media, and it's ensuring that, I suppose, future generations inherit a media landscape that is diverse, independent and sustainable. Mr Speaker, because a strong democracy requires an informed public, and strong communities require local voices, and a strong Australia requires strong journalism. So, Mr Speaker, when we support local journalism, we're supporting local communities, we're maintaining our history. When we protect independent reporting, we strengthen the accountability, and when we invest in trusted news, we invest in the health of our democracy in itself, in the health of diversity, and ensuring that we receive the media content that is truthful, that is independent, and ensures that we have a thriving democracy and people are accountable, especially politicians.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words up to that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Order. Division is required. In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until the first opportunity the next sitting day. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. Therefore, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.